Chapter 1, Part 1 of Hilda Wade. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. Hilda Wade, A Woman with Tenacity of Purpose, by Grant Allen. Publisher's Note. In putting before the public the last work by Mr. Grant Allen, the publishers desire to express their deep regret at the author's unexpected and lamented death, a regret in which they are sure to be joined by the many thousand readers whom he did so much to entertain. A man of curiously varied and comprehensive knowledge, and with the most charming personality, a writer who, treating of a wide variety of subjects, touched nothing which he did not make distinctive. He filled a place which no man living can exactly occupy. The last chapter of this volume had been roughly sketched by Mr. Allen before his final illness, and his anxiety when debarred from work to see it finished was relieved by the considerate kindness of his friend and neighbour, Dr. Conan Doyle, who, hearing of his trouble, talked it over with him, gathered his ideas, and finally wrote it out for him in the form in which it now appears, a beautiful and pathetic act of friendship which it is a pleasure to record. Chapter 1. The episode of the patient who disappointed her doctor. Hilda Wade's gift was so unique, so extraordinary, that I must illustrate it, I think, before I attempt to describe it. But first let me say a word of explanation about the master. I have never met anyone who impressed me so much with a sense of greatness as Professor Sebastian, and this was not due to his scientific eminence alone. The man's strength and keenness struck me quite as forcibly as his vast attainments. When he first came to St. Nathaniel's Hospital, an eager, fiery-eyed physiologist, well past the prime of life, and began to preach with all the electric force of his vivid personality that the one thing on earth worth a young man's doing was to work in his laboratory, attend his lectures, study disease, and be a scientific doctor, dozens of us were infected by his contagious enthusiasm. He proclaimed the gospel of germs, and the germ of his own zeal flew abroad in the hospital. It ran through the wards as if it were typhoid fever. Within a few months, half the students were converted from lukewarm observers of medical routine into flaming apostles of the new methods. The greatest authority in Europe on comparative anatomy, now that Huxley was taken from us, he had devoted his later days to the pursuit of medicine proper, to which he brought a mind stored with luminous analogies from the lower animals. His very appearance held one. Tall, thin, erect, with an ascetic profile not unlike Cardinal Manning's, he represented that abstract form of asceticism which consists in absolute self-sacrifice to a mental idea, not that which consists in religious abnegation. 3 years of travel in Africa had tanned his skin for life. His long white hair, straight and silvery as it fell, just curled in one wave-like inward sweep where it turned and rested on the stooping shoulders. His pale face was clean-shaven, save for a thin and wiry grizzled moustache, which cast into stronger relief the deep-set, hawk-like eyes and the acute, intense, intellectual features. In some respects his countenance reminded me often of Dr. Martineau's. In others it recalled the knife-like edge, unturnable, of his great predecessor, Professor Owen. Wherever he went, men turned to stare at him. In Paris they took him for the head of the English Socialists. In Russia they declared he was a Nihilist emissary, and they were not far wrong, in essence, for Sebastian's stern, sharp face was above all things the face of a man absorbed and engrossed by one overpowering pursuit in life, the sacred thirst of knowledge, which had swallowed up his entire nature. He was what he looked, the most single-minded person I have ever come across, and when I say single-minded, I mean just that, and no more. He had an end to attain, the advancement of science, and he went straight towards the end, looking neither to the right nor to the left for anyone. An American millionaire once remarked to him of some ingenious appliance he was describing, "Why, if you were to perfect that apparatus, Professor, and take out a patent for it, I reckon you'd make as much money as I've made." Sebastian withered him with a glance. "I have no time to waste," he replied, "on making money." So when Hilda Wade told me, on the first day I met her, that she wished to become a nurse at Nathaniel's, to be near Sebastian, I was not at all astonished. I took her at her word. Everybody who meant business in any branch of the medical art, however humble, desired to be close to our rare teacher, to drink in his large thought, to profit by his clear insight, his wide experience. The man of Nathaniel's was revolutionizing practice, and those who wished to feel themselves abreast of the modern movement were naturally anxious to cast in their lot with him. I did not wonder, therefore, that Hilda Wade, who herself possessed in so large a measure the deepest feminine gift, intuition, should seek a place under the famous professor who represented the other side of the same endowment in its masculine embodiment, instinct of diagnosis. Hilda Wade herself I will not formally introduce to you. You will learn to know her as I proceed with my story. I was Sebastian's assistant, and my recommendation soon procured Hilda Wade the post she so strangely coveted. Before she had been long at Nathaniel's, however, it began to dawn upon me that her reasons for desiring to attend upon our revered master were not wholly and solely scientific. Sebastian, it is true, recognized her value as a nurse from the first. He not only allowed that she was a good assistant, but he also admitted that her subtle knowledge of temperament sometimes enabled her closely to approach his own reasoned scientific analysis of a case and its probable development. Most women, he said to me once, are quick at reading the passing emotion. They can judge with astounding correctness from a shadow on one's face, a catch in one's breath, a movement of one's hands, how their words or deeds are affecting us. We cannot conceal our feelings from them, but underlying character they do not judge so well as fleeting expression. Not what Mrs. Jones is in herself, but what Mrs. Jones is now thinking and feeling. There lies their great success as psychologists. Most men, on the contrary, guide their life by definite facts, by signs, by symptoms, by observed data. Medicine itself is built upon a collection of such reasoned facts. But this woman, Nurse Wade, to a certain extent stands intermediate mentally between the two sexes. She recognizes temperament, the fixed form of character and what it is likely to do, in a degree which I have never seen equalled elsewhere. To that extent, and within proper limits of supervision, I acknowledge her faculty as a valuable adjunct to a scientific practitioner. Still, though Sebastian started with a predisposition in favor of Hilda Wade, a pretty girl appeals to most of us, I could see from the beginning that Hilda Wade was by no means enthusiastic for Sebastian, like the rest of the hospital. "He is extraordinarily able," she would say, when I gushed to her about our master, but that was the most I could ever extort from her in the way of praise. Though she admitted, intellectually, Sebastian's gigantic mind, she would never commit herself to anything that sounded like personal admiration. To call him the prince of physiologists did not satisfy me on that head. I wanted her to exclaim, "I adore him, I worship him, he is glorious, wonderful." I was also aware from an early date that, in an unobtrusive way, Hilda Wade was watching Sebastian, watching him quietly, with those wistful, earnest eyes, as a cat watches a mouse-hole, watching him with mute inquiry, as if she expected each moment to see him do something different from what the rest of us expected of him. Slowly I gathered that Hilda Wade, in the most literal sense, had come to Nathaniel's, as she herself expressed it, to be near Sebastian. Gentle and lovable as she was in every other aspect, toward Sebastian she seemed like a lynx-eyed detective. She had some object in view, I thought, almost as abstract as his own, some object to which, as I judged, she was devoting her life quite as single-mindedly as Sebastian himself had devoted his to the advancement of science. "Why did she become a nurse at all?" I asked once of her friend, Mrs. Mallet. "She has plenty of money, and seems well enough off to live without working." "Oh dear, yes," Mrs. Mallet answered. "She is independent, quite. Has a tidy little income of her own, 600 or 700 a year, and she could choose her own society, but she went in for this mission fad early. She didn't intend to marry, she said, so she would like to have some work to do in life. Girls suffer like that nowadays. In her case the malady took the form of nursing." "As a rule," I ventured to interpose, "when a pretty girl says she doesn't intend to marry, her remark is premature. It only means—" "Oh yes, I know. Every girl says it. 'Tis stock property in the popular mask of maiden modesty, but with Hilda it is different, and the difference is that Hilda means it." "You are right," I answered. "I believe she means it. Yet I know one man at least," for I admired her immensely. Mrs. Mallet shook her head and smiled. "It is no use, Dr. Cumberledge," she answered. "Hilda will never marry. Never, that is to say, till she has attained some mysterious object she seems to have in view, about which she never speaks to anyone, not even to me. But I have somehow guessed it." "And it is?" "Oh, I have not guessed what it is. I am no Oedipus. I have merely guessed that it exists. But whatever it may be, Hilda's life is bounded by it. She became a nurse to carry it out, I feel confident. From the very beginning, I gather, a part of her scheme was to go to St. Nathaniel's. She was always bothering us to give her introductions to Dr. Sebastian, and when she met you at my brother Hugo's, it was a preconcerted arrangement. She asked to sit next to you, and meant to induce you to use your influence on her behalf with the Professor. She was dying to get there." "It is very odd," I mused. "But there, women are inexplicable. And Hilda is in that matter the very quintessence of woman. Even I, who have known her for years, don't pretend to understand her." A few months later Sebastian began his great researches on his new anaesthetic. It was a wonderful set of researches. It promised so well. All Nets, as we familiarly and affectionately styled St. Nathaniel's, was in a fever of excitement over the drug for a 12-month. The Professor obtained his first hint of the new body by a mere accident. His friend, the Deputy Prosector of the Zoological Society, had mixed a draught for a sick raccoon at the Gardens, and, by some mistake in a bottle, had mixed it wrongly. I purposely refrain from mentioning the ingredients, as they are drugs which can be easily obtained in isolation at any chemist's, though when compounded they form one of the most dangerous and difficult to detect of organic poisons. I do not desire to play into the hands of would-be criminals. The compound on which the Deputy Prosector had thus accidentally lighted sent the raccoon to sleep in the most extraordinary manner. Indeed, the raccoon slept for 36 hours on end, all attempts to awake him by pulling his tail or tweaking his hair being quite unavailing. This was a novelty in narcotics, so Sebastian was asked to come and look at the slumbering brute. He suggested the attempt to perform an operation on the somnolent raccoon by removing, under the influence of the drug, an internal growth, which was considered the probable cause of his illness. A surgeon was called in, the growth was found and removed, and the raccoon, to everybody's surprise, continued to slumber peacefully on his straw for 5 hours afterwards. At the end of that time he awoke and stretched himself as if nothing had happened, and though he was, of course, very weak from loss of blood, he immediately displayed a most royal hunger. He ate up all the maize that was offered him for breakfast, and proceeded to manifest a desire for more by most unequivocal symptoms. Sebastian was overjoyed. He now felt sure he had discovered a drug which would supersede chloroform, a drug more lasting in its immediate effects, and yet far less harmful in its ultimate results on the balance of the system. A name being wanted for it, he christened it Lethidine. It was the best pain-luller yet invented. For the next few weeks at Nats we heard of nothing but Lethidine. Patients recovered and patients died, but their deaths or recoveries were as dross to Lethidine, an anaesthetic that might revolutionize surgery and even medicine. A royal road through disease, with no trouble to the doctor and no pain to the patient. Lethidine held the field. We were all of us, for the moment, intoxicated with Lethidine. Sebastian's observations on the new agent occupied several months. He had begun with the raccoon. He went on, of course, with those poor scapegoats of physiology, domestic rabbits. Not that in this particular case any painful experiments were in contemplation. The Professor tried the drug on a dozen or more quite healthy young animals, with the strange result that they dozed off quietly and never woke up again. This nonplussed Sebastian. He experimented once more on another raccoon, with a smaller dose. The raccoon fell asleep and slept like a top for 15 hours, at the end of which time he woke up as if nothing out of the common had happened. Sebastian fell back upon rabbits again, with smaller and smaller doses. It was no good. The rabbits all died with great unanimity, until the dose was so diminished that it did not send them off to sleep at all. There was no middle course, apparently, to the rabid kind. Lethidine was either fatal or else inoperative. So it proved to sheep. The new drug killed or did nothing. I will not trouble you with all the details of Sebastian's further researches. The curious will find them discussed at length in volume 237 of the Philosophical Transactions. See also Compte rendu de l'Académie de Médecine, tome 49, pages 72 and sequel. I will restrict myself here to that part of the inquiry which immediately refers to Hilda Waite's history. "If I were you," she said to the Professor one morning, when he was most astonished at his contradictory results, "I would test it on a hawk. If I dare venture on a suggestion, I believe you'll find that hawks recover." "The deuce they do!" Sebastian cried. However, he had such confidence in Nurse Waite's judgment that he bought a couple of hawks and tried the treatment on them. Both birds took considerable doses, and, after a period of insensibility extending to several hours, woke up in the end quite bright and lively. "I see your principle," the Professor broke out. "It depends upon diet. Carnivores and birds of prey can take lethidine with impunity. Herbivores and fruit-eaters cannot recover, and die of it. Man, therefore, being partly carnivorous, will doubtless be able more or less to stand it." Hilda Waite smiled her sphinx-like smile. "Not quite that, I fancy," she answered. "It will kill cats, I feel sure. At least most domesticated ones. But it will not kill weasels. Yet both are carnivores." "That young woman knows too much," Sebastian muttered to me, looking after her as she glided noiselessly with her gentle tread down the long white corridor. "We shall have to suppress her, Carmelich. But I'll wager my life she's right for all that. I wonder now how the dickens she guessed it." "Intuition," I answered. He pouted his underlip above the upper one with a dubious acquiescence. "Inference, I call it," he retorted. "All woman's so-called intuition is, in fact, just rapid and half-unconscious inference." He was so full of the subject, however, and so utterly carried away by his scientific ardour, that I regret to say he gave a strong dose of lethidine at once to each of the matron's petted and pampered Persian cats, which lounged about her room and were the delight of the convalescents. They were two peculiarly lazy sultanas of cats, mere jewels of the harem, oriental beauties that loved to bask in the sun or curl themselves up on the rug before the fire and dawdle away their lives in congenial idleness. Strange to say, Hilda's prophecy came true. Zuleika settled herself down comfortably in the Professor's easy-chair and fell into a sound sleep from which there was no awaking, while Roxana met fate on the tiger skin she loved, coiled up in a circle, and passed from this life of dreams, without knowing it, into one where dreaming is not. Sebastian noted the facts with a quiet gleam of satisfaction in his watchful eye, and explained afterwards, with curt glibness to the angry matron, that her favourites had been canonized in the roll of science, as painless martyrs to the advancement of physiology. The weasels, on the other hand, with an equal dose, woke up after 6 hours as lively as crickets. It was clear that carnivorous tastes were not the whole solution, for Roxana was famed as a notable mouser. "Your principal?" Sebastian asked our Sibyl, in his brief, quick way. Hilda's cheek wore a glow of pardonable triumph. The great teacher had deigned to ask her assistance. "I judged by the analogy of Indian hemp," she answered. "This is clearly a similar, but much stronger narcotic. Now, whenever I have given Indian hemp, by your direction, to people of sluggish, or even of merely bustling temperament, I have noticed that small doses produce serious effects, and that the after results are most undesirable. But when you have prescribed the hemp for nervous, overstrung, imaginative people, I have observed that they can stand large amounts of the tincture without evil results, and that the after effects pass off rapidly. I, who am mercurial in temperament, for example, can take any amount of Indian hemp without being made ill by it, while 10 drops will send some slow and torpid rustics mad drunk with excitement, drive them into homicidal mania." Sebastian nodded his head. He needed no more explanation. "You have hit it," he said. "I see it at a glance. The old antithesis. All men and all animals fall, roughly speaking, into 2 great divisions of type. The impassioned and the unimpassioned. The vivid and the phlegmatic. I catch your drift now. Lethidine is poison to phlegmatic patients, who have not active power enough to wake up from it unhurt, It is relatively harmless to the vivid and impassioned, who can be put to sleep by it, indeed, for a few hours more or less, but are alive enough to live on through the coma and reassert their vitality after it. I recognized as he spoke that this explanation was correct. The dull rabbits, the sleepy Persian cats, and the silly sheep had died outright of lethargy. The cunning, inquisitive raccoon, the quick hawk, and the active, intense-natured weasels, all most eager, wary, and alert animals, full of keenness and passion, had recovered quickly. "Dare we try it on a human subject?" I asked tentatively. Hilda Wade answered at once, with that unerring rapidity of hers. "Yes, certainly, on a few, the right persons. I, for one, am not afraid to try it." "You?" I cried, feeling suddenly aware how much I thought of her. "Oh, not you, please, Nurse Wade. Some other life, less valuable." Sebastian stared at me coldly. "Nurse Wade volunteers," he said. "It is in the cause of science. Who dares dissuade her? That tooth of yours? Ah, yes, quite sufficient excuse. You wanted it out, Nurse Wade. Wells Dinton shall operate." Without a moment's hesitation, Hilda Wade sat down in an easy-chair and took a measured dose of the new anaesthetic, proportioned to the average difference in weight between raccoons and humanity. My face displayed my anxiety, I suppose, for she turned to me, smiling with quiet confidence. "I know my own constitution," she said, with a reassuring glance that went straight to my heart. "I do not in the least fear." As for Sebastian, he administered the drug to her as unconcernedly as if she were a rabbit. Sebastian's scientific coolness and calmness have long been the admiration of younger practitioners. Wells Dinton gave one wrench. The tooth came out as though the patient were a block of marble. There was not a cry or a movement, such as one notes when nitrous oxide is administered. Hilda Wade was to all appearance a mass of lifeless flesh. We stood round and watched. I was trembling with terror. Even on Sebastian's pale face, usually so unmoved, save by the watchful eagerness of scientific curiosity, I saw signs of anxiety. After 4 hours of profound slumber, breath hovering as it seemed between life and death, she began to come to again. In half an hour more she was wide awake. She opened her eyes and asked for a glass of hock, with beef essence, or oysters. That evening, by 6 o'clock, she was quite well and able to go about her duties as usual. "Sebastian is a wonderful man," I said to her, as I entered her ward on my rounds at night. "His coolness astonishes me. Do you know, he watched you all the time you were lying asleep there, as if nothing were the matter." "Coolness?" she inquired, in a quiet voice. "Or cruelty?" "Cruelty!" I echoed, aghast. "Sebastian cruel! Oh, Nurse Wade, what an idea! Why, he has spent his whole life in striving against all odds to alleviate pain. He is the apostle of philanthropy." "Of philanthropy or of science? To alleviate pain or to learn the whole truth about the human body?" "Come, come now," I cried. "You analyze too far. I will not let even you put me out of conceit with Sebastian." Her face flushed at that "even you." I almost fancied she began to like me. "He is the enthusiasm of my life. Just consider how much he has done for humanity." She looked me through searchingly. "I will not destroy your illusion," she answered after a pause. "It is a noble and generous one. But is it not largely based on an ascetic face, long white hair, and a moustache that hides the cruel corners of the mouth? For the corners are cruel. Some day I will show you them. Cut off the long hair, shave the grizzled moustache, and what then will remain?" She drew a profile hastily. "Just that." And she showed it me. 'Twas a face like Robespierre's, grown harder and older and lined with observation. I recognized that it was in fact the essence of Sebastian. End of Chapter 1, Part 1. Chapter 1, Part 2 of Hilda Wade. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. Hilda Wade, A Woman with Tenacity of Purpose, by Grant Allen. Chapter 1, Part 2. Next day, as it turned out, The Professor himself insisted upon testing lethidine in his own person. All Neds strove to dissuade him. "Your life is so precious, sir, the advancement of science." But the Professor was adamantine. "Science can only be advanced if men of science will take their lives in their hands," he answered sternly. "Besides, Nurse Wade has tried. Am I to lag behind a woman in my devotion to the cause of physiological knowledge?" "Let him try," Hilda Wade murmured to me. "He is quite right. It will not hurt him. I have told him already he has just the proper temperament to stand the drug. Such people are rare. He is one of them." We administered the dose, trembling. Sebastian took it like a man, and dropped off instantly, for lethidine is at least as instantaneous in its operation as nitrous oxide. He lay long asleep. Hilda and I watched him. After he had lain for some minutes senseless, like a log, on the couch where we had placed him, Hilda stooped over him quietly and lifted up the ends of the grizzled moustache. Then she pointed one accusing finger at his lips. "I told you so," she murmured, with a note of demonstration. "There is certainly something rather stern, or even ruthless, about the set of the face and the firm ending of the lips," I admitted reluctantly. "That is why God gave men moustaches," she mused, in a low voice, "to hide the cruel corners of their mouths." "Not always cruel," I cried. "Sometimes cruel, sometimes cunning, sometimes sensuous, but 9 times out of 10 best masked by moustaches." "You have a bad opinion of our sex," I exclaimed. "Providence knew best," she answered. "It gave you moustaches. That was in order that we women might be spared from always seeing you as you are. Besides, I said 9 times out of 10. There are exceptions. Such exceptions." On second thought, I did not feel sure that I could quarrel with her estimate. The experiment was that time once more successful. Sebastian woke up from the comatose state after 8 hours, not quite as fresh as Hilda Wade perhaps, but still tolerably alive. Less alert, however, and complaining of dull headache. He was not hungry. Hilda Wade shook her head at that. "It will be of use only in very few cases," she said to me regretfully, "and those few will need to be carefully picked by an acute observer. I see resistance to the coma is, even more than I thought, a matter of temperament. Why, so impassionate a man as the Professor himself cannot entirely recover. With more sluggish temperaments we shall have deeper difficulty." "Would you call him impassioned?" I asked. "Most people think him so cold and stern." She shook her head. "He is a snow-capped volcano," she answered. "The fires of his life burn bright below. The exterior alone is cold and placid." However, starting from that time, Sebastian began a course of experiments on patients, giving infinitesimal doses at first, and venturing slowly on somewhat larger quantities. But only in his own case and Hilda's could the result be called quite satisfactory. One dull and heavy, drink-sodden navvy, to whom he administered no more than 1/10 of a grain, was drowsy for a week, and listless long after, while a fat washerwoman from Westham, who took only 2/10, fell so fast asleep, and snored so stertorously, that we feared she was going to doze off into eternity, after the fashion of the rabbits. Mothers of large families, we noted, stood the drug very ill. On pale young girls of the consumptive tendency its effect was not marked, but only a patient here and there, of exceptionally imaginative and vivid temperament, seemed able to endure it. Sebastian was discouraged. He saw the anaesthetic was not destined to fulfil his first enthusiastic humanitarian expectations. One day, while the investigation was just at this stage, a case was admitted into the observation cots in which Hilda Wade took a particular interest. The patient was a young girl named Isabel Huntley, tall, dark, and slender, a markedly quick and imaginative type, with large black eyes, which clearly bespoke a passionate nature. Though distinctly hysterical, she was pretty and pleasing. Her rich dark hair was as copious as it was beautiful. She held herself erect and had a finely poised head. From the first moment she arrived, I could see Nurse Wade was strongly drawn towards her. Their souls sympathized. Number 14, that is our impersonal way of describing cases, was constantly on Hilda's lips. "I like the girl," she said once. "She is a lady in fibre." "And a tobacco trimmer by trade," Sebastian added, sarcastically. As usual, Hilda's was the truer description. It went deeper. Number 14's ailment was a rare and peculiar one, into which I need not enter here with professional precision. I have described the case fully for my brother practitioners in my paper in the 4th volume of Sebastian Medical Miscellanies. It will be enough for my present purpose to say in brief that the lesion consisted of an internal growth which is always dangerous and most often fatal, but which nevertheless is of such a character that, if it be once happily eradicated by supremely good surgery, it never tends to recur, and leaves the patient as strong and well as ever. Sebastian was, of course, delighted with the splendid opportunity thus afforded him. "It is a beautiful case," he cried, with professional enthusiasm. "Beautiful, beautiful! I never saw one so deadly or so malignant before. We are indeed in luck's way. Only a miracle can save her life. Cumberledge, we must proceed to perform the miracle." Sebastian loved such cases. They formed his ideal. He did not greatly admire the artificial prolongation of diseased and unwholesome lives, which could never be of much use to their owners or anyone else. But when a chance occurred for restoring to perfect health a valuable existence which might otherwise be extinguished before its time, he positively revelled in his beneficent calling. "What nobler object can a man propose to himself," he used to say, "than to raise good men and true from the dead, as it were, and return them whole and sound to the family that depends upon them? Why, I had 50 times rather cure an honest coal-heaver of a wound in his leg, than give 10 years more lease of life to a gouty lord, diseased from top to toe, who expects to find a month of Carlsbad or Hamburg once every year make up for 11 months of over-eating, over-drinking, vulgar debauchery, and under-thinking." He had no sympathy with men who lived the lives of swine. His heart was with the workers. Of course, Hilda Waite soon suggested that, as an operation was absolutely necessary, number 14 would be a splendid subject on whom to test once more the effects of lethodine. Sebastian, with his head on one side, surveying the patient, promptly coincided. "Nervous diathesis," he observed. "Very vivid fancy. Twitches her hands the right way. Quick pulse, rapid perceptions, no meaningless unrest, but deep vitality. I don't doubt she'll stand it." We explained to number 14 the gravity of the case, and also the tentative character of the operation under lethodine. At first she shrank from taking it. "No, no," she said, "let me die quietly." But Hilda, like the angel of mercy that she was, whispered in the girl's ear, "If it succeeds you will get quite well, and you can marry Arthur." The patient's dark face flushed crimson. "Ah, Arthur!" she cried, "dear Arthur! I can bear anything you choose to do to me, for Arthur." "How soon you find these things out!" I cried to Hilda, a few minutes later. "A mere man would never have thought of that. And who is Arthur?" "A sailor on a ship that trades with the South Seas. I hope he's worthy of her. Fretting over Arthur's absence has aggravated the case. He's homeward bound now. She's worrying herself to death for fear she should not live to say good-bye to him." "She will live to marry him," I answered, with confidence like her own, "if you say she can stand it." "The lethodine? Oh yes, that's all right, but the operation itself is so extremely dangerous. Though Dr. Sebastian says he has called in the best surgeon in London for all such cases. They are rare, he tells me, and Nielsen has performed on 6, 3 of them successfully." We gave the girl the drug. She took it, trembling, and went off at once, holding Hilda's hand, with a pale smile on her face, which persisted there somewhat weirdly all through the operation. The work of removing the growth was long and ghastly, even for us who were well seasoned to such sights. But at the end Nielsen expressed himself as perfectly satisfied. "A very neat piece of work," Sebastian exclaimed, looking on. "I congratulate you, Nielsen. I never saw anything done cleaner or better." "A successful operation, certainly," the great surgeon admitted, with just pride in the master's commendation. "And the patient?" Hilda asked, wavering. "Oh, the patient? The patient will die," Nielsen replied in an unconcerned voice, wiping his spotless instruments. "That is not my idea of the medical art," I cried, shocked at his callousness. "An operation is only successful if—" He regarded me with lofty scorn. "A certain percentage of losses," he interrupted, calmly, "is inevitable, of course, in all surgical operations. We are obliged to average it. How could I preserve my precision and accuracy of hand if I were always bothered by sentimental considerations of the patient's safety?" Hilda Wade looked up at me with a sympathetic glance. "We'll pull her through yet," she murmured in her soft voice, "if care and skill can do it. My care and your skill. This is now our patient, Dr. Cumberledge." It needed care and skill. We watched her for hours, and she showed no sign or gleam of recovery. Her sleep was deeper than either Sebastian's or Hilda's had been. She had taken a big dose so as to secure immobility. The question now was, would she recover at all from it? Hour after hour we waited and watched, and not a sign of movement. Only the same deep, slow, hampered breathing, the same feeble, jerky pulse, the same deathly pallor on the dark cheeks, the same corpse-like rigidity of limb and muscle. At last our patient stirred faintly, as in a dream. Her breath faltered. We bent over her. Was it death, or was she beginning to recover? Very slowly a faint trace of colour came back to her cheeks. Her heavy eyes half opened. They stared first with a white stare. Her arms dropped by her side. Her mouth relaxed its ghastly smile. We held our breath. She was coming to again. But her coming to was slow, very, very slow. Her pulse was still weak. Her heart pumped feebly. We feared she might sink from inanition at any moment. Hilda Wade knelt on the floor by the girl's side and held a spoonful of beef essence coaxingly to her lips. Number 14 gasped, drew a long, slow breath, then gulped and swallowed it. After that she lay back with her mouth open, looking like a corpse. Hilda pressed another spoonful of the soft jelly upon her, but the girl waved it away with one trembling hand. "Let me die," she cried. "Let me die. I feel dead already." Hilda held her face close. "Isabel," she whispered, and I recognized in her tone the vast moral difference between Isabel and number 14. "Isabel, you must take it. For Arthur's sake, I say, you must take it." The girl's hand quivered as it lay on the white coverlet. "For Arthur's sake," she murmured, lifting her eyelids dreamily. "For Arthur's sake. Yes, nurse dear." "Call me Hilda, please. Hilda." The girl's face lighted up again. "Yes, Hilda dear," she answered, in an unearthly voice like one raised from the dead. "I will call you what you will. Angel of light, you have been so good to me." She opened her lips with an effort and slowly swallowed another spoonful. Then she fell back, exhausted. But her pulse improved within 20 minutes. I mentioned the matter with enthusiasm to Sebastian later. "It is very nice in its way," he answered, "but it is not nursing." I thought to myself that that was just what it was, but I did not say so. Sebastian was a man who thought meanly of women. "A doctor, like a priest," he used to declare, "should keep himself unmarried. His bride is medicine." And he disliked to see what he called philandering going on in his hospital. It may have been on that account that I avoided speaking much of Hilda Wade thenceforth before him. He looked in casually next day to see the patient. "She will die," he said with perfect assurance as we passed down the ward together. "Operation has taken too much out of her." "Still, she has great recuperative powers," Hilda answered. "They all have in her family, Professor. You may perhaps remember Joseph Huntley, who occupied number 67 in the accident ward some 9 months since. Compound fracture of the arm, a dark, nervous engineer's assistant, very hard to distrain. Well, he was her brother. He caught typhoid fever in the hospital, and you commented at the time on his strange vitality. Then there was her cousin again, Ellen Stubbs. We had her for stubborn chronic laryngitis, a very bad case. Anyone else would have died. Yielded at once to your treatment, and made, I recollect, a splendid convalescence." "What a memory you have!" Sebastian cried, admiring against his will. "It is simply marvellous. I never saw anyone like you in my life, except once. He was a man, a doctor, a colleague of mine, dead long ago. Why," he mused and gazed hard at her. Hilda shrank before his gaze. "This is curious," he went on slowly at last. "Very curious. You resemble him." "Do I?" Hilda replied, with forced calm, raising her eyes to his. Their glances met. That moment I saw each had recognized something, and from that day forth I was instinctively aware that a duel was being waged between Sebastian and Hilda, a duel between the two ablest and most singular personalities I had ever met, a duel of life and death, though I did not fully understand its purport till much, much later. Every day after that the poor wasted girl in number 14 grew feebler and fainter. Her temperature rose, her heart throbbed weakly, she seemed to be fading away. Sebastian shook his head. "Lethadine is a failure," he said, with a mournful regret. "One cannot trust it. The case might have recovered from the operation, or recovered from the drug, but she could not recover from both together. Yet the operation would have been impossible without the drug, and the drug is useless except for the operation." It was a great disappointment to him. He hid himself in his room, as was his wont when disappointed, and went on with his old work at his beloved microbes. "I have one hope still," Hilda murmured to me by the bedside when our patient was at her worst. "If one contingency occurs, I believe we may save her." "What is that?" I asked. She shook her head waywardly. "You must wait and see," she answered. "If it comes off, I'll tell you. If not, let it swell the limbo of lost inspirations." Next morning early, however, she came up to me with a radiant face, holding a newspaper in her hand. "Well, it has happened!" she cried, rejoicing. "We shall save poor Isabel. Number 14, I mean. Our way is clear, Dr. Cumberledge." I followed her blindly to the bedside, little guessing what she could mean. She knelt down at the head of the cot. The girl's eyes were closed. I touched her cheek. She was in a high fever. "Temperature?" I asked. 103. I shook my head. Every symptom of fatal relapse. I could not imagine what card Hilda held in reserve. But I stood there, waiting. She whispered in the girl's ear, "Arthur's ship is sighted off the Lizard." The patient opened her eyes slowly, and rolled them for a moment as if she did not understand. "Too late," I cried, "too late! She's delirious, insensible." Hilda repeated the words slowly but very distinctly. "Do you hear, dear? Arthur's ship? It is sighted. Arthur's ship. At the Lizard." The girl's lips moved. "Arthur, Arthur, Arthur's ship." A deep sigh. She clenched her hands. "He is coming?" Hilda nodded and smiled, holding her breath with suspense. "Up the Channel now. He will be at Southampton tonight. Arthur at Southampton. It is here in the papers. I've telegraphed to him to hurry on at once to see you." She struggled up for a second. A smile flitted across the worn face. Then she fell back wearily. I thought all was over. Her eyes stared wide. But 10 minutes later she opened her lids again. "Arthur is coming," she murmured. "Arthur coming." "Yes, dear. Now sleep. He is coming." All through that day and the next night she was restless and agitated, but still her pulse improved a little. Next morning she was again a trifle better. Temperature falling, 101.3. At 10 o'clock Hilda came in to her, radiant. "Well, Isabel dear," she cried, bending down and touching her cheek. Kissing is forbidden by the rules of the house. "Arthur has come. He is here, down below. I've seen him." "Seen him?" the girl gasped. "Yes, seen him. Talked with him. Such a nice, manly fellow, and such an honest, good face. He is longing for you to get well. He says he has come home this time to marry you." The wan lips quivered. "He will never marry me." "Yes, yes, he will, if you will take this jelly. Look here, he wrote these words to you before my very eyes. 'Dear love to my Isa. If you're good and will sleep, he may see you tomorrow.'" The girl opened her lips and ate the jelly greedily. She ate as much as she was desired. In 3 minutes more her head had fallen like a child's upon her pillow, and she was sleeping peacefully. I went up to Sebastian's room, quite excited with the news. He was busy among his bacilli. They were his hobby, his pets. "Well, what do you think, Professor?" I cried. "That patient of Nurse Wade's—" He gazed up at me abstractedly, his brow contracting. "Yes, yes, I know," he interrupted. "The girl in 14. I have discounted her case long ago. She has ceased to interest me. Dead, of course. Nothing else was possible." I laughed a quick little laugh of triumph. "No, sir, not dead. Recovering. She has fallen just now into a normal sleep. Her breathing is natural." He wheeled his revolving chair away from the germs and fixed me with his keen eyes. "Recovering?" he echoed. "Impossible. Rallying, you mean, a mere flicker. I know my trade. She must die this evening." "Forgive my persistence," I replied, "but her temperature has gone down to 99 and a trifle." He pushed away the bacilli in the nearest watch glass quite angrily. "To 99!" he exclaimed, knitting his brows. "Cumberledge, this is disgraceful. A most disappointing case. A most provoking patient." "But surely, sir," I cried. "Don't talk to me, boy. Don't attempt to apologize for her. Such conduct is unpardonable. She ought to have died. It was her clear duty. I said she would die, and she should have known better than to fly in the face of the faculty. Her recovery is an insult to medical science. What is the staff about? Nurse Wade should have prevented it." "Still, sir," I exclaimed, trying to touch him on a tender spot, "the anaesthetic, you know. Such a triumph for Lethadine. This case shows clearly that on certain constitutions it may be used with advantage under certain conditions." He snapped his fingers. "Lethadine? Pooh! I've lost interest in it. Impracticable. It is not fitted for the human species." "Why so? Number 14 proves—" He interrupted me with an impatient wave of his hand. Then he rose and paced up and down the room testily. After a pause he spoke again. "The weak point of Lethadine is this. Nobody can be trusted to say when it may be used, except Nurse Wade, which is not science." For the first time in my life I had a glimmering idea that I distrusted Sebastian. Hilda Wade was right. The man was cruel. But I had never observed his cruelty before, because his devotion to science had blinded me to it. End of chapter 1.
Chapter 2, Part 1 of Hilda Wade. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars Rolander. Hilda Wade, A Woman with Tenacity of Purpose by Grant Allen. Chapter 2, Part 1. The episode of the gentleman who had failed for everything. One day, about those times, I went round to call on my aunt, Lady Tepping, and lest you accuse me of the vulgar desire to flaunt my fine relations in your face, I hasten to add that my poor dear old aunt is a very ordinary specimen of the common army widow. Her husband, Sir Malcolm, a crusty old gentleman of the ancient school, was knighted in Burma or thereabouts for a successful raid upon naked natives on something that is called the Shan frontier. When he had grown grey in the service of his queen and country, besides earning himself incidentally a very decent pension, he acquired gout and went to his long rest in Kensal Green Cemetery. He left his wife with one daughter, and the only pretence to a title in our otherwise blameless family. My cousin Daphne is a very pretty girl, with those quiet, sedate manners which often develop later in life into genuine self-respect and real depth of character. Fools do not admire her. They accuse her of being heavy, but she can do without fools. She has a fine, strongly built figure, an upright carriage, a large and broad forehead, a firm chin, and features which, though well marked and well moulded, are yet delicate in outline and sensitive in expression. Very young men seldom take to Daphne. She lacks the desired inanity, but she has mind, repose, and womanly tenderness. Indeed, if she had not been my cousin, I almost think I might once have been tempted to fall in love with her. When I reached Gloucester Terrace on this particular afternoon, I found Hilda Wade there before me. She had lunched at my aunt's, in fact. It was her day out at St. Nathaniel's, and she had come round to spend it with Daphne Tepping. I had introduced her to the house some time before, and she and my cousin had struck up a close acquaintance immediately. Their temperaments were sympathetic. Daphne admired Hilda's depth and reserve, while Hilda admired Daphne's grave grace and self-control, her perfect freedom from current affections. She neither giggled nor ate Ibsenism. A third person stood back in the room when I entered, a tall and somewhat jerry-built young man with a rather long and solemn face, like an early stage in the evolution of a Don Quixote. I took a good look at him. There was something about his air that impressed me as both lugubrious and humorous, and in this I was right, for I learned later that he was one of those rare people who can sing a comic song with immense success while preserving a sour countenance like a Puritan preacher's. His eyes were a little sunken, his fingers long and nervous, but I fancied he looked a good fellow at heart for all that, though foolishly impulsive. He was a punctilious gentleman, I felt sure. His face and manner grew upon one rapidly. Daphne rose as I entered, and waved the stranger forward with an imperious little wave. I imagined, indeed, that I detected in the gesture a faint touch of half unconscious proprietorship. "Good morning, Hubert," she said, taking my hand, but turning towards the tall young man. "I don't think you know Mr. Cecil Holsworthy?" "I've heard you speak of him," I answered, drinking him in with my glance. I added internally, "Not half good enough for you." Hilda's eyes met mine and read my thought. They flashed back word in the language of eyes. "I do not agree with you." Daphne, meanwhile, was watching me closely. I could see she was anxious to discover what impression her friend Mr. Holsworthy was making on me. Till then I had no idea she was fond of anyone in particular, but the way her glance wandered from him to me and from me to Hilda showed clearly that she thought much of this gawky visitor. We sat and talked together, we four, for some time. I found the young man with the lugubrious countenance improved immensely on closer acquaintance. His talk was clever. He turned out to be the son of a politician high in office in the Canadian government, and he had been educated at Oxford. The father, I gathered, was rich, but he himself was making an income of nothing a year just then as a briefless barrister, and he was hesitating whether to accept a post of secretary that had been offered him in the colony, or to continue his negative career at the Inner Temple, for the honor and glory of it. "Now, which would you advise me, Miss Tepping?" he inquired after we had discussed the matter some minutes. Daphne's face flushed up. "It's so hard to decide," she answered. "To decide to your best advantage, I mean, of course. For naturally all your English friends would wish to keep you as long as possible in England." "No, do you think so?" the gawky young man jerked out with evident pleasure. "Now that's awfully kind of you. Do you know, if you tell me I ought to stay in England, I've half a mind. I'll cable over this very day and refuse the appointment." Daphne flushed once more. "Oh, please don't!" she exclaimed, looking frightened. "I shall be quite distressed if a stray word of mine should debar you from accepting a good offer of a secretaryship." "Why, your least wish," the young man began, then checked himself hastily. "Must be always important," he went on in a different voice, "to every one of your acquaintance." Daphne rose hurriedly. "Look here, Hilda," she said a little tremulously, biting her lip. "I have to go out into Westbourne Grove to get those gloves for tonight, and a spray for my hair. Will you excuse me for half an hour?" Holsworthy rose too. "Mayn't I go with you?" he asked eagerly. "Oh, if you like, how very kind of you," Daphne answered, her cheek a blush rose. "Hubert, will you come too? And you, Hilda?" It was one of those invitations which are given to be refused. I did not need Hilda's warning glance to tell me that my company would be quite superfluous. I felt those two were best left together. "It's no use, though, Dr. Cumberledge," Hilda put in as soon as they were gone. "He won't propose, though he has had every encouragement. I don't know what's the matter, but I've been watching them both for weeks, and somehow things seem never to get any forwarder." "You think he's in love with her?" I asked. "In love with her? Well, you have eyes in your head, I know. Where could they have been looking? He's madly in love, a very good kind of love, too. He genuinely admires and respects and appreciates all Daphne's sweet and charming qualities." "Then what do you suppose is the matter?" "I have an inkling of the truth. I imagine Mr. Cecil must have let himself in for a prior attachment." "If so, why does he hang about Daphne?" "Because he can't help himself. He's a good fellow and a chivalrous fellow. He admires your cousin, but he must have got himself into some foolish entanglement elsewhere which he is too honourable to break off, while at the same time he's far too much impressed by Daphne's fine qualities to be able to keep away from her. It's the ordinary case of love versus duty." "Is he well off? Could he afford to marry Daphne?" "Oh, his father's very rich. He has plenty of money, a Canadian millionaire, they say. That makes it all the likelier that some undesirable young woman somewhere may have managed to get hold of him. Just the sort of romantic, impressionable hobbledehoy such women angle for." I drummed my fingers on the table. Presently Hilda spoke again. "Why don't you try to get to know him and find out precisely what's the matter?" "I know what's the matter, now you've told me," I answered. "It's as clear as day. Daphne's very much smitten with him too. I'm sorry for Daphne. Well, I'll take your advice. I'll try to have some talk with him." "Do, please. I feel sure I have hit upon it. He has got himself engaged in a hurry to some girl he doesn't really care about, and he's far too much of a gentleman to break it off, though he's in love quite another way with Daphne." Just at that moment the door opened, and my aunt entered. "Why, where's Daphne?" she cried, looking about her and arranging her black lace shawl. "She's just run out into Westbourne Grove to get some gloves and a flower for the feet this evening," Hilda answered. Then she added significantly, "Mr. Holsworthy has gone with her." "What, that boy's been here again?" "Yes, Lady Tepping. He called to see Daphne." My aunt turned to me with an aggrieved tone. It's a peculiarity of my aunt's. I have met it elsewhere, that if she is angry with Jones, and Jones is not present, she assumes a tone of injured asperity on his account towards Brown or Smith, or any other innocent person whom she happens to be addressing. "Now, this is really too bad, Hubert," she burst out as if I were the culprit. "Disgraceful, abominable. I'm sure I can't make out what the young fellow means by it. He comes dangling after Daphne every day and all day long, and never once says whether he means anything by it or not. In my young days such conduct as that would not have been considered respectable." I nodded and beamed benignly. "Well, why don't you answer me?" my aunt went on, warming up. "Do you mean to tell me you think his behaviour respectful to a nice girl in Daphne's position?" "My dear aunt," I answered, "you confound the persons. I'm not Mr. Holsworthy. I decline responsibility for him. I meet him here in your house for the first time this morning." "Then that shows how often you come to see your relations, Hubert," my aunt burst out obliquely. "The man's been here, to my certain knowledge, every day this 6 weeks." "Really, Aunt Fanny?" I said. "You must recollect that a professional man—" Oh, yes, that's the way. Lay it all down to your profession, do, Hubert. Though I know you were at the Thorntons on Saturday. Saw it in the papers. The Morning Post. Among the guests were Sir Edward and Lady Burns, Professor Sebastian, Dr. Hubert Cumberledge, and so forth, and so forth. You think you can conceal these things, but you can't. I get to know them. Conceal them, my dearest aunt. Why, I danced twice with Daphne. Daphne, yes, Daphne. They all run after Daphne, my aunt exclaimed, altering the venue once more. But there's no respect for age left. I expect to be neglected. However, that's neither here nor there. The point is this. You're the one man now living in the family. You ought to behave like a brother to Daphne. Why don't you board this Holsworthy person and ask him his intentions? Goodness gracious, I cried. Most excellent of aunts, that epoch has gone past. The late lamented Queen Anne is now dead. It's no use asking the young man of to-day to explain his intentions. He will refer you to the works of the Scandinavian dramatists. My aunt was speechless. She could only gurgle out the words, "Well, I can safely say that of all the monstrous behavior—" Then language failed her, and she relapsed into silence. However, when Daphne and young Holsworthy returned, I had as much talk with him as I could, and when he left the house, I left also. "Which way are you walking?" I asked, as we turned out into the street. "Towards my rooms in the Temple." "Oh, I'm going back to St. Nathaniel's," I continued. "If you'll allow me, I'll walk part way with you." "How very kind of you." We strode side by side a little distance in silence. Then a thought seemed to strike the lugubrious young man. "What a charming girl your cousin is!" he exclaimed abruptly. "You seem to think so," I answered, smiling. He flushed a little, the lantern jaw grew longer. "I admire her, of course," he answered. "Who doesn't? She is so extraordinarily handsome." "Well, not exactly handsome," I replied, with more critical and kinsmanlike deliberation. "Pretty, if you will, and decidedly pleasing and attractive in manner." He looked me up and down, as if he found me a person singularly deficient in taste and appreciation. "Ah, but then you are her cousin," he said at last, with a compassionate tone. "That makes a difference." "I quite see all Daphne's strong points," I answered, still smiling, for I could perceive he was very far gone. "She is good looking, and she is clever." "Clever!" he echoed. "Profound! She has a most unusual intellect. She stands alone." "Like her mother's silk dresses," I murmured, half under my breath. He took no notice of my flippant remark, but went on with his rhapsody. "Such depth, such penetration, and then how sympathetic! Why, even to mere casual acquaintance like myself, she is so kind, so discerning." "Are you such a casual acquaintance?" I inquired with a smile. It might have shocked Aunt Fanny to hear me, but that is the way we ask a young man his intentions nowadays. He stopped short and hesitated. "Oh, quite casual," he replied, almost stammering. "Most casual, I assure you. I have never ventured to do myself the honor of supposing that Miss Tepping could possibly care for me." "There is such a thing as being too modest and unassuming," I answered. "It sometimes leads to unintentional cruelty." "No, do you think so?" he cried, his face falling all at once. "I should blame myself bitterly if that were so. Dr. Cumberledge, you are her cousin. Do you gather that I have acted in such a way as to lead Miss Tepping to suppose I felt any affection for her?" I laughed in his face. "My dear boy," I answered, laying one hand on his shoulder, "may I say the plain truth? A blind bat could see you are madly in love with her." His mouth twitched. "That's very serious," he answered gravely. Very serious. It is, I responded, with my best paternal manner, gazing blankly in front of me. He stopped short again. Look here, he said, facing me. Are you busy? No? Then come back with me to my rooms and I'll make a clean breast of it. By all means, I assented. When one is young and foolish, I have often noticed as a medical man that a drachm or clean breast is a magnificent prescription. He walked back by my side, talking all the way of Daphne's many adorable qualities. He exhausted the dictionary for laudatory adjectives. By the time I reached his door, it was not his fault if I had not learned that the angelic hierarchy were not in the running with my pretty cousin for graces and virtues. I felt that faith, hope, and charity ought to resign at once in favor of Miss Daphne Tepping promoted. He took me into his comfortably furnished rooms, the luxurious rooms of a rich young bachelor, with taste as well as money, and offered me a partaga. Now I have long observed in the course of my practice that a choice of cigar assists a man in taking a philosophic outlook on the question under discussion, so I accepted the partaga. He sat down opposite me and pointed to a photograph in the center of his mantelpiece. I am engaged to that lady, he put in shortly. So I anticipated, I answered, lightening up. He started and looked surprised. Why, what made you guess it? He inquired. I smiled the calm smile of superior age. I was some 8 years or so his senior. My dear fellow, I murmured, what else could prevent you from proposing to Daphne, when you are so undeniably in love with her? A great deal, he answered. For example, the sense of my own utter unworthiness. One's own unworthiness, I replied, though doubtless real is a barrier that most of us can readily get over when our admiration for a particular lady waxes strong enough. So this is the prior attachment. I took the portrait down and scanned it. Unfortunately, yes. What do you think of her? I scrutinized the features. Seems a nice enough little thing, I answered. It was an innocent face, I admit, very frank and girlish. He leaned forward eagerly. That's just it. A nice enough little thing. Nothing in the world to be said against her, while Daphne, Miss Tepping, I mean. His silence was ecstatic. I examined the photograph still more closely. It displayed a lady of 20 or thereabouts, with a weak face, small vacant features, a feeble chin, a good-humored simple mouth, and a wealth of golden hair that seemed to strike a keynote. In the theatrical profession? I inquired at last, looking up. He hesitated. Well, not exactly, he answered. I pursed my lips and blew a ring. Music hall stage? I went on dubiously. He nodded. But a girl is not necessarily any the less a lady because she sings at a music hall, he added with warmth, displaying an evident desire to be just to his betrothed, however much he admired Daphne. Certainly not, I admitted. A lady is a lady. No occupation can in itself unladify her. But on the music hall stage, the odds, one must admit, are on the whole against her. Now there you show prejudice. One may be quite unprejudiced, I answered, and yet allow that connection with the music hall does not as such afford clear proof that a girl is a compound of all the virtues. I think she is a good girl, he retorted slowly. Then why do you want to throw her over? I inquired. I don't. That's just it. On the contrary, I mean to keep my word and marry her. In order to keep your word? I suggested. He nodded. Precisely. It is a point of honor. That's a poor ground for marriage, I went on. Mind, I don't want for a moment to influence you as Daphne's cousin. I want to get at the truth of the situation. I don't even know what Daphne thinks of you. But you promised me a clean breast. Be a man and bear it. He bared it instantly. I thought I was in love with this girl, you see," he went on, "till I saw Miss Tepping." "That makes a difference," I admitted. "And I couldn't bear to break her heart." "Heaven forbid!" I cried. "It is the one unpardonable sin. Better anything than that." Then I grew practical. "Father's consent?" "My father's? Is it likely? He expects me to marry into some distinguished English family." I hummed a moment. "Well, out with it!" I exclaimed, pointing my cigar at him. He leaned back in his chair and told me the whole story. A pretty girl, golden hair, introduced to her by a friend, nice, simple little thing, mind and heart above the irregular stage onto which she had been driven by poverty alone, father dead, mother in reduced circumstances. To keep the home together, poor Sissy decided. "Precisely so," I murmured, knocking off my ash. "The usual self-sacrifice. Case quite normal. Everything en règle." "You don't mean to say you doubt it?" he cried, flushing up, and evidently regarding me as a hopeless cynic. "I do assure you, Dr. Cumberledge, the poor child, though miles of course below Miss Tepping's level, is as innocent and as good." "As a flower in May, oh yes, I don't doubt it. How did you come to propose to her, though?" He reddened a little. "Well, it was almost accidental," he said sheepishly. "I called there one evening, and her mother had a headache and went up to bed. And when we two were left alone, Sissy talked a great deal about her future and how hard her life was. And after a while she broke down and began to cry, and then—" I cut him short with a wave of my hand. "You need say no more," I put in with a sympathetic face. "We have all been there." We paused a moment while I puffed smoke at the photograph again. "Well," I said at last, "her face looks to me really simple and nice. It is a good face. Do you see her often?" "Oh, no, she's on tour." "In the provinces?" "Yes, just at present at Scarborough." "But she writes to you?" "Every day." "Would you think it an unpardonable impertinence if I made bold to ask whether it would be possible for you to show me a specimen of her letters?" He unlocked a drawer and took out 3 or 4. Then he read one through carefully. "I don't think," he said in a deliberative voice, "it would be a serious breach of confidence in me to let you look through this one. There's really nothing in it, you know. Just the ordinary average everyday love letter." I glanced through the little note. He was right. The conventional hearts and darts epistle. It sounded nice enough. "Longing to see you again, so lonely in this place, your dear sweet letter, looking forward to the time, your ever devoted Sissy." That seems straight," I answered. "However, I'm not quite sure. Will you allow me to take it away with the photograph? I know I'm asking much. I want to show it to a lady in whose tact and discrimination I have the greatest confidence." "What, Daphne?" I smiled. "No, not Daphne," I answered. "Our friend Miss Wade. She has extraordinary insight." "I could trust anything to Miss Wade. She is true as steel." "You're right," I answered. "That shows that you too are a judge of character." He hesitated. "I feel a brute," he cried, "to go on writing every day to Sissy Montague, and yet calling every day to see Miss Tepping. But still I do it." I grasped his hand. "My dear fellow," I said, "nearly 90% of men, after all, are human." End of chapter 2, part 1. Read by Lars Rolander. Chapter 2, part 2 of Hilda Wade. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars Rolander. Hilda Wade, A Woman with Tenacity of Purpose by Grant Allen. Chapter 2, Part 2. I took both letter and photograph back with me to Nathaniel's. When I had gone my rounds that night, I carried them into Hilda Wade's room and told her the story. Her face grew grave. "We must be just," she said at last. "Daphne is deeply in love with him, but even for Daphne's sake we must not take anything for granted against the other lady." I produced the photograph. "What do you make of that?" I asked. "I think it is an honest face, myself, I may tell you." She scrutinized it long and closely with the magnifier. Then she put her head on one side and mused very deliberately. "Madeline Shaw gave me her photograph the other day, and said to me as she gave it, 'I do so like these modern portraits. They show one what might have been.'" "You mean they are so much touched up?" "Exactly. That as it stands is a sweet innocent face, an honest girl's face, almost babyish in its transparency, but the innocence has all been put into it by the photographer." "You think so?" "I know it. Look here at those lines just visible on the cheek. They disappear nowhere at Impossible Angels. And the corners of that mouth. They couldn't go so with that nose and those puckers. The thing is not real. It has been atrociously edited. Part is nature's, part the photographer's, part even possibly paint and powder." "But the underlying face?" "Is a minx." I handed her the letter. "This next?" I asked, fixing my eyes on her as she looked. She read it through. For a minute or two she examined it. "The letter is right enough," she answered after a second reading, "though its guileless simplicity is perhaps, under the circumstances, just a leetle overdone. But the handwriting? The handwriting is duplicity itself, a cunning serpentine hand, no openness or honesty in it. Depend upon it, that girl is playing a double game." "You believe then there is character in handwriting?" "Undoubtedly. When we know the character we can see it in the writing. The difficulty is to see it and read it before we know it, and I have practiced a little at that. There is character in all we do, of course, our walk, our cough, the very wave of our hands. The only secret is not all of us have always skill to see it. Here, however, I feel pretty sure. The curls of the G's and the tails of the Y's, how full they are of wile, of low, underhand trickery." I looked at them as she pointed. "That is true," I exclaimed. "I see it when you show it. Lines meant for effect, no straightness or directness in them." Hilda reflected a moment. "Poor Daphne," she murmured. "I would do anything to help her. I'll tell what might be a good plan." Her face brightened. "My holiday comes next week. I'll run down to Scarborough. It's as nice a place for a holiday as any, and I'll observe this young lady. It can do no harm, and good may come of it." "How kind of you!" I cried. "But you are always all kindness." Hilda went to Scarborough and came back again for a week before going to Brygge, where she proposed to spend the greater part of her holidays. She stopped a night or two in town to report progress, and, finding another nurse ill, promised to fill her place till a substitute was forthcoming. "Well, Dr. Cumberledge," she said when she saw me alone, "I was right. I have found out a fact or two about Daphne's rival." "You have seen her?" I asked. "Seen her? I have stopped for a week in the same house. A very nice lodging house on the Spa front, too. The girl's well enough off. The poverty plea fails. She goes about in good rooms and carries a mother with her." "That's well," I answered. "That looks all right." "Oh, yes. She's quite presentable, has the manners of a lady whenever she chooses. But the chief point is this. She laid her letters every day on the table in the passage outside her door for post, laid them all in a row, so that when one claimed one's own one couldn't help seeing them." Well, that was opened and above board, I continued, beginning to fear we'd hastily misjudged Miss Sissy Montague. Very open, too much so in fact, for I was obliged to note the fact that she wrote 2 letters regularly every day of her life. To my 2 mashes, she explained one afternoon to a young man who was with her as she laid them on the table. One of them was always addressed to Cecil Holsworthy, Esquire. And the other wasn't. Did you note the name? I asked, interested. Yes, here it is. She handed me a slip of paper. I read it. Reginald Nettlecraft, Esquire, 427 Staples Inn, London. What, Reggie Nettlecraft? I cried, amused. Why, he was a very little boy at Charterhouse when I was a big one. He afterwards went to Oxford, and got sent down from Christ Church, for the part he took in burning a Greek bust in Tom Quad, an antique Greek bust, after a bump supper. Just the sort of man I should have expected, Hilda answered, with a suppressed smile. I have a sort of inkling that Miss Montague likes him best. He's nearer her type, but she thinks Cecil Holsworthy the better match. Has Mr. Nettlecraft money? Not a penny, I should say. An allowance from his father, perhaps, who is a Lincolnshire parson, but otherwise nothing. Then, in my opinion, the young lady is playing for Mr. Holsworthy's money, failing which she will decline upon Mr. Nettlecraft's heart. We talked it all over. In the end I said abruptly, Nurse Wade, you have seen Miss Montague, or whatever she calls herself. I have not. I won't condemn her unheard. I have half a mind to run down one day next week to Scarborough and have a look at her. Do. That will suffice. You can judge then for yourself whether or not I am mistaken. I went, and what is more, I heard Miss Sissy sing at her hall, a pretty domestic song, most childish and charming. She impressed me not unfavourably, in spite of what Hilda said. Her peach-blossom cheek might have been art, but looked like nature. She had an open face, a baby smile, and there was a frank girlishness about her dress and manner that took my fancy. After all, I thought to myself, even Hilda Wade is fallible. So that evening, when her turn was over, I made up my mind to go round and call upon her. I had told Cecil Holsworthy my intentions beforehand, and it rather shocked him. He was too much of a gentleman to wish to spy upon the girl he had promised to marry. However, in my case there need be no such scruples. I found the house and asked for Miss Montague. As I mounted the stairs to the drawing-room floor, I heard a sound of voices, the murmur of laughter, idiotic guffaws, suppressed giggles, the masculine and feminine varieties of tomfoolery. "You'd make a splendid woman of business, you would," a young man was saying. I gathered from his drawl that he belonged to that subspecies of the human race which is known as the chappie. "Wouldn't I just?" a girl's voice answered, tittering. I recognized it as Sissy's. "You ought to see me at it. Why, my brother set up a place once for mending bicycles, and I used to stand about the door as if I had just returned from a ride. And when fellows came in with a nut or loose or something, I'd begin talking with them while Bertie tightened it. Then, when they weren't looking, I'd dab the business end of a darning needle so, just plump into their tires. And of course, as soon as they went off, they were back again in a minute to get a puncture mended. I call that business." A roar of laughter greeted the recital of this brilliant incident in a commercial career. As it subsided, I entered. There were 2 men in the room, beside Miss Montague and her mother, and a second young lady. "Excuse this late call," I said, quietly bowing, "but I have only one night in Scarborough, Miss Montague, and I wanted to see you. I am a friend of Mr. Holsworthy's. I told him I'd look you up, and this is my sole opportunity." I felt rather than saw that Miss Montague darted a quick glance of hidden meaning at her friends the chappies. Their faces, in response, ceased to snigger and grew instantly sober. She took my card then, in her alternative manner, as the perfect lady. She presented me to her mother. "Dr. Cumberledge, mamma," she said in a faintly warning voice. "A friend of Mr. Holsworthy's." The old lady half rose. "Let me see," she said, staring at me. "Which is Mr. Holsworthy? Sis? Is it Cecil or Reggie?" One of the chappies burst into a fatuous laugh once more at this remark. "Now you're giving away the whole show, Mrs. Montague," he exclaimed with a chuckle. A look from Miss Sissy immediately checked him. I am bound to admit, however, that after these untoward incidents of the first minute, Miss Montague and her friends behaved throughout with distinguished propriety. Her manners were perfect, I may even say demure. She asked about Cecil with charming naivety. She was frank and girlish. Lots of innocent fun in her, no doubt. She sang us a comic song in excellent taste, which is a severe test, but not a suspicion of double-dealing. If I had not overheard those few words as I came up the stairs, I think I should have gone away believing the poor girl an injured child of nature. As it was, I went back to London the very next day, determined to renew my slight acquaintance with Reggie Nettlecraft. Fortunately, I had a good excuse for going to visit him. I had been asked to collect among old Carthusians for one of those endless testimonials which pursue one through life, and are perhaps the worst nemesis which follows the crime of having wasted one's youth at a public school. A testimonial for a retiring master, or professional cricketer, or washerwoman, or something. And in the course of my duties as collector it was quite natural that I should call upon all my fellow victims. So I went to his rooms in Staples Inn and reintroduced myself. Reggie Nettlecraft had grown up into an unwholesome, spotty, indeterminate young man, with a speckled necktie and cuffs of which he was inordinately proud, and which he insisted on flashing every second minute. He was also evidently self-satisfied, which was odd, for I have seldom seen anyone who afforded less cause for rational satisfaction. "Hello," he said, when I told him my name. "So it's you, is it, Cumberledge?" He glanced at my card. "St. Nathaniel's Hospital. What rot! Why, blow me tight if you haven't turned sawbones." "That is my profession," I answered unashamed. "And you?" "Oh, I don't have any luck, you know, old man. They turned me out of Oxford because I had too much sense of humour for the authorities there. Beastly set of old fogies. Objected to my chucking oyster shells at the tutors' windows. Good old English custom fast becoming obsolete. Then I crammed for the army. But bless your heart, a gentleman has no chance for the army nowadays. A pack of blooming cads, with what they call intellect, read up for the exams, and don't give us a look in. I call it sheer piffle. Then the governor sent me on electrical engineering. Electrical engineering's played out. I put no stock in it. Besides, it's such beastly fag. And then you get your hands dirty. So now I'm reading for the bar, and if only my coach can put me up to tips enough to dodge the examiners, I expect to be called sometime next summer." "And when you have failed for everything?" I inquired, just to test his sense of humour. He swallowed like a roach. "Oh, when I've failed for everything I shall stick up to the governor. Hang it all, a gentleman can't be expected to earn his own livelihood. England's going to the dogs, that's where it is. No snug little sinecures left for chaps like you and me. All this beastly competition. And no respect for the feelings of gentlemen either. Why, would you believe it, Cumberground? We used to call you Cumberground at Charterhouse, I remember, or was it Fig Tree? I happened to get a bit lively in the Haymarket last week after a rattling good supper, and the chap at the police court, old cove with a squint, positively propose to send me to prison, without the option of a fine. I'll trouble you for that. Send me to prison, just for knocking down a common brute of a bobby. There's no mistake about it. England's not a country now for a gentleman to live in."
"Then why not mark your sense of the fact by leaving it?" I inquired with a smile. He shook his head.
"What? Emigrate? No, thank you. I'm not taking any. None of your colonies for me, if you please. I shall stick to the old ship. I'm too much attached to the Empire."
"And yet imperialists," I said, "generally gush over the colonies, the empire on which the sun never sets."
"The Empire in Leicester Square," he responded, gazing at me with unspoken contempt. "Have a whisky and soda, old chap? What now? Never drink between meals? Well, you do surprise me. I suppose that comes of being a sawbones, don't it?"
"Possibly," I answered. "We respect our livers." Then I went on to the ostensible reason of my visit, the Charterhouse testimonial. He slapped his thighs metaphorically, by way of suggesting the depleted condition of his pockets.
"Stony broke, Cumberledge," he murmured. "Stony broke. Honour bright. Unless Bluebird pulls off the Prince of Wales stakes, I really don't know how I'm to pay the benchers."
"It's quite unimportant," I answered. "I was asked to ask you, and I have asked you."
"So I twig, my dear fellow. Sorry to have to say no, but I'll tell you what I can do for you. I can put you upon a straight thing."
I glanced at the mantelpiece. "I see you have a photograph of Miss Sissy Montague," I broke in casually, taking it down and examining it. "With an autograph too. Reggie from Sissy. You are a friend of hers?"
"A friend of hers? I'll trouble you, she is a clinker, Sissy is. You should see that girl smoke. I give you my word of honour, Cumberledge, she can consume cigarettes against any fellow I know in London. Hang it all, a girl like that, you know. Well, one can't help admiring her. Ever seen her?"
"Oh yes, I know her. I called on her, in fact, night before last at Scarborough." He whistled a moment, then broke into an imbecile laugh.
"My gum!" he cried. "This is a start, this is. You don't mean to tell me you are the other Johnny?"
"What other Johnny?" I asked, feeling we were getting near it. He leaned back and laughed again.
"Well, you know that girl Sissy, she's a clever one. She is," he went on after a minute, staring at me. "She's a regular clinker. Got two strings to her bow. That's where the trouble comes in. Me and another fellow. She likes me for love and the other fellow for money. Now don't you come and tell me that you are the other fellow."
"I have certainly never aspired to the young lady's hand," I answered cautiously. "But don't you know your rival's name, then?"
"That's Sissy's blooming cleverness. She's a corker, Sissy is. You don't take a rise out of Sissy in a hurry. She knows that if I knew who the other bloke was, I'd blow upon her little game to him and put him off her. And I would, sip me taters, for I'm nuts on that girl. I tell you, Cumberledge, she is a clinker."
"You seem to me admirably adapted for one another," I answered truthfully. I had not the slightest compunction in handing Reggie Nettlecraft over to Sissy, nor in handing Sissy over to Reggie Nettlecraft.
"Adapted for one another, that's just it. There you hit the right nail plump on the cocoanut, Cumberground. But Sissy's an artful one, she is. She's playing for the other Johnny. He's got the dibs, you know, and Sissy wants the dibs even more than she wants yours truly."
"Got what?" I inquired, not quite catching the phrase.
"The dibs, old man, the chink, the oof, the ready rhino. He rolls in it, she says. I can't find out the chap's name, but I know he's governor something or other in the millionaire trade, somewhere across in America."
"She writes to you, I think?"
That's so, every blooming day. But how the dummy did you come to know it? She lays letters addressed to you on the hall table at her lodgings in Scarborough. The dickens she does. Careless little beggar. Yes, she writes to me pages. She's awfully gone on me, really. She'd marry me if it wasn't for the Johnny with the dips. She doesn't care for him. She wants his money. He dresses badly, don't you see? And after all, the clothes make the man. I'd like to get at him. I'd spoil his pretty face for him." And he assumed a playfully pugilistic attitude. "You really want to get rid of this other fellow?" I asked, seeing my chance. "Get rid of him? Why, of course. Chuck him into the river some nice dark night if I could once get a look at him." "As a preliminary step, would you mind letting me see one of Miss Montague's letters?" I inquired. He drew a long breath. "They're a bit affectionate, you know," he murmured, stroking his bearded chin in hesitation. "She's a hot one, Sissy is. She pitches it pretty warm on the affection stop, I can tell you. But if you really think you can give the other Johnny a cut on the head with her letters, well, in the interests of true love, which never does run smooth, I don't mind letting you have a squint, as my friend, at one of her charming billet-doux." He took a bundle from a drawer, ran his eye over one or two with a maudlin air, and then selected a specimen not fully unsuitable for publication. "There's one in the eye for C," he said, chuckling. "What could C say to that, I wonder? She always calls him C, you know. It's so jolly non-committing, she says. I only wish that beastly old bore C were at Halifax, which is where he comes from, and then I would fly at once to my own dear Reggie. But hang it all, Reggie boy, what's the good of true love if you haven't got the dips? I must have my comforts. Love in a cottage is all very well in its way, but who's to pay for the fizz, Reggie? That's her refinement, don't you see? Sissy's awfully refined. She was brought up with the tastes and habits of a lady." "Clearly so," I answered. Both her literary style and her liking for champagne abundantly demonstrate it. His acute sense of humour did not enable him to detect the irony of my observation. I doubt if it extended much beyond oyster shells. He handed me the letter. I read it through with equal amusement and gratification. If Miss Sissy had written it on purpose in order to open Cecil Holsworthy's eyes, she couldn't have managed the matter better or more effectually. It breathed ardent love, tempered by a determination to sell her charms in the best and highest matrimonial market. "Now, I know this man C," I said when I had finished, "and I want to ask whether you will let me show him Miss Montague's letter. It would set him against the girl, who, as a matter of fact, is totally unfitted for him." "Let you show it to him? Like a bird. Why, Sissy promised me herself that if she couldn't bring that solemn ass C up to the scratch by Christmas, she'd chuck him and marry me. It's here in writing." And he handed me another gem of epistolary literature. "You have no compunctions?" I asked again, after reading it. "Not a blessed compunction to my name." "Then neither have I," I answered. I felt they both deserved it. Sissy was a minx, as Hilda rightly judged, while as for Nettlecraft, well, if a public school and an English university leave a man a cad he will be, and there is nothing more to be said about it. I went straight off with the letters to Cecil Holsworthy. He read them through half incredulously at first. He was too honest-natured himself to believe in the possibility of such double-dealing, that one could have innocent eyes and golden hair and yet be a trickster. He read them twice, then he compared them word for word with the simple affection and childlike tone of his own last letter received from the same lady. Her versatility of style would have done honour to a practised literary craftsman. At last he handed them back to me. "Do you think," he said, "on the evidence of these, I should be doing wrong in breaking with her?" "Wrong in breaking with her!" I exclaimed. "You would be doing wrong if you didn't, wrong to yourself, wrong to your family, wrong, if I may venture to say so, to Daphne, wrong even in the long run to the girl herself, for she is not fitted for you, and she is fitted for Reggie Nettlecraft. Now do as I bid you. Sit down at once and write her a letter from my dictation." He sat down and wrote, much relieved that I took the responsibility off his shoulders. "Dear Miss Montague," I began, "the enclosed letters have come into my hands without my seeking it. After reading them, I feel that I have absolutely no right to stand between you and the man of your real choice. It would not be kind or wise of me to do so. I release you at once, and consider myself released. You may therefore regard our engagement as irrevocably cancelled. Faithfully yours, Cecil Holsworthy." "Nothing more than that?" he asked, looking up and biting his pen. "Not a word of regret or apology?" "Not a word," I answered. "You are really too lenient." I made him take it out and post it before he could invent conscientious scruples. Then he turned to me irresolutely. "What shall I do next?" he asked, with a comical air of doubt. I smiled. "My dear fellow, that is a matter for your own consideration." "But do you think she will laugh at me?" "Miss Montague?" "No, Daphne." "I am not in Daphne's confidence," I answered. "I don't know how she feels, but on the face of it I think I can venture to assure you that at least she won't laugh at you." He grasped my hand hard. "You don't mean to say so!" he cried. "Well, that's really very kind of her. A girl of Daphne's high type, and I, who feel myself so utterly unworthy of her." "We are all unworthy of a good woman's love," I answered. "But thank heaven the good women don't seem to realize it." That evening about 10 my new friend came back in a hurry to my rooms at St. Nathaniel's. Nurse Wade was standing there, giving her report for the night when he entered. His face looked some inches shorter and broader than usual. His eyes beamed, his mouth was radiant. "Well, you won't believe it, Dr. Cumberledge," he began, "but—" "Yes, I do believe it," I answered. "I know. I have read it already." "Read it?" he cried. "Where?" I waved my hand towards his face. "In a special edition of the evening papers," I answered, smiling. "Daphne has accepted you." He sank into an easy chair beside himself with rapture. "Yes, yes, that angel! Thanks to you, she has accepted me." "Thanks to Miss Wade," I said, correcting him. "It is really all her doing. If she had not seen through the photograph to the face, and through the face to the woman and the base little heart of her, we might never have found her out." He turned to Hilda with eyes all gratitude. "You have given me the dearest and best girl on earth," he cried, seizing both her hands. "And I have given Daphne a husband who will love and appreciate her," Hilda answered, flushing. "You see," I said maliciously, "I told you they never find us out, Holsworthy." As for Reggie Nettlecraft and his wife, I should like to add that they are getting on quite as well as could be expected. Reggie has joined his Sissy on the music hall stage, and all those who have witnessed his immensely popular performance of The Drunken Gentleman before the Bow Street Police Court acknowledge without reserve that, after failing for everything, he has dropped at last into his true vocation. His impersonation of the part is said to be nature itself. I see no reason to doubt it. End of chapter 2, part 2. Read by Lars Rolander. Chapter 3, part 1 of Hilda Wade. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars Rolander. Hilda Wade, A Woman with Tenacity of Purpose by Grant Allen. Chapter 3, Part 1. The Episode of the Wife Who Did Her Duty. To make you understand my next yarn, I must go back to the date of my introduction to Hilda. "It is witchcraft," I said the first time I saw her at Legate's luncheon party. She smiled a smile which was bewitching indeed, but by no means witch-like, a frank, open smile, with just a touch of natural feminine triumph in it. "No, not witchcraft," she answered, helping herself with her dainty fingers to a burnt almond from the Venetian glass dish. "Not witchcraft. Memory, aided perhaps by some native quickness of perception. Though I say it myself, I never met anyone, I think, whose memory goes quite as far as mine does." "You don't mean quite as far back?" I cried, jesting, for she looked about 24 and had cheeks like a ripe nectarine, just as pink and just as softly downy. She smiled again, showing a row of semi-transparent teeth with a gleam in the depths of them. She was certainly most attractive. She had that indefinable, incommunicable, unanalyzable personal quality which we know as charm. "No, not as far back," she repeated, "though indeed I often seem to remember things that happened before I was born, like Queen Elizabeth's visit to Kenilworth. I recollect so vividly all that I have heard or read about them. But as far in extent, I mean. I never let anything drop out of my memory. As this case shows you, I can recall even quite unimportant and casual bits of knowledge when any chance clue happens to bring them back to me." She had certainly astonished me. The occasion for my astonishment was the fact that when I handed her my card, "Dr. Hubert Ford Cumberledge, St. Nathaniel's Hospital," she had glanced at it for a second and exclaimed without sensible pause or break, "Oh, then of course you're half Welsh, as I am." The instantaneous and apparent inconsecutiveness of her inference took me aback. "Well, yes, I am half Welsh," I replied. "My mother came from Carnivore, but why then, and of course? I fail to perceive your train of reasoning." She laughed a sunny little laugh, like one well accustomed to receive such inquiries. "Fancy asking a woman to give you the train of reasoning for her intuitions!" she cried merrily. "That shows, Dr. Cumberledge, that you are a mere man, a man of science, perhaps, but not a psychologist. It also suggests that you are a confirmed bachelor. A married man accepts intuitions without expecting them to be based on reasoning. Well, just this once I will stretch a point to enlighten you. If I recollect right, your mother died about 3 years ago?" "You are quite correct. Then you knew my mother?" "Oh, dear me, no. I never even met her. Why then?" Her look was mischievous. "But unless I mistake, I think she came from Henrequed, near Bangor." "Wales is a village," I exclaimed, catching my breath. "Every Welsh person seems to know all about every other." My new acquaintance smiled again. When she smiled she was irresistible, a laughing face protruding from a cloud of diaphanous drapery. "Now shall I tell you how I came to know that?" she asked, poising a glazed cherry on her dessert fork in front of her. "Shall I explain my trick like the conjurers?" "Conjurers never explain anything," I answered. "They say, 'So you see, that's how it's done,' with a swift whisk of the hand, and leave you as much in the dark as ever. Don't explain like the conjurers, but tell me how you guessed it." She shut her eyes and seemed to turn her glance inward. "About 3 years ago," she began slowly, like one who reconstructs with an effort a half forgotten scene, I saw a notice in the Times, births, deaths, and marriages. On the 27th of October, was it the 27th?" The keen brown eyes opened again for a second and flashed inquiry into mine. "Quite right," I answered, nodding. "I thought so. On the 27th of October at Brynmore, Bournemouth, Emily Olwen Josephine, widow of the late Thomas Cumberledge, sometime Colonel of the 7th Bengal Regiment of Foot, and daughter of Iolo Gwyn Ford, Esquire, J.P., of Henry Quaid, near Bangor. Am I correct?" She lifted her dark eyelashes once more and flooded me. "You are quite correct," I answered, surprised. "And that is really all that you knew of my mother?" "Absolutely all. The moment I saw your card, I thought to myself in a breath, Ford, Cumberledge, what do I know of those two names? I have some link between them. Ah, yes, found Mrs. Cumberledge, wife of Colonel Thomas Cumberledge, of the 7th Bengals, was a Miss Ford, daughter of a Mr. Ford of Bangor. That came to me like a lightning gleam. Then I said to myself again, Dr. Hubert Ford Cumberledge must be their son. So there you have the train of reasoning. Women can reason sometimes. I had to think twice, though, before I could recall the exact words of the Times notice." "And you can do the same with every one?" "Every one? Oh, come now, that is expecting too much. I have not read, marked, learnt, and inwardly digested every one's family announcements. I don't pretend to be the peerage, the clergy list, and the London Directory rolled into one. I remembered your family all the more vividly, no doubt because of the pretty and unusual old Welsh names, Olwen and Iolo Gwyn Ford, which fixed themselves on my memory by their mere beauty. Everything about Wales always attracts me. My Welsh side is uppermost. But I have hundreds, oh, thousands of such facts stored and pigeon-holed in my memory. If anybody else cares to try me," she glanced round the table, "perhaps we may be able to test my power that way." 2 or 3 of the company accepted her challenge, giving the full names of their sisters or brothers, and in 3 cases out of 5 my witch was able to supply either the notice of their marriage or some other like published circumstance. In the instance of Charlie Vere, it is true she went wrong, just at first, though only in a single small particular. It was not Charlie himself who was gazetted to a sub-lieutenancy in the Warwickshire regiment, but his brother Walter. However, the moment she was told of this slip, she corrected herself at once and added like lightning, "Ah, yes, how stupid of me! I have mixed up the names. Charles Cassilis Vere got an appointment on the same day in the Rhodesian Mounted Police, didn't he?" Which was in point of fact quite accurate. But I am forgetting that all this time I have not even now introduced my witch to you. Hilda Wade, when I first saw her, was one of the prettiest, cheeriest, and most graceful girls I have ever met. A dusky blonde, brown-eyed, brown-haired, with a creamy, waxen whiteness of skin that was yet warm and peachy downy. And I wish to insist from the outset upon the plain fact that there was nothing uncanny about her. In spite of her singular faculty of insight, which sometimes seemed to illogical people almost weird or eerie, she was in the main a bright, well-educated, sensible, winsome, lawn-tennis playing English girl. Her vivacious spirits rose superior to her surroundings, which were often sad enough. But she was above all things wholesome, unaffected, and sparkling, a gleam of sunshine. She laid no claim to supernatural powers. She held no dealings with familiar spirits. She was simply a girl of strong personal charm, endowed with an astounding memory and a rare measure of feminine intuition. Her memory, she told me, she shared with her father and all her father's family. They were famous for their prodigious faculty in that respect. Her impulsive temperament and quick instincts, on the other hand, descended to her, she thought, from her mother and her Welsh ancestry. Externally she seemed thus at first sight little more than the ordinary pretty, light-hearted English girl, with a taste for field sports, especially riding, and a native love for the country. But at times one caught in the brightened colour of her lustrous brown eyes certain curious undercurrents of depth, of reserve, and of a questioning wistfulness, which made you suspect the presence of profounder elements in her nature. From the earliest moment of our acquaintance, indeed, I can say with truth that Hilda Wade interested me immensely. I felt drawn. Her face had that strange quality of compelling attention, for which we have as yet no English name, but which everybody recognizes. You could not ignore her. She stood out. She was the sort of girl one was constrained to notice. It was Legate's first luncheon party since his second marriage. Big bearded, genial, he beamed round on us jubilant. He was proud of his wife and proud of his recent Q.C.ship. The new Mrs. Legate sat at the head of the table, handsome, capable, self-possessed, a vivid, vigorous woman, and a model hostess. Though still quite young, she was large and commanding. Everybody was impressed by her. Such a good mother to those poor motherless children, all the ladies declared in a chorus of applause, and indeed she had the face of a splendid manager. I said as much in an undertone over the ices to Miss Wade, who sat beside me, though I ought not to have discussed them at their own table. "Hugo Legate seems to have made an excellent choice," I murmured. "Mace and Etty will be lucky indeed to be taken care of by such a competent stepmother. Don't you think so?" My witch glanced up at her hostess with a piercing dart of the keen brown eyes, held her wine glass half raised, and then electrified me by uttering in the same low voice, audible to me alone, but quite clearly and unhesitatingly, these astounding words: "I think, before 12 months are out, Mr. Legate will have murdered her." For a minute I could not answer, so startling was the effect of this confident prediction. One does not expect to be told such things at lunch, over the port and peaches, about one's dearest friends, beside their own mahogany. And the assured air of unfaltering conviction with which Hilda Wade said it to a complete stranger took my breath away. Why did she think so at all? And if she thought so, why choose me as the recipient of her singular confidences? I gasped and wondered. "What makes you fancy anything so unlikely?" I asked aside at last, behind the babel of voices. "You quite alarm me." She rolled a mouthful of apricot ice reflectively on her tongue, and then murmured in a similar aside, "Don't ask me now. Some other time will do. But I mean what I say. Believe me, I do not speak at random." She was quite right, of course. To continue would have been equally rude and foolish. I had perforce to bottle up my curiosity for the moment and wait till my Sybil was in the mood for interpreting. After lunch we adjourned to the drawing room. Almost at once Hilda Wade flitted up with her brisk step to the corner where I was sitting. "Oh, Dr. Cumberledge," she began, as if nothing odd had occurred before, "I was so glad to meet you and have a chance of talking to you, because I do so want to get a nurse's place at St. Nathaniel's." "A nurse's place!" I exclaimed, a little surprised, surveying her dress of palest and softest Indian muslin, for she looked to me far too much of a butterfly for such serious work. "Do you really mean it, or are you one of the 10,000 modern young ladies who are in quest of a mission, without understanding that missions are unpleasant? Nursing, I can tell you, is not all crimped cap and becoming uniform." "I know that," she answered, growing grave. I ought to know it. I am a nurse already at St. George's Hospital." "You are a nurse, and at St. George's? Yet you want to change to Nathaniel's. Why? St. George's is in a much nicer part of London, and the patients there come on an average from a much better class than ours in Smithfield." "I know that too, but Sebastian is at St. Nathaniel's, and I want to be near Sebastian." "Professor Sebastian!" I cried, my face lighting up with a gleam of enthusiasm at our great teacher's name. "Ah, if it is to be under Sebastian that you desire, I can see you mean business. I know now you are in earnest." "In earnest?" she echoed, that strange deeper shade coming over her face as she spoke, while her tone altered. "Yes, I think I am in earnest. It is my object in life to be near Sebastian, to watch him and observe him, I mean to succeed. But I have given you my confidence, perhaps too hastily, and I must implore you not to mention my wish to him." "You may trust me implicitly," I answered. "Oh, yes, I saw that," she put in with a quick gesture. "Of course, I saw by your face you were a man of honor, a man one could trust, or I would not have spoken to you. But you promise me?" "I promise you," I replied, naturally flattered. She was delicately pretty, and her quaint oracular air, so incongruous with the dainty face and the fluffy brown hair, piqued me not a little. That special mysterious commodity of charm seemed to pervade all she did and said. So I added, "And I will mention to Sebastian that you wish for a nurse's place at Nathaniel's. As you have had experience and can be recommended, I suppose, by Legate's sister, with whom she had come, no doubt you can secure an early vacancy." "Thanks so much," she answered, with that delicious smile. It had an infantile simplicity about it, which contrasted most piquantly with her prophetic manner. "Only," I went on, assuming a confidential tone, "you really must tell me why you said that just now about Hugo Legate. Recollect, your Delphian utterances have gravely astonished and disquieted me. Hugo is one of my oldest and dearest friends, and I want to know why you have formed this sudden bad opinion of him." "Not of him, but of her," she answered, to my surprise, taking a small Norwegian dagger from the whatnot and playing with it to distract attention. "Come, come now," I cried, drawing back. "You are trying to mystify me. This is deliberate seermongery. You are presuming on your powers. But I'm not the sort of man to be caught by horoscopes. I decline to believe it." She turned on me with a meaning glance. Those truthful eyes fixed me. "I am going from here straight to my hospital," she murmured with a quiet air of knowledge, talking, I mean to say, like one who really knows. "This room is not the place to discuss this matter, is it? If you will walk back to St. George's with me, I think I can make you see and feel that I am speaking not at haphazard, but from observation and experience." Her confidence roused my most vivid curiosity. When she left, I left with her. The Legates lived in one of those new streets of large houses on Campden Hill, so that our way eastward lay naturally through Kensington Gardens. It was a sunny June day, when light pierced even through the smoke of London, and the shrubberies breathed the breath of white lilacs. "Now, what did you mean by that enigmatical saying?" I asked my new Cassandra, as we strolled down the scent laden path. "Woman's intuition is all very well in its way, but a mere man be excused if he asks for evidence." She stopped short as I spoke, and gazed full into my eyes. Her hand fingered her parasol handle. "I meant what I said," she answered with emphasis. "Within 1 year Mr. Legate will have murdered his wife. You may take my word for it." "Legate!" I cried. "Never! I know the man so well. A big, good natured, kindly schoolboy. He's the gentlest and best of mortals. Legate a murderer! Impossible!" Her eyes were far away. "Has it never occurred to you," she asked slowly, with her pythoness air, "that there are murders and murders? Murders which depend in the main upon the murderer, and also murders which depend in the main upon the victim?" "The victim? What do you mean?" "Well, there are brutal men who commit murder out of sheer brutality, the ruffians of the slums. And there are sordid men who commit murder for sordid money, the insurers who want to forestall their policies, the poisoners who want to inherit property. But have you ever realized that there are also murders who become so by accident, through their victims' idiosyncrasy? I thought all the time while I was watching Mrs. Legate, that woman is of the sort predestined to be murdered. And when you asked me, I told you so. I may have been imprudent, still I saw it, and I said it." "But this is second sight," I cried, drawing away. "Do you pretend to prevision?" "No, not second sight, nothing uncanny, nothing supernatural. But prevision, yes, prevision based not on omens or auguries, but on solid fact, on what I have seen and noticed." "Explain yourself, O prophetess!" She let the point of her parasol make a curved trail on the gravel, and followed its serpentine wavings with her eyes. "You know our house surgeon?" she asked at last, looking up of a sudden. "What, Travers? Oh, intimately." "Then come to my ward and see. After you have seen, you will perhaps believe me." Nothing that I could say would get any further explanation out of her just then. "You would laugh at me if I told you," she persisted. "You won't laugh when you have seen it." We walked on in silence as far as Hyde Park Corner. There my swings tripped lightly up the steps of St. George's Hospital. "Get Mr. Travers's leave," she said with a nod and a bright smile, "to visit Nurse Wade's ward? Then come up to me there in 5 minutes." I explained to my friend the house surgeon that I wished to see certain cases in the accident ward of which I had heard. He smiled a restrained smile. "Nurse Wade, no doubt," but, of course, gave me permission to go up and look at them. "Stop a minute," he added, "and I'll come with you." When we got there my witch had already changed her dress, and was waiting for us demurely in the neat dove-colored gown and smooth white apron of the hospital nurses. She looked even prettier and more meaningful so than in her ethereal outside summer cloud muslin. "Come over to this bed," she said at once to Travers and myself, without the least air of mystery. "I will show you what I mean by it." "Nurse Wade has remarkable insight," Travers whispered to me as we went. "I can believe it," I answered. "Look at this woman," she went on aside in a low voice. "No, not the first bed, the one beyond it, number 60. I don't want the patient to know you are watching her. Do you observe anything odd about her appearance?" "She is somewhat the same type," I began, "as Mrs." Before I could get out the words, Legate, her warning eye and puckering forehead, had stopped me. "As the lady we were discussing," she interposed with a quiet wave of one hand. "Yes, in some points very much so. You notice in particular her scanty hair? So thin and poor, though she is young and good looking." "It is certainly rather a feeble crop for a woman of her age," I admitted, "and pale at that, and washy." "Precisely. It's done up behind about as big as a nutmeg. Now observe the contour of her back as she sits up there. It is curiously curved, isn't it?" "Very," I replied. "Not exactly a stoop, nor yet quite a hunch, but certainly an odd spinal configuration." "Like our friends, once more?" "Like our friends, exactly." Hilda Wade looked away, lest she should attract the patient's attention. "Well, that woman was brought in here half dead, assaulted by her husband," she went on, with a note of unobtrusive demonstration. "We get a great many such cases," Travers put in with true medical unconcern. "Very interesting cases. and Nurse Wade has pointed out to me the singular fact that in almost all instances the patients resemble one another physically." "Incredible!" I cried. "I can understand that there might well be a type of men who assault their wives, but not surely a type of women who get assaulted." "That is because you know less about it than Nurse Wade," Travers answered, with an annoying smile of superior knowledge. Our instructress moved on to another bed, laying one gentle hand as she passed on a patient's forehead. The patient glanced gratitude. "That one again," she said once more, half indicating a cot at a little distance. "Number 74. She has much the same thin hair, sparse, weak, and colorless. She has much the same curved back, and much the same aggressive, self-assertive features. Looks capable, doesn't she? A born housewife. Well, she too was knocked down and kicked half dead the other night by her husband." "It is certainly odd," I answered, "how very much they both recall—" "Our friend at lunch? Yes, extraordinary. See here." She pulled out a pencil and drew the quick outline of a face in her notebook. "That is what is central and essential to the type. They have this sort of profile. Women with faces like that always get assaulted." Travers glanced over her shoulder. "Quite true," he assented with his bourgeois nod. "Nurse Wade in her time has shown me dozens of them. Round dozens, baker's dozens. They all belong to that species. In fact, when a woman of this type is brought in to us wounded now, I ask at once, 'Husband?' and the invariable answer comes pat, 'Well, yes, sir, we had some words together.' The effect of words, my dear fellow, is something truly surprising." "They can pierce like a dagger," I mused. "And leave an open wound behind that requires dressing," Travers added, unsuspecting. Practical man, Travers. "But why do they get assaulted, the women of this type?" I asked, still bewildered. "Number 87 has her mother just come to see her," my sorceress interposed. "She's an assault case, brought in last night, badly kicked and bruised about the head and shoulders. Speak to the mother. She'll explain it all to you." End of chapter 3, part 1. Read by Lars Rolander. Chapter 3, part 2 of Hilda Wade. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars Rolander. Hilda Wade, A Woman with Tenacity of Purpose, by Grant Allen. Chapter 3, Part 2. Travers and I moved over to the cot her hand scarcely indicated. "Well, your daughter looks pretty comfortable this afternoon, in spite of the little fuss," Travers began tentatively. "Yes, she is a bit tidy, thank'ee," the mother answered, smoothing her soiled black gown, grown green with long service. "She'll get on now, please God. But Joe most did for her." "How did it all happen?" Travers asked in a jaunty tone, to draw her out. "Well, it was like this, sir, yer see. My daughter, she's a liddy as keeps herself to herself, as the sayin' is, and holds her head up. She keeps up a proper pride, and minds her house and her little uns. She ain't no gadabat, but she 'ave a tongue, she 'ave." The mother lowered her voice cautiously, lest the liddy should hear. "I don't deny it that she 'ave a tongue at times, though, through myself having suffered from it. And when she do go on, Lord bless you, why there ain't no stopping of her." "Oh, she has a tongue, has she?" Travers replied, surveying the case critically. "Well, you know, she looks like it." "So she do, sir, so she do. And Joe is a man as wouldn't hurt a biby, not when he's sober. Joe wouldn't. But he'd been at, that's where it is, and he come home late, a bit fresh, through having been at the Friendly Lead, and me daughter Yersey, she up and give it to him. My word, she did give it to him. And yo, he's a peaceable man when he ain't a bit fresh. He's more like a friend to her than a husband. Yo is. But he lost his temper that time, as you may say, by reason of being fresh, and he knocked her about a little, and knocked her teeth out. So we brought her to the hospital." The injured woman raised herself up in bed with a vindictive scowl, displaying as she did so the same whale-like curved back as in the other cases. "But we've sent him to the lock-up," she continued, the scowl giving way fast to a radiant joy of victory as she contemplated her triumph. "And what's more, I had the last word of him, and he'll get 6 months for this, the neighbour says. And when he comes out again, my God, won't he catch it!" "You look capable of punishing him for it," I answered as I spoke. I shuddered, for I saw her expression was precisely the expression Mrs. Legate's face had worn for a passing second when her husband accidentally trod on her dress as we left the dining room. My witch moved away. We followed. "Well, what do you say to it now?" she asked, gliding among the beds with noiseless feet and ministering fingers. "Say to it," I answered, "that it is wonderful, wonderful. You have quite convinced me." "You would think so," Travers put in, "if you had been in this ward as often as I have, and observed their faces. It's a dead certainty. Sooner or later that type of woman is cocksure to be assaulted." "In a certain rank of life, perhaps," I answered, still loth to believe it, "but not surely in ours. Gentlemen do not knock down their wives and kick their teeth out." My Sybil smiled. "No, their class tells," she admitted. "They take longer about it, and suffer more provocation. They curb their tempers, but in the end, one day, they are goaded beyond endurance, and then a convenient knife, a rusty old sword, a pair of scissors, anything that comes handy, like that dagger this morning, one wild blow, half unpremeditated, and the thing is done. 12 good men and true will find it wilful murder." I felt really perturbed. "But can we do nothing," I cried, "to warn poor Hugo?" "Nothing, I fear," she answered. "After all, character must work itself out in its interactions with character. He has married that woman, and he must take the consequences. Does not each of us in life suffer perforce the nemesis of his own temperament?" "Then is there not also a type of men who assault their wives?" "That is the odd part of it. No. All kinds, good and bad, quick and slow, can be driven to it at last. The quick-tempered stab or kick, the slow devise some deliberate means of ridding themselves of their burden. But surely we might caution Legate of his danger." "It is useless. He would not believe us. We cannot be at his elbow to hold back his hand when the bad moment comes. Nobody will be there, as a matter of fact, for women of this temperament, born naggers, in short, since that's what it comes to, when they are also ladies, graceful and gracious as she is, never nag at all before outsiders. To the world they are bland. Everybody says, 'What charming talkers!' They are angels abroad, devils at home, as the proverb puts it. Some night she will provoke him, when they are alone, till she has reached his utmost limit of endurance, and then," she drew one hand across her dove-like throat, "it will be all finished." "You think so?" "I'm sure of it. We human beings go straight like sheep to our natural destiny." "But that is fatalism." "No, not fatalism. Insight into temperament. Fatalists believe that your life is arranged for you beforehand from without, willy-nilly. You must act so." "I only believe that in this jostling world your life is mostly determined by your own character, in its interaction with the characters of those who surround you. Temperament works itself out. It is your own acts and deeds that make up fate for you." For some months after this meeting, neither Hilda Wade nor I saw anything more of the Legates. They left town for Scotland at the end of the season, and when all the grouse had been duly slaughtered, and all the salmon duly hooked, they went on to Leicestershire for the opening of fox hunting. So it was not till after Christmas that they returned to Campden Hill. Meanwhile I had spoken to Dr. Sebastian about Miss Wade, and on my recommendation he had found her a vacancy at our hospital. "A most intelligent girl, Cumberledge," he remarked to me with a rare burst of approval, for the Professor was always critical, after she had been at work for some weeks at St. Nathaniel's. "I am glad you introduced her here. A nurse with brains is such a valuable accessory, unless of course she takes to thinking. But Nurse Wade never thinks. She is a useful instrument, does what she is told, and carries out one's orders implicitly." "She knows enough to know when she doesn't know," I answered, "which is really the rarest kind of knowledge." "Unrecorded among young doctors," the Professor retorted with his sardonic smile. "They think they understand the human body from top to toe, when in reality, well, they might do the measles." Early in January I was invited again to lunch with the Legates. Hilda Wade was invited too. The moment we entered the house we were both of us aware that some grim change had come over it. Legate met us in the hall, in his old genial style, it is true, but still with a certain reserve, a curious veiled timidity which we had not known in him. Big and good humoured as he was, with kindly eyes beneath the shaggy eyebrows, he seemed strangely subdued now. The boyish buoyancy had gone out of him. He spoke rather lower than was his natural key, and welcomed us warmly, though less effusively than of old. An irreproachable housemaid in a spotless cap ushered us into the transfigured drawing room. Mrs. Legate, in a pretty cloth dress, neatly tailor-made, rose to meet us, beaming the vapid smile of the perfect hostess, that impartial smile which falls like the rain from heaven on good and bad indifferently. "So charmed to see you again, Dr. Cumberledge," she bubbled out with a cheerful air. She was always cheerful, mechanically cheerful, from a sense of duty. "It is such a pleasure to meet dear Hugo's old friends, and Miss Wade too. How delightful! You look so well, Miss Wade. Oh, you're both at St. Nathaniel's now, aren't you? So you can come together. What a privilege for you, Dr. Cumberledge, to have such a clever assistant, or rather fellow worker. It must be a great life, yours, Miss Wade, such a sphere of usefulness. If we can only feel we are doing good, that is the main matter. For my own part, I like to be mixed up with every good work that's going on in my neighbourhood. I'm the soup kitchen, you know, and I'm visitor at the workhouse, and I'm the Dorcas Society, and the Mutual Improvement Class, and the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals and to Children, and I'm sure I don't know how much else. So that, what with all that, and what with dear Hugo and the darling children," she glanced affectionately at Maisie and Etty, who sat bolt upright, very mute and still, in their best and stiffest frocks, on two stools in the corner, "I can hardly find time for my social duties." "Oh, dear Mrs. Legate," one of her visitors said with effusion from beneath a nodding bonnet. She was the wife of a rural dean from Staffordshire. "Everybody's agreed that your social duties are performed to a marvel. They are the envy of Kensington." We all of us wonder indeed how one woman can find time for all of it." Our hostess looked pleased. "Well, yes," she answered, gazing down at her fawn-coloured dress with a half-suppressed smile of self-satisfaction. "I flatter myself I can get through about as much work in a day as anybody." Her eye wandered round her rooms with a modest air of placid self-approval, which was almost comic. Everything in them was as well kept and as well polished as good servants, thoroughly drilled, could make it. Not a stain or a speck anywhere. A miracle of neatness. Indeed, when I carelessly drew the Norwegian dagger from its scabbard, as we waited for lunch, and found that it stuck in the sheath, I almost started to discover that rust could intrude into that orderly household. I recollected then how Hilda Wade had pointed out to me during those 6 months at St. Nathaniel's that the women whose husbands assaulted them were almost always notable housewives, as they say in America, good souls who prided themselves not a little on their skill in management. They were capable, practical mothers of families, with a boundless belief in themselves, a sincere desire to do their duty as far as they understood it, and a habit of impressing their virtues upon others which was quite beyond all human endurance. Placidity was their note, provoking placidity. I felt sure it must have been of a woman of this type that the famous phrase was coined, Elle a toutes les vertus, et elle est insupportable. "Clara, dear," the husband said, "shall we go in to lunch?" "You dear, stupid boy, are we not all waiting for you to give your arm to Lady Maitland?" The lunch was perfect, and it was perfectly served. The silver glowed, the linen was marked with H. C. Le G. in a most artistic monogram. I noticed that the table decorations were extremely pretty. Somebody complimented our hostess upon them. Mrs. Legate nodded and smiled. "I arranged them. Dear Hugo, in his blundering way, the big darling, forgot to get me the orchids I had ordered, so I had to make shift with what few things our own wee conservatory afforded. Still, with a little taste and a little ingenuity." She surveyed her handiwork with just pride, and left the rest to our imaginations. "Only you ought to explain, Clara," Legate began in a deprecatory tone. "Now, you darling old bear, we won't harp on that twice-told tale again," Clara interrupted with a knowing smile. "Point de réchauffe. Let us leave one another's misdeeds and one another's explanations for their proper sphere, the family circle. The orchids did not turn up, that is the point, and I managed to make shift with the plumbago and the geraniums. Maisie, my sweet, not that pudding, if you please. Too rich for you, darling? I know your digestive capacities better than you do. I have told you 50 times it doesn't agree with you. A small slice of the other one." "Yes, mamma," Maisie answered with a cowed and cowering air. I felt sure she would have murmured, "Yes, mamma," in the self same tone if the second Mrs. Legate had ordered her to hang herself. "I saw you in the park yesterday on your bicycle, Etty," Legate's sister, Mrs. Mallett, put in. "But do you know, dear, I didn't think your jacket was half warm enough." "Mamma doesn't like me to wear a warmer one," the child answered with a visible shudder of recollection, "though I should love to, Aunt Lina." "My precious Etty, what nonsense, for a violent exercise like bicycling, where one gets so hot, so unbecomingly hot. You'd be simply stifled, darling." I caught a darted glance which accompanied the words, and which made Etty recoil into the recesses of her pudding. "But yesterday was so cold, Clara," Mrs. Mallet went on, actually venturing to oppose the infallible authority. "A nipping morning, and such a flimsy coat. Might not the dear child be allowed to judge for herself in a matter purely of her own feelings?" Mrs. Legate, with just the shadow of a shrug, was all sweet reasonableness. She smiled more suavely than ever. "Surely, Lina," she remonstrated in her frankest and most convincing tone, "I must know best what is good for dear Etty, when I have been watching her daily for more than 6 months past, and taking the greatest pains to understand both her constitution and her disposition. She needs hardening, Etty does, hardening. Don't you agree with me, Hugo?" Legate shuffled uneasily in his chair. Big man as he was, with his great black beard and manly bearing, I could see he was afraid to differ from her overtly. "Well, perhaps, Clara," he began, peering from under the shaggy eyebrows, "it would be best for a delicate child like Etty." Mrs. Legate smiled a compassionate smile. "Ah, I forgot," she cawed sweetly. "Dear Hugo never can understand the upbringing of children. It is a sense denied him. We women know," with a sage nod. "They were wild little savages when I took them in hand first, weren't you, Maisie? Do you remember, dear, how you broke the looking-glass in the boudoir like an untamed young monkey? Talking of monkeys, Mr. Cotswold, have you seen those delightful, clever, amusing French pictures at that place in Suffolk Street? There's a man there, a Parisian, I forget his honoured name, Leblanc or Lenoir or Lebrun or something, but he's a most humorous artist, and he paints monkeys and storks and all sorts of queer beasties, almost as quaintly and expressively as you do. Mind, I say almost, for I never will allow that any Frenchman could do anything quite so good, quite so funnily mock-human as your marabouts and professors." "What a charming hostess Mrs. Legate makes," the painter observed to me after lunch. "Such tact, such discrimination, and what a devoted stepmother!" "She is one of the local secretaries of the Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Children," I said dryly. "And charity begins at home," Hilda Wade added in a significant aside. We walked home together as far as Stanhope Gate. Our sense of doom oppressed us. "And yet," I said, turning to her as we left the doorstep, "I don't doubt Mrs. Legate really believes she is a model stepmother." "Of course she believes it," my witch answered. "She has no more doubt about that than about anything else. Doubts are not in her line. She does everything exactly as it ought to be done. Who should know if not she? And therefore she is never afraid of criticism. Hardening indeed, that poor, slender, tender, shrinking little Etty, a frail exotic. She would harden her into a skeleton if she had her way. Nothing's much harder than a skeleton, I suppose, except Mrs. Legate's manner of training one." "I should be sorry to think," I broke in, "that sweet little floating thistledown of a child I once knew was to be done to death by her." "Oh, as for that, she will not be done to death," Hilda answered in her confident way. "Mrs. Legate won't live long enough." I started. "You think not?" "I don't think, I'm sure of it. We are at the 5th act now. I watched Mr. Legate closely all through lunch, and I'm more confident than ever that the end is coming. He is temporarily crushed, but he is like steam in a boiler, seething, seething, seething. One day she will sit on the safety valve and the explosion will come. When it comes," she raised aloft one quick hand in the air as if striking a dagger home, "good-bye to her." For the next few months I saw much of Legate, and the more I saw of him, the more I saw that my witch's prognosis was essentially correct. They never quarrelled, but Mrs. Legate, in her unobtrusive way, held a quiet hand over her husband, which became increasingly apparent. In the midst of her fancy work, Those busy fingers were never idle. She kept her eyes well fixed on him. Now and again I saw him glance at his motherless girls with what looked like a tender, protecting regret, especially when Clara had been most openly drilling them. But he dared not interfere. She was crushing their spirit, as she was crushing their father's, and all, bear in mind, for the best of motives. She had their interest at heart. She wanted to do what was right for them. Her manner to him and to them was always honey sweet in all externals. Yet one could somehow feel it was the velvet glove that masked the iron hand. Not cruel, not harsh even, but severely, irresistibly, unflinchingly crushing. "Etty, my dear, get your brown hat at once. What's that? Going to rain? I did not ask you, my child, for your opinion on the weather. My own suffices. A headache? Oh, nonsense! Headaches are caused by want of exercise. Nothing so good for a touch of headache as a nice brisk walk in Kensington Gardens. Maisie, don't hold your sister's hand like that. It is imitation sympathy. You are aiding and abetting her in setting my wishes at naught. Now, no long faces. What I require is cheerful obedience." A bland, autocratic martinet, smiling, inexorable. Poor, pale Etty grew thinner and wanner under her law daily, while Maisie's temper, naturally docile, was being spoiled before one's eyes by persistent, needless thwarting. As spring came on, however, I began to hope that things were really mending. Legate looked brighter. Some of his own careless, happy-go-lucky self came back again at intervals. He told me once, with a wistful sigh, that he thought of sending the children to school in the country. It would be better for them, he said, and would take a little work off dear Clara's shoulders. For never, even to me, was he disloyal to Clara. I encouraged him in the idea. He went on to say that the great difficulty in the way was Clara. She was so conscientious. She thought it her duty to look after the children herself, and couldn't bear to delegate any part of that duty to others. Besides, she had such an excellent opinion of the Kensington High School. When I told Hilda Wade of this, she set her teeth together and answered at once. "That settles it. The end is very near. He will insist upon their going, to save them from that woman's ruthless kindness, and she will refuse to give up any part of what she calls her duty. He will reason with her. He will plead for his children. She will be adamant. Not angry. It is never the way of the temperament to get angry. Just calmly, sedately, and insupportably provoking. When she goes too far he will flare up at last, some taunt will rouse him. The explosion will come and the children will go to their Aunt Lena, whom they dote upon. When all is said and done, it is the poor man I pity." "You said within 12 months?" "That was a bow drawn at a venture. It may be a little sooner, it may be a little later, but next week or next month. It is coming, it is coming." June smiled upon us once more, and on the afternoon of the 13th, the anniversary of our first lunch together at the Legates, I was up at my work in the accident ward at St. Nathaniel's. "Well, the Ediths of June have come, Sister Wade," I said, when I met her, parodying Caesar. "But not yet gone," she answered, and a profound sense of foreboding spread over her speaking face as she uttered the words. Her oracle disquieted me. "Why, I dined there last night," I cried, "and all seemed exceptionally well." "The calm before the storm, perhaps," she murmured. Just at that moment I heard a boy crying in the street. "Pall Mall Gazette, Air Special Edition. Shocking tragedy at the West End. Awful murder. Air Special Globe. Pall Mall Extra Special." A weird tremor broke over me. I walked down into the street and bought a paper. There it stared me in the face on the middle page. Tragedy at Campden Hill. Well-known barrister murders his wife. Sensational details. I looked closer and read. It was as I feared. The Legates. After I left their house the night before, husband and wife must have quarrelled, no doubt over the question of the children's schooling, and at some provoking word, as it seemed, Hugo must have snatched up a knife, a little ornamental Norwegian dagger, the report said, which happened to lie close by on the cabinet in the drawing-room, and plunged it into his wife's heart. The unhappy lady died instantaneously, by all appearances, and the dastardly crime was not discovered by the servants till 8 o'clock this morning. Mr. Legate is missing. I rushed up with the news to Nurse Wade, who was at work in the accident ward. She turned pale, but bent over her patient and said nothing. "It is fearful to think," I groaned out at last, "for us who know all, that poor Legate will be hanged for it, hanged for attempting to protect his children." "He will not be hanged," my witch answered, with the same unquestioning confidence as ever. "Why not?" I asked, astonished once more at this bold prediction. She went on bandaging the arm of the patient whom she was attending. "Because he will commit suicide," she replied without moving a muscle. "How do you know that?" She stuck a steel safety pin with deft fingers into the roll of lint. "When I have finished my day's work," she answered slowly, still continuing the bandage, "I may perhaps find time to tell you." End of chapter 3, part 2. Read by Lars Rolander. Chapter 4, part 1 of Hilda Wade. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars Rolander. Hilda Wade, A Woman with Tenacity of Purpose, by Grant Allen. Chapter 4, Part 1. The episode of the man who would not commit suicide. After my poor friend Legate had murdered his wife in a sudden access of uncontrollable anger, under the deepest provocation, the police naturally began to inquire for him. It is a way they have. The police are no respecters of persons, neither do they pry into the question of motives. They are but poor casuists. A murder is for them a murder, and a murderer a murderer. It is not their habit to divide and distinguish between case and case with Hilda Wade's analytical accuracy. As soon as my duties at St. Nathaniel's permitted me on the evening of the discovery, I rushed round to Mrs. Mallett's, Legate's sister. I had been detained at the hospital for some hours, however, watching a critical case, and by the time I reached Great Stanhope Street, I found Hilda Wade in her nurse's dress there before me. Sebastian, it seemed, had given her leave out for the evening. She was a supernumerary nurse attached to his own observation cots, as special attendant for scientific purposes, and she could generally get an hour or so whenever she required it. Mrs. Mallet had been in the breakfast room with Hilda before I arrived, but as I reached the house she rushed upstairs to wash her red eyes and compose herself a little before the strain of meeting me. So I had the opportunity for a few words alone first with my prophetic companion. "You said just now at Nathaniel's," I burst out, "that Legate would not be hanged, he would commit suicide. What did you mean by that? What reason had you for thinking so?" Hilda sank into a chair by the open window, pulled a flower abstractedly from the vase at her side, and began picking it to pieces, floret after floret, with twitching fingers. She was deeply moved. "Well, consider his family history," she burst out at last, looking up at me with her large brown eyes as she reached the last petal. Heredity counts! And after such a disaster! She said disaster, not crime. I noted mentally the reservation implied in the word. Heredity counts, I answered. Oh, yes, it counts much. But what about Legate's family history? I could not recall any instance of suicide among his forebears. Well, his mother's father was General Fascally, you know, she replied after a pause in her strange oblique manner. Mr. Legate is General Fascally's eldest grandson. Exactly, I broke in, with a man's desire for solid fact in place of vague intuition. But I fail to see quite what that has to do with it. The general was killed in India during the mutiny. I remember, of course. Killed bravely fighting. Yes, but it was on a forlorn hope for which he volunteered, and in the course of which he is said to have walked straight into an almost obvious ambuscade of the enemy's. Now, my dear Miss Wade, I always dropped the title of nurse by request when once we were well clear of Nathaniel's. I have every confidence, you are aware, in your memory and your insight, but I do confess I fail to see what bearing this incident can have on poor Hugo's chances of being hanged or committing suicide. She picked a second flower, and once more pulled out petal after petal. As she reached the last again, she answered slowly. You must have forgotten the circumstances. It was no mere accident. General Fascally had made a serious strategical blunder at Yanzi. He had sacrificed the lives of his subordinates needlessly. He could not bear to face the survivors. In the course of the retreat he volunteered to go on this forlorn hope, which might equally well have been led by an officer of lower rank, and he was permitted to do so by Sir Colin in command, as a means of retrieving his lost military character. He carried his point, but he carried it recklessly, taking care to be shot through the heart himself in the first onslaught. That was virtual suicide, honorable suicide to avoid disgrace, at a moment of supreme remorse and horror. You are right, I admitted after a minute's consideration. I see it now, though I should never have thought of it. That is the use of being a woman, she answered. I waited a second once more and mused. Still, that is only one doubtful case, I objected. There was another, you must remember, his uncle Alfred. Alfred Legate? No, he died in his bed quietly. Alfred Fascally. What a memory you have, I cried, astonished. Why, that was before our time, in the days of the Chartist riots. She smiled, a certain curious Sibylline smile of hers. Her earnest face looked prettier than ever. I told you I could remember many things that happened before I was born, she answered. This is one of them. You remember it directly? How impossible! Have I not often explained to you that I am no diviner? I read no book of fate. I call no spirits from the vasty deep. I simply remember with exceptional clearness what I read and hear. And I have many times heard the story about Alfred Fascally. So have I, but I forget it. Unfortunately, I can't forget. That is a sort of disease with me. He was a special constable in the Chartist riots, and being a very strong and powerful man, like his nephew Hugo, he used his truncheon, his special constable's baton, or whatever you call it, with excessive force upon a starveling London tailor in the mob near Charing Cross. The man was hit on the forehead, badly hit, so that he died almost immediately of concussion of the brain. A woman rushed out of the crowd at once, seized the dying man, laid his head on her lap, and shrieked out in a wildly despairing voice that he was her husband, and the father of 13 children. Alfred Fascally, who never meant to kill the man, or even to hurt him, but who was laying about him roundly without realizing the terrific force of his blows, was so horrified at what he had done when he heard the woman's cry, that he rushed off straight to Waterloo Bridge in an agony of remorse and flung himself over. He was drowned instantly." "I recall the story now," I answered. "But do you know, as it was told me, I think they said the mob threw Fazcali over in their desire for vengeance." "That is the official account as told by the legates and the Fazcalis. They like to have it believed their kinsman was murdered, not that he committed suicide. But my grandfather—" I started. During the 12 months that I had been brought into daily relations with Hilda Wade, that was the first time I had heard her mention any member of her own family, except once her mother. "My grandfather, who knew him well, and who was present in the crowd at the time, assured me many times that Alfred Fazcali really jumped over of his own accord, not pursued by the mob, and that his last horrified words as he leaped were, 'I never meant it, I never meant it.' However, the family have always had luck in their suicides. The jury believed the throwing over story, and found a verdict of wilful murder against some person or persons unknown." "Luck in their suicides! What a curious phrase! And you say always? Were there other cases then?" "Constructively, yes. One of the legates, you must recollect, went down with his ship, just like his uncle, the general in India, when he might have quitted her. It is believed he had given a mistaken order. You remember, of course, he was navigating lieutenant. Another Marquess was said to have shot himself by accident while cleaning his gun, after a quarrel with his wife. But you have heard all about it. The wrong was on my side, he moaned, you know, when they picked him up dying in the gun room. And one of the Fazcali girls, his cousin of whom his wife was jealous, that beautiful Linda, became a Catholic and went into a convent at once on Marcus's death, which after all in such cases is merely a religious and moral way of committing suicide. I mean, for a woman who takes the veil just to cut herself off from the world, and who has no vocation, as I hear she had not." She filled me with amazement. "That is true," I exclaimed, "when one comes to think of it. It shows the same temperament in fibre, but I should never have thought of it." "No? Well, I believe it is true, for all that. In every case one sees they choose much the same way of meeting a reverse, a blunder, an unpremeditated crime. The brave way is to go through with it and face the music, letting what will come. The cowardly way is to hide one's head incontinently in a river, a nose, or a convent cell." "Legate is not a coward," I interposed with warmth. "No, not a coward. A manly spirited, great hearted gentleman, but still not quite of the bravest type. He lacks one element. The legates have physical courage enough and to spare, but their moral courage fails them at a pinch. They rush into suicide or its equivalent at critical moments, out of pure boyish impulsiveness." A few minutes later Mrs. Mallet came in. She was not broken down. On the contrary, she was calm, stoically, tragically, pitiably calm, with that ghastly calmness which is more terrible by far than the most demonstrative grief. Her face, though deadly white, did not move a muscle. Not a tear was in her eyes. Even her bloodless hands hardly twitched at the folds of her hastily assumed black gown. She clenched them after a minute when she had grasped mine silently. I could see that the nails dug deep into the palms in her painful resolve to keep herself from collapsing. Hilda Wade, with infinite sisterly tenderness, led her over to a chair by the window in the summer twilight, and took one quivering hand in hers. I have been telling Dr. Cumberledge, Lina, about what I most fear for your dear brother, darling, and I think he agrees with me." Mrs. Mallet turned to me with hollow eyes, still preserving her tragic calm. "I'm afraid of it too," she said, her drawn lips tremulous. "Dr. Cumberledge, we must get him back. We must induce him to face it." "And yet," I answered slowly, turning it over in my own mind, "he has run away at first. Why should he do that if he means to commit suicide?" I hated to utter the words before that broken soul, but there was no way out of it. Hilda interrupted me with a quiet suggestion. "How do you know he has run away?" she asked. "Are you not taking it for granted that, if he meant suicide, he would blow his brains out in his own house? But surely that would not be the Legate way. They are gentle-natured folk. They would never blow their brains out or cut their throats. For all we know, he may have made straight for Waterloo Bridge." She framed her lips to the unspoken words, unseen by Mrs. Mallet, "like his Uncle Alfred." "That is true," I answered, lip reading. "I never thought of that either." "Still I do not attach importance to this idea," she went on. "I have some reason for thinking he has run away elsewhere, and if so, our first task must be to entice him back again." "What are your reasons?" I asked humbly. Whatever they might be, I knew enough of Hilda Wade by this time to know that she had probably good grounds for accepting them. "Oh, they may wait for the present," she answered. "Other things are more pressing. First, let Lina tell us what she thinks of most moment." Mrs. Mallet braced herself up visibly to a distressing effort. "You have seen the body of Dr. Cumberledge?" she faltered. "No, dear Mrs. Mallet, I have not. I came straight from Nathaniel's. I have had no time to see it." "Dr. Sebastian has viewed it by my wish. He has been so kind, and he will be present at representing the family at the post mortem. He notes that the wound was inflicted with a dagger, a small ornamental Norwegian dagger, which always lay, as I know, on the little whatnot by the blue sofa." I nodded assent. "Exactly. I have seen it there." "It was blunt and rusty, a mere toy knife. Not at all the sort of weapon a man would make use of who designed to commit a deliberate murder. The crime, if there was a crime, which we do not admit, must therefore have been wholly unpremeditated." I bowed my head. For us who knew Hugo that goes without saying. She leaned forward eagerly. "Dr. Sebastian has pointed out to me a line of defense which would probably succeed if we could only induce poor Hugo to adopt it. He has examined the blade and scabbard and finds that the dagger fits its sheath very tight, so that it can only be withdrawn with considerable violence. The blade sticks." I nodded again. "It needs a hard pull to wrench it out. He has also inspected the wound, and assures me its character is such that it might have been self-inflicted." She paused now and again, and brought out her words with difficulty. "Self-inflicted, he suggests, therefore, that this may have happened, it is admitted, will be admitted. The servants overheard it. We can make no reservation there. A difference of opinion, an altercation even took place between Hugo and Clara that evening." She started suddenly. "Why, it was only last night. It seems like ages. An altercation about the children's schooling. Clara held strong views on the subject of the children." Her eyes blinked hard. "Which Hugo did not share. We throw out the hint, then, that Clara, during the course of the dispute, we must call it a dispute, accidentally took up this dagger and toyed with it. You know her habit of toying when she had no knitting or needlework. In the course of playing with it, we suggest, she tried to pull the knife out of its sheath, failed, held it up so, point upward, pulled again, pulled harder, with a jerk. At last the sheath came off. The dagger sprang up. It wounded Clara fatally." Hugo, knowing that they had disagreed, knowing that the servants had heard, and seeing her fall suddenly dead before him, was seized with horror. The legate impulsiveness, lost his head, rushed out, fancied the accident would be mistaken for murder. But why? A Q.C., don't you know? Recently married, most attached to his wife. It is plausible, isn't it? So plausible, I answered, looking it straight in the face, that it has but one weak point. We might make a coroner's jury, or even a common jury, accept it on Sebastian's expert evidence. Sebastian can work wonder, but we could never make. Hilda Wade finished the sentence for me as I paused. Hugo Legate consent to advance it? I lowered my head. You have said it, I answered. Not for the children's sake? Mrs. Mallet cried with clasped hands. Not for the children's sake even, I answered. Consider for a moment, Mrs. Mallet. Is it true? Do you believe it? She threw herself back in her chair with a dejected face. Oh, as for that, she cried, wearily crossing her hands, before you and Hilda, who know all, what need to prevaricate? How can I believe it? We understand how it came about. That woman, that woman. The real wonder is, Hilda murmured, soothing her white hand, that he contained himself so long. Well, we all know Hugo, I went on as quietly as I was able. And knowing Hugo, we know that he might be urged to commit this wild act in a fierce moment of indignation, righteous indignation on behalf of his motherless girls, under tremendous provocation. But we also know that having once committed it, he would never stoop to disown it by a subterfuge. The heartbroken sister let her head drop faintly. So Hilda told me, she murmured, and what Hilda says in these matters is almost always final. We debated the question for some minutes more. Then Mrs. Mallet cried at last, At any rate he has fled for the moment, and his flight alone brings the worst suspicion upon him. That is our chief point. We must find out where he is, and if he has gone right away, we must bring him back to London. Where do you think he has taken refuge? The police, Dr. Sebastian has ascertained, are watching the railway stations and the ports for the continent. Very like the police, Hilda exclaimed, with more than a touch of contempt in her voice. As if a clever man of the world like Hugo Legate would run away by rail, or start off to the continent. Every Englishman is noticeable on the continent. It would be sheer madness. You think he is not gone there, then? I cried, deeply interested. Of course not. That is the point I hinted at just now. He has defended many persons accused of murder, and he often spoke to me of their incredible folly when trying to escape in going by rail or in setting out from England for Paris. An Englishman, he used to say, is least observed in his own country. In this case I think I know where he's gone, how he went there. Where, then? Where comes last? How first? It is a question of inference. Explain. We know your powers. Well, I take it for granted that he killed her. We must not mince matters. About 12 o'clock, for after that hour the servants told Lena there was quiet in the drawing room. Next, I conjecture, he went upstairs to change his clothes. He could not go forth on the world in an evening suit, and the housemaid says his black coat and trousers were lying as usual on a chair in his dressing room, which shows at least that he was not unduly flurried. After that he put on another suit, no doubt. What suit I hope the police will not discover too soon, for I suppose you must just accept the situation that we are conspiring to defeat the ends of justice. No, no, Mrs. Mallet cried, to bring him back voluntarily that he may face his trial like a man. Yes, dear, that is quite right. However, The next thing, of course, would be that he would shave in whole or in part. His big black beard was so very conspicuous. He would certainly get rid of that before attempting to escape. The servants being in bed, he was not pressed for time. He had the whole night before him, so of course he shaved. On the other hand, the police, you may be sure, will circulate his photograph. We must not shirk these points." For Mrs. Mallet winced again. "Will circulate his photograph, beard and all, and that will really be one of our great safeguards, for the bushy beard so masks the face that, without it, Hugo would be scarcely recognizable. I conclude, therefore, that he must have shorn himself before leaving home, though naturally I did not make the police a present of the hint by getting Lena to ask any questions in that direction of the housemaid." "You are probably right," I answered. "But would he have a razor?" "I was coming to that. No, certainly he would not. He had not shaved for years, and they kept no manservants, which makes it difficult for him to borrow one from a sleeping man. So what he would do would doubtless be to cut off his beard, or part of it, quite close, with a pair of scissors, and then get himself properly shaved next morning in the first country town he came to." "The first country town?" "Certainly. That leads up to the next point. We must try to be cool and collected." She was quivering with suppressed emotion herself as she said it, but her soothing hand still lay on Mrs. Mallett's. "The next thing is, he would leave London." "But not by rail, you say?" "He is an intelligent man, and, in the course of defending others, has thought about this matter. Why expose himself to the needless risk and observation of a railway station? No, I saw at once what he would do. Beyond doubt he would cycle. He always wondered it was not done oftener, under similar circumstances." "But has his bicycle gone?" Lena looked. "It has not. I should have expected as much. I told her to note that point very unobtrusively, so as to avoid giving the police the clue. She saw the machine in the outer hall as usual." "He is too good a criminal lawyer to have dreamt of taking his own," Mrs. Mallet interposed with another effort. "But where could he have hired or bought one at that time of night?" I exclaimed. "Nowhere, without exciting the gravest suspicion. Therefore I conclude he stopped in London for the night, sleeping at an hotel, without luggage, and paying for his room in advance. It is frequently done, and if he arrived late, very little notice would be taken of him. Big hotels about the Strand, I am told, have always a dozen such casual bachelor guests every evening." "And then?" "And then, this morning, he would buy a new bicycle, a different make from his own, at the nearest shop, would rig himself out at some ready-made tailor's, with a fresh tourist suit, probably an ostentatiously tweedy bicycling suit, and with that in his luggage carrier, would make straight on his machine for the country. He could change in some copse, and bury his own clothes, avoiding the blunders he has seen in others. Perhaps he might ride for the first 20 or 30 miles out of London to some minor side station, and then go on by train towards his destination, quitting the rail again at some unimportant point where the main West Road crosses the Great Western or the South Western line." "Great Western or South Western? Why those two in particular? Then you have settled in your own mind which direction he has taken?" "Pretty well, I judge by analogy. Lena, your brother was brought up in the West Country, was he not?" Mrs. Mallet gave a weary nod. "In North Devon," she answered, "on the wild stretch of moor about Hartland and Clovelly." Hilda Wade seemed to collect herself. "Now, Mr. Legate is essentially a Celt in temperament," she went on. "He comes by origin and ancestry from a rough, heather-clad country. He belongs to the moorland. In other words, his type is the mountaineer's. But a mountaineer's instinct in similar circumstances is what? Why, to fly straight to his native mountains. In an agony of terror, in an excess of despair, when all else fails, he strikes a bee-line for the hills he loves. Rationally or irrationally, he seems to think he can hide there. Hugo Legate, with his frank boyish nature, his great Devonian frame, is sure to have done so. I know his mood. He has made for the West Country." "You are right, Hilda," Mrs. Mallet exclaimed with conviction. "I'm quite sure, from what I know of Hugo, that to go to the West would be his first impulse." "And the Legates are always governed by first impulses," my character reader added. She was quite correct. From the time we two were at Oxford together, I as an undergraduate, he as a don, I had always noticed that marked trait in my dear old friend's temperament. After a short pause, Hilda broke the silence again. The sea again, the sea! The Legates love the water. Was there any place on the sea where he went much as a boy? Any lonely place? I mean, in that North Devon district? Mrs. Mallet reflected a moment. Yes, there was a little bay, a mere gap in high cliffs, with some fishermen's huts and a few yards of beach, where he used to spend much of his holidays. It was a weird-looking break in a grim sea-wall of dark red rocks, where the tide rose high, rolling in from the Atlantic. The very thing! Has he visited since he grew up? To my knowledge, never. Hilda's voice had a ring of certainty. Then that is where we shall find him, dear. We must look there first. He is sure to revisit just such a solitary spot by the sea when trouble overtakes him. End of chapter 4, part 1. Read by Lars Rolander. Chapter 4, Part 2 of Hilda Wade. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars Rolander. Hilda Wade, A Woman with Tenacity of Purpose by Grant Allen. Chapter 4, Part 2. Later in the evening, as we were walking home towards Nathaniel's together, I asked Hilda why she had spoken throughout with such unwavering confidence. "Oh, it was simple enough," she answered. "There were two things that helped me through, which I didn't like to mention in detail before Lina. One was this: the Legates have all of them an instinctive horror of the sight of blood. Therefore they almost never commit suicide by shooting themselves or cutting their throats. Marcus, who shot himself in the gun room, was an exception to both rules. He never minded blood. He could cut up a deer. But Hugo refused to be a doctor because he could not stand the sight of an operation. And even as a sportsman he never liked to pick up or handle the game he had shot himself. He said it sickened him. He rushed from that room last night, I feel sure, in a physical horror at the deed he had done, and by now he is as far as he can get from London. The sight of his act drove him away, not craven fear of an arrest. If the Legates kill themselves, a seafaring race on the whole, their impulse is to trust to water." "And the other thing?" "Well, that was about the mountaineer's homing instinct. I have often noticed it. I could give you 50 instances, only I didn't like to speak of them before Lina. There was Williams, for example, the Dolgelly man who killed a gamekeeper at Petworth in a poaching affray. He was taken on Cader Idris, skulking among rocks a week later. Then there was that unhappy young fellow, Mackinnon, who shot his sweetheart at Leicester. He made straight as the crow flies for his home in the Isle of Skye, and there drowned himself in familiar waters. Lindner, the Tyrolese again, who stabbed the American swindler at Monte Carlo, was tracked after a few days to his native place, St. Valentine in the Zillertal. It is always so. Mountaineers in distress fly to their mountains. It is a part of their nostalgia. I know it from within, too. If I were in poor Hugo Legate's place, what do you think I would do? Why, hide myself at once in the greenest recesses of our Carnarvonshire mountains." "What an extraordinary insight into character you have!" I cried. "You seem to divine what everybody's action will be under given circumstances." She paused and held her parasol half poised in her hand. "Character determines action," she said slowly at last. "That is the secret of the great novelists. They put themselves behind and within their characters, and so make us feel that every act of their personages is not only natural, but even, given the conditions, inevitable. We recognize that their story is the sole logical outcome of the interaction of their dramatis personae. Now, I am not a great novelist. I cannot create and imagine characters and situations. But I have something of the novelist's gift. I apply the same method to the real life of the people around me. I try to throw myself into the person of others, and to feel how their character will compel them to act in each set of circumstances to which they may expose themselves." "In one word," I said, "you are a psychologist." "A psychologist," she assented. "I suppose so. And the police, well, the police are not. They are at best but bungling materialists. They require a clue. What need of a clue if you can interpret character?" So certain was Hilda Wade of her conclusions, indeed, that Mrs. Mallet begged me next day to take my holiday at once, which I could easily do, and go down to the little bay in the Heartland district of which she had spoken, in search of Hugo. I consented. She herself proposed to set out quietly for Bideford, where she could be within easy reach of me, in order to hear of my success or failure, while Hilda Wade, whose summer vacation was to have begun in 2 days' time, offered to ask for an extra day's leave so as to accompany her. The broken-hearted sister accepted the offer, and, secrecy being above all things necessary, we set off by different routes, the two women by Waterloo, myself by Paddington. We stopped that night at different hotels in Bideford, but next morning Hilda rode out on her bicycle, and accompanied me on mine for a mile or two along the tortuous way towards Heartland. "Take nothing for granted," she said as we parted, "and be prepared to find poor Hugo Legate's appearance greatly changed. He has eluded the police and their clues so far. Therefore, I imagine, he must have largely altered his dress and exterior." "I will find him," I answered, "if he is anywhere within 20 miles of Heartland." She waved her hand to me in farewell. I rode on after she left me towards the high promontory in front, the wildest and least visited part of North Devon. Torrents of rain had fallen during the night. The slimy cart ruts and cattle tracks on the moor were brimming with water. It was a lowering day. The clouds drifted low. Black peat bogs filled the hollows. Grey stone homesteads, lonely and forbidding, stood out here and there against the curved skyline. Even the high road was uneven and in places flooded. For an hour I passed hardly a soul. At last, near a crossroad with a defaced finger post, I descended from my machine and consulted my ordnance map, on which Mrs. Mallet had marked ominously, with a cross of red ink, the exact position of the little fishing hamlet where Hugo used to spend his holidays. I took the turning which seemed to me most likely to lead to it, but the tracks were so confused, and the run of the lanes so uncertain, let alone the map being some years out of date, that I soon felt I had lost my bearings. By a little wayside inn, half hidden in a deep combe, with bog on every side, I descended and asked for a bottle of ginger beer, for the day was hot and close, in spite of the packed clouds. As they were opening the bottle, I inquired casually the way to the Red Gap bathing place. The landlord gave me directions which confused me worse than ever, ending at last with the concise remark, "And then, surtout, or 3 more turns to the right and to the left 'll bring ye right up alongside o't." I despaired of finding the way by these unintelligible sailing orders, but just at that moment, as luck would have it, another cyclist flew past, the first soul I had seen on the road that morning. He was a man with the loose-knit air of a shop assistant, badly got up in a rather loud and obtrusive tourist suit of brown homespun, with baggy knickerbockers and thin thread stockings. I judged him a gentleman on the cheap at sight. "Very stylish this suit, complete, only 37 and sixpence." The landlady glanced out at him with a friendly nod. He turned and smiled at her, but did not see me, for I stood in the shade behind the half open door. He had a short black moustache and a not unpleasing careless face. His features, I thought, were better than his garments. However, the stranger did not interest me just then. I was far too full of more important matters. "Why don't 'ee taken Follock Vic there, gentlemen, sir?" the landlady said, pointing one large red hand after him. "'Er do go down to Erd Gap to swim every marnin'. Mr. Jan Smith o' Oxford they do call un. 'E can't go wrong if 'e do follow un to the Gap. 'Er's lodging to the world, warmer moors, and 'er's that fond o' the say. The fishermen do tell me as wasn't never any gentleman like un." I tossed off my ginger beer, jumped on to my machine, and followed the retreating brown back of Mr. John Smith of Oxford. Surely a most non-committing name. Round sharp corners and over rutty lanes, tire deep in mud, across the rusty red moor, till all at once at a turn a gap of stormy sea appeared wedge-shaped between two shelving rock walls. It was a lonely spot. Rocks hemmed it in, big breakers walled it. The sou'wester roared through the gap. I rode down among loose stones and water-worn channels in the solid grit very carefully. But the man in brown had torn over the wild path with reckless haste, zigzagging madly, and was now on the little three-cornered patch of beach, undressing himself with a sort of careless glee, and flinging his clothes down anyhow on the shingle beside him. Something about the action caught my eye. That movement of the arm. It was not, it could not be. No, no, not Hugo. A very ordinary person, and Legate bore the stamp of a born gentleman. He stood up bare at last. He flung out his arms as if to welcome the boisterous wind to his naked bosom. Then, with a sudden burst of recognition, the man stood revealed. We had bathed together 100 times in London and elsewhere. The face, the clad figure, the dress, all were different, but the body, the actual frame and make of the man, the well-knit limbs, the splendid trunk, no disguise could alter. It was Legate himself, big, powerful, vigorous. That ill-made suit, those baggy knickerbockers, the slouched cap, the thin thread stockings had only distorted and hidden his figure. Now that I saw him as he was, he came out the same bold and manly form as ever. He did not notice me. He rushed down with a certain wild joy into the turbulent water, and plunging in with a loud cry, buffeted the huge waves with those strong curving arms of his. The sou'wester was rising. Each breaker as it reared caught him on its crest and tumbled him over like a cork, but like a cork he rose again. He was swimming now, arm over arm, straight out seaward. I saw the lifted hands between the crest and the trough. For a moment I hesitated whether I ought to strip and follow him. Was he doing as so many others of his house had done, courting death from the water? But some strange hand restrained me. Who was I that I should stand between Hugo Legate and the ways of Providence. The legates loved ever the ordeal by water. Presently he turned again. Before he turned, I had taken the opportunity to look hastily at his clothes. Hilda Wade had surmised aright once more. The outer suit was a cheap affair from a big ready-made tailor's in St. Martin's Lane, turned out by the thousand. The underclothing, on the other hand, was new and unmarked, but fine in quality, bought, no doubt, at Bidford. An eerie sense of doom stole over me. I felt the end was near. I withdrew behind a big rock and waited there unseen till Hugo had landed. He began to dress again, without troubling to dry himself. I drew a deep breath of relief. Then this was not suicide. By the time he had pulled on his vest and drawers, I came out suddenly from my ambush and faced him. A fresh shock awaited me. I could hardly believe my eyes. It was not Legate. No, nor anything like him. Nevertheless, the man rose with a little cry and advanced half crouching towards me. "You are not hunting me down with the police?" he exclaimed, his neck held low and his forehead wrinkling. The voice was Legate's. It was an unspeakable mystery. "Hugo," I cried, "dear Hugo, hunting you down! Could you imagine it?" He raised his head, strode forward, and grasped my hand. "Forgive me, Cumberledge," he cried, "but a proscribed and hounded man. If you knew what a relief it is to me to get out on the water." "You forget all there?" "I forget it, the red horror." "You mean, just now, to drown yourself?" "No, if I had meant it, I would have done it. Hubert, for my children's sake, I will not commit suicide." "Then listen," I cried. I told him in a few words of his sister's scheme, Sebastian's defense, the plausibility of the explanation, the whole long story. He gazed at me moodily, yet it was not Hugo. "No, no," he said shortly, and as he spoke it was he. "I have done it. I have killed her. I will not owe my life to a falsehood." "Not for the children's sake?" He dashed his hand down impatiently. "I have a better way for the children. I will save them still. Hubert, you are not afraid to speak to a murderer?" "Dear Hugo, I know all, and to know all is to forgive all." He grasped my hand once more. "Know all!" he cried with a despairing gesture. "Oh no! No one knows all but myself, not even the children. But the children know much. They will forgive me. Lina knows something. She will forgive me. You know a little. You forgive me. The world can never know. It will brand my darlings as a murderer's children." "It was the act of a minute," I interposed, "and, though she is dead, poor lady, and one must speak no ill of her, we can at least gather dimly, for your children's sake, how deep was the provocation." He gazed at me fixedly. His voice was like lead. "For the children's sake, yes," he answered as in a dream. "It was all for the children. I have killed her, murdered her. She has paid her penalty, and, poor dead soul, I will utter no word against her, the woman I have murdered. But one thing I will say. If omniscient justice sends me for this to eternal punishment, I can endure it gladly, like a man, knowing that so I have redeemed my Marian's motherless girls from a deadly tyranny." It was the only sentence in which he ever alluded to her. I sat down by his side and watched him closely. Mechanically, methodically, he went on with his dressing. The more he dressed, the less could I believe it was Hugo. I had expected to find him close shaven, so did the police, by their printed notices. Instead of that, he had shaved his beard and whiskers, but only trimmed his moustache, trimmed it quite short, so as to reveal the boyish corners of the mouth, a trick which entirely altered his rugged expression. But that was not all. What puzzled me most was the eyes. They were not Hugo's. At first I could not imagine why. By degrees the truth dawned upon me. His eyebrows were naturally thick and shaggy, great overhanging growth, interspersed with many of those stiff long hairs to which Darwin called attention in certain men as surviving traits from a monkey-like ancestor. In order to disguise himself, Hugo had pulled out all these coarser hairs, leaving nothing on his brows but the soft and closely pressed coat of down which underlies the longer bristles in all such cases. This had wholly altered the expression of the eyes, which no longer looked out keenly from their cavernous penthouse, but being deprived of their relief, had acquired a much more ordinary and less individual aspect. From a good-natured but shaggy giant, my old friend was transformed by his shaving and his costume into a well-fed and well-grown, but not very colossal commercial gentleman. Hugo was scarcely 6 feet high, indeed, though by his broad shoulders and bushy beard he had always impressed one with such a sense of size. And now that the hirsuteness had been got rid of, and the dress altered, he hardly struck one as taller or bigger than the average of his fellows. We sat for some minutes and talked. Legate would not speak of Clara, and when I asked him his intentions, he shook his head moodily. "I shall act for the best," he said. "What of best is left to guard the dear children. It was a terrible price to pay for their redemption, but it was the only one possible, and in a moment of wrath I paid it. Now I have to pay in turn myself. I do not shirk it." "You will come back to London, then, and stand your trial?" I asked eagerly. "Come back to London?" he cried with a face of white panic. Hitherto he had seemed to me rather relieved in expression than otherwise. His countenance had lost its worn and anxious look. He was no longer watching each moment over his children's safety. "Come back to London and face my trial? Why did you think, Hubert, it was the court or the hanging I was shirking? No, no, not that, but it, the red horror. I must get away from it to the sea, to the water, to wash away the stain, as far from it, that red pool, as possible." I answered nothing. I left him to face his own remorse in silence. At last he rose to go, and held one foot undecided on his bicycle. "I leave myself in Heaven's hands," he said as he lingered. "It will require. The ordeal is by water." "So I judged," I answered. "Tell Lina this from me," he went on, still loitering, "that if she will trust me, I will strive to do the best that remains for my darlings. I will do it, Heaven helping. She will know what tomorrow." He mounted his machine and sailed off. My eyes followed him up the path with sad forebodings. All day long I loitered about the gap. It consisted of two bays, the one I had already seen, and another divided from it by a saw edge of rock. In the further cove crouched a few low stone cottages. A broad bottomed sailing boat lay there, pulled up high on the beach. About 3 o'clock, as I sat and watched, two men began to launch it. The sea ran high, tide coming in, the sou'wester still increasing in force to a gale. At the signal staff on the cliff the danger cone was hoisted. White spray danced in air. Big black clouds rolled up seething from windward. Low thunder rumbling. A storm threatened. One of the men was Legate, the other a fisherman. He jumped in and put off through the surf with an air of triumph. He was a splendid sailor. His boat leapt through the breakers and flew before the wind with a mere rag of canvas. "Dangerous weather to be out," I exclaimed to the fisherman, who stood with hands buried in his pockets, watching him. "Ah, that her be sure," the man answered. "Don't like the look o' it. But thick there gentleman, he's one o' Oxford, he do tell me, and they'm a main venturesome lot, they college folk. He's off by hisself through the storm, also where as Lundy." "Will he reach it?" I asked anxiously, having my own idea on the subject. "Don't seem like it, sir, do it? Ur must'n, ur mustn't, and yit again ur must. Powerful hard place ur be to make in a storm, to be sure, Lundy. Said the Lord 'ud decide, but ur 'udn't be warned, ur 'udn't. And foolhardy folk, as the sayin' is, must go their own foolhardy way to perdition." It was the last I saw of Legate alive. Next morning the lifeless body of the man who was wanted for the Campden Hill mystery was cast up by the waves on the shore of Lundy. The Lord had decided. Hugo had not miscalculated. Luck in their suicides, Hilda Wade said, and strange to say the luck of the legate stood him in good stead still. By a miracle of fate his children were not branded as a murderer's daughters. Sebastian gave evidence at the inquest on the wife's body. Self-inflicted, a recoil, accidental, I am sure of it. His specialist knowledge, his assertive certainty, combined with that arrogant, masterful manner of his, and his keen, eagle eye, overbore the jury. Awed by the great man's look, they brought in a submissive verdict of death by misadventure. The coroner thought it a most proper finding. Mrs. Mallet had made the most of the innate Legate horror of blood. The newspapers charitably surmised that the unhappy husband, crazed by the instantaneous unexpectedness of his loss, had wandered away like a madman to the scenes of his childhood, and had there been drowned by accident while trying to cross a stormy sea to Lundy, under some wild impression that he would find his dead wife alive on the island. Nobody whispered murder. Everybody dwelt on the utter absence of motive. A model husband, such a charming young wife, and such a devoted stepmother. We three alone knew. We three and the children. On the day when the jury brought in their verdict at the adjourned inquest on Mrs. Legate, Hilda Wade stood in the room, trembling and white-faced, awaiting their decision. When the foreman uttered the words, "Death by misadventure," she burst into tears of relief. "He did well," she cried to me passionately. "He did well, that poor father. He placed his life in the hands of his Maker, asking only for mercy to his innocent children, and mercy has been shown to him and to them. He was taken gently in the way he wished. It would have broken my heart for those two poor girls if the verdict had gone otherwise. He knew how terrible a lot it is to be called a murderer's daughter." I did not realize at the time with what profound depth of personal feeling she said it. End of chapter 4, part 2. Read by Lars Rolander. Chapter 5, part 1 of Hilda Wade. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars Rolander. Hilda Wade, A Woman with Tenacity of Purpose, by Grant Allen, Chapter 5, Part 1. The Episode of the Needle That Did Not Match. "Sebastian is a great man," I said to Hilda Wade, as I sat one afternoon over a cup of tea she had brewed for me in her own little sitting room. It is one of the elevations of an hospital doctor's lot that he may drink tea now and again with a sister of his ward. Whatever else you choose to think of him, you must admit he is a very great man. I admired our famous professor, and I admired Hilda Wade. It was a matter of regret to me that my two admirations did not seem in return sufficiently to admire one another. "Oh, yes," Hilda answered, pouring out my second cup. He is a very great man. I never denied that. The greatest man on the whole, I think, that I have ever come across." "And he has done splendid work for humanity," I went on, growing enthusiastic. "Splendid work, yes, splendid. 2 lumps, I believe. He has done more, I admit, for medical science than any other man I ever met." I gazed at her with a curious glance. "Then why, dear lady, do you keep telling me he's cruel?" I inquired, toasting my feet on the fender. "It seems contradictory." She passed me the muffins and smiled her restrained smile. "Does the desire to do good to humanity in itself imply a benevolent disposition?" she answered obliquely. "Now you are talking in paradox. Surely, if a man works all his life long for the good of mankind, that shows he is devoured by sympathy for his species. And when your friend Mr. Bates works all his life long at observing and classifying ladybirds, I suppose that shows he is devoured by sympathy for the race of beetles." I laughed at her comical face, she looked at me so quizzically. "But then," I objected, "the cases are not parallel. Bates kills and collects his ladybirds. Sebastian cures and benefits humanity." Hilda smiled her wise smile once more and fingered her apron. "Are the cases so different as you suppose?" she went on with her quick glance. "Is it not partly accident? A man of science, you see, early in life takes up, half by chance, this, that, or the other particular form of study. But what the study is in itself, I fancy, does not greatly matter. Do not mere circumstances as often as not determine it? Surely it is the temperament on the whole that tells, the temperament that is or is not scientific." "How do you mean? You are so enigmatic." "Well, in a family of the scientific temperament, it seems to me, one brother may happen to go in for butterflies, may he not? And another for geology, or for submarine telegraphs. Now, the man who happens to take up butterflies does not make a fortune out of his hobby. There is no money in butterflies. So we say, accordingly, he is an unpractical person, who cares nothing for business, and who is only happy when he is out in the fields with a net chasing emperors and tortoise shells. But the man who happens to fancy submarine telegraphy most likely invents a lot of new improvements, takes out dozens of patents, finds money flow in upon him as he sits in his study, and becomes at last a peer and a millionaire. So then we say, what a splendid business head he has got, to be sure, and how immensely he differs from his poor wool-gathering brother, the entomologist who can only invent new ways of hatching out wire-worms. Yet all may really depend on the first chance direction, which led one brother as a boy to buy a butterfly net, and sent the other into the school laboratory to dabble with an electric wheel and a cheap battery." "Then you mean to say it is chance that has made Sebastian?" Hilda shook her pretty head. "By no means. Don't be so stupid. We both know Sebastian has a wonderful brain. Whatever was the work he undertook with that brain in science, he would carry it out consummately. He is a born thinker. It is like this, don't you know?" She tried to arrange her thoughts. "The particular branch of science to which Mr. Hiram Maxim's mind happens to have been directed was the making of machine guns, and he slays his thousands. The particular branch to which Sebastian's mind happens to have been directed was medicine, and he cures as many as Mr. Maxim kills. It is a turn of the hand that makes all the difference." "I see," I said. "The aim of medicine happens to be a benevolent one." "Quite so. That's just what I mean. The aim is benevolent, and Sebastian pursues that aim with the single-minded energy of a lofty, gifted, and devoted nature, but not a good one." "Not good?" "Oh, no. To be quite frank, he seems to me to pursue it ruthlessly, cruelly, unscrupulously. He is a man of high ideals, but without principle. In that respect he reminds one of the great spirits of the Italian Renaissance, Benvenuto Cellini and so forth, men who could pore for hours with conscientious artistic care over the detail of a hem in a sculptured robe, yet could steal out in the midst of their disinterested toil to plunge a knife in the back of a rival. Sebastian would not do that, I cried. He is wholly free from the mean spirit of jealousy. No, Sebastian would not do that. You're quite right there. There is no tinge of meanness in the man's nature. He likes to be first in the field, but he would acclaim with delight another man's scientific triumph, if another anticipated him, for would it not mean a triumph for universal science? And is not the advancement of science Sebastian's religion? But he would do almost as much or more. He would stab a man without remorse if he thought that by stabbing him he could advance knowledge. I recognized at once the truth of her diagnosis. Nurse Wade, I cried, you are a wonderful woman. I believe you are right, but how did you come to think of it? A cloud passed over her brow. I have reason to know it, she answered slowly. Then her voice changed. Take another muffin. I helped myself and paused. I laid down my cup and gazed at her. What a beautiful, tender, sympathetic face, and yet how able. She stirred the fire uneasily. I looked and hesitated. I had often wondered why I never dared ask Hilda Wade one question that was nearest my heart. I think it must have been because I respected her so profoundly. The deeper your admiration and respect for a woman, the harder you find it in the end to ask her. At last I almost made up my mind. I cannot think, I began, what can have induced a girl like you, with means and friends, with brains and I drew back then, I plumped it out beauty, to take to such a life as this, a life which seems in many ways so unworthy of you. She stirred the fire more pensively than ever, and rearranged the muffin dish on the little wrought iron stand in front of the grate. And yet, she murmured, looking down, what life can be better than the service of one's kind? You think it a great life for Sebastian. Sebastian, he is a man. That is different, quite different. But a woman, especially you, dear lady, for whom one feels that nothing is quite high enough, quite pure enough, quite good enough. I cannot imagine how. She checked me with one wave of her gracious hand. Her movements were always slow and dignified. I have a plan in my life, she answered earnestly, her eyes meeting mine with a sincere, frank gaze. A plan to which I have resolved to sacrifice everything. It absorbs my being, till that plan is fulfilled. I saw the tears were gathering fast on her lashes. She suppressed them with an effort. Say no more, she added, faltering. Infirm of purpose, I will not listen. I leant forward, eagerly pressing my advantage. The air was electric. Waves of emotion passed to and fro. But surely, I cried, you do not mean to say. She waved me aside once more. I will not put my hand to the plough and then look back, she answered firmly. Dr. Cumberledge, spare me. I came to Nathaniel's for a purpose. I told you at the time what that purpose was, in part, to be near Sebastian. I want to be near him, for an object I have at heart. Do not ask me to reveal it. Do not ask me to forego it. I am a woman, therefore weak, but I need your aid. Help me instead of hindering me. Hilda, I cried, leaning forward with quiverings of my heart, I will help you in whatever way you will allow me, but let me at any rate help you with the feeling that I am helping one who means in time. At that moment, as unkindly fate would have it, the door opened and Sebastian entered. Nurse Wade, he began in his iron voice, glancing about him with stern eyes, where are those needles I ordered for that operation? We must be ready in time before Nielsen comes. Cumberledge, I shall want you." The golden opportunity had come and gone. It was long before I found a similar occasion for speaking to Hilda. Every day after that the feeling deepened upon me that Hilda was there to watch Sebastian. Why, I did not know, but it was growing certain that a lifelong duel was in progress between these two, a duel of some strange and mysterious import. The first approach to a solution of the problem which I obtained came a week or two later. Sebastian was engaged in observing a case where certain unusual symptoms had suddenly supervened. It was a case of some obscure affection of the heart. I will not trouble you here with the particular details. We all suspected a tendency to aneurism. Hilda Wade was in attendance, as she always was on Sebastian's observation cases. We crowded round, watching. The professor himself leaned over the cot, with some medicine for external application in a basin. He gave it to Hilda to hold. I noticed that as she held it her fingers trembled, and that her eyes were fixed harder than ever upon Sebastian. He turned round to his students. "Now this," he began in a very unconcerned voice, as if the patient were a toad, "is a most unwonted turn for the disease to take. It occurs very seldom. In point of fact, I have only observed the symptom once before, and then it was fatal. The patient in that instance," he paused dramatically, "was the notorious poisoner, Dr. York Bannerman." As he uttered the words, Hilda Wade's hands trembled more than ever, and with a little scream she let the basin fall, breaking it into fragments. Sebastian's keen eyes had transfixed her in a second. "How did you manage to do that?" he asked with quiet sarcasm, but in a tone full of meaning. "The basin was heavy," Hilda faltered. "My hands were trembling, and it somehow slipped through them. I am not quite myself, not quite well this afternoon. I ought not to have attempted it." The professor's deep set eyes peered out like gleaming lights from beneath their overhanging brows. "No, you ought not to have attempted it," he answered, withering her with a glance. "You might have let the thing fall on the patient and killed him. As it is, can't you see you have agitated him with the flurry? Don't stand there holding your breath, woman. Repair your mischief. Get a cloth and wipe it up and give me the bottle." With skilful haste he administered a little sal volatile and nux vomica to the swooning patient, while Hilda set about remedying the damage. "That's better," Sebastian said in a mollified tone when she had brought another basin. There was a singular note of cloaked triumph in his voice. "Now we'll begin again. I was just saying, gentlemen, before this accident, that I had seen only one case of this particular form of the tendency before, and that case was the notorious," he kept his glittering eyes fixed harder on Hilda than ever, "the notorious Dr. York Bannerman." I was watching Hilda too. At the words she trembled violently all over once more, but with an effort restrained herself. Their looks met in a searching glance. Hilda's air was proud and fearless. In Sebastian's, I fancied I detected after a second just a tinge of wavering. "You remember York Bannerman's case," he went on. "He committed a murder." "Let me take the basin," I cried, for I saw Hilda's hands giving way a second time, and I was anxious to spare her. "No, thank you," she answered low, but in a voice that was full of suppressed defiance. "I will wait and hear this out. I prefer to stop here." As for Sebastian, he seemed now not to notice her, though I was aware all the time of a sidelong glance of his eye, parrot-wise, in her direction. "He committed a murder," he went on, "by means of aconitin, then an almost unknown poison, and after committing it, his heart being already weak, he was taken himself with symptoms of aneurism in a curious form, essentially similar to these, so that he died before the trial, A lucky escape for him." He paused rhetorically once more, then he added in the same tone, "Mental agitation and the terror of detection no doubt accelerated the fatal result in that instance. He died at once from the shock of the arrest. It was a natural conclusion. Here we may hope for a more successful issue." He spoke to the students, of course, but I could see for all that he was keeping his falcon eye fixed hard on Hilda's face. I glanced aside at her. She never flinched for a second, neither said anything directly to the other. Still, by their eyes and mouths, I knew some strange passage of arms had taken place between them. Sebastian's tone was one of provocation, of defiance, I might almost say of challenge. Hilda's air I took rather for the air of calm and resolute but assured resistance. He expected her to answer. She said nothing. Instead of that, she went on holding the basin, now with fingers that would not tremble. Every muscle was strained, every tendon was strung. I could see she held herself in with a will of iron. The rest of the episode passed off quietly. Sebastian, having delivered his bolt, began to think less of Hilda and more of the patient. He went on with his demonstration. As for Hilda, she gradually relaxed her muscles, and, with a deep-drawn breath, resumed her natural attitude. The tension was over. They had had their little skirmish, whatever it might mean, and had it out. Now they called a truce over the patient's body. When the case had been disposed of and the students dismissed, I went straight into the laboratory to get a few surgical instruments I had chanced to leave there. For a minute or two I mislaid my clinical thermometer, and began hunting for it behind a wooden partition in the corner of the room by the place for washing test tubes. As I stooped down, turning over the various objects about the tap in my search, Sebastian's voice came to me. He had paused outside the door, and was speaking in his calm, clear tone, very low to Hilda. "So now we understand one another, Nurse Wade," he said with a significant sneer. "I know whom I have to deal with." "And I know too," Hilda answered in a voice of placid confidence. "Yet you are not afraid?" "It is not I who have cause to fear. The accused may tremble, not the prosecutor." "What, you threaten?" "No, I do not threaten, not in words, I mean. My presence here is in itself a threat, but I make no other. You know now, unfortunately, why I have come. That makes my task harder, but I will not give it up. I will wait and conquer." Sebastian answered nothing. He strode into the laboratory alone, tall, grim, unbending, and let himself sink into his easy chair, looking up with a singular and somewhat sinister smile at his bottles of microbes. After a minute he stirred the fire and bent his head forward, brooding. He held it between his hands, with his elbows on his knees, and gazed moodily straight before him into the glowing caves of white hot coal in the fireplace. That sinister smile still played lambent around the corners of his grizzled moustaches. I moved noiselessly towards the door, trying to pass behind him unnoticed. But alert as ever, his quick ears detected me. With a sudden start he raised his head and glanced round. "What, you here?" he cried, taken aback. For a second he appeared almost to lose his self-possession. "I came for my clinical," I answered, with an unconcerned air. "I have somehow managed to mislay it in the laboratory." My carefully casual tone seemed to reassure him. He peered about him with knit brows. "Cumberledge?" he asked at last in a suspicious voice. "Did you hear that woman?" "The woman in 93? Delirious?" "No, no, Nurse Wade." "Hear her?" I echoed, I must candidly admit, with intent to deceive. "When she broke the basin?" His forehead relaxed. "Oh, it is nothing," he muttered hastily. a mere point of discipline. She spoke to me just now, and I thought her tone unbecoming in a subordinate, like Cora and his crew. She takes too much upon her. We must get rid of her, Cumberledge. We must get rid of her. She is a dangerous woman." "She is the most intelligent nurse we have ever had in the place, sir," I objected stoutly. He nodded his head twice. "Intelligent, je vous l'accorde, but dangerous, dangerous." Then he turned to his papers, sorting them out one by one with a preoccupied face and twitching fingers. I recognized that he desired to be left alone, so I quitted the laboratory. I cannot quite say why, but ever since Hilda Wade first came to Nathaniel's, my enthusiasm for Sebastian had been cooling continuously. Admiring his greatness still, I had doubts as to his goodness. That day I felt I positively mistrusted him. I wondered what his passage of arms with Hilda might mean, yet somehow I was shy of alluding to it before her. One thing, however, was clear to me now. This great campaign that was being waged between the nurse and the Professor had reference to the case of Dr. York Bannerman. For a time nothing came of it. The routine of the hospital went on as usual. The patient with a suspected predisposition for aneurism kept fairly well for a week or two, and then took a sudden turn for the worse, presenting at times most unwanted symptoms. He died unexpectedly. Sebastian, who had watched him every hour, regarded the matter as of prime importance. "I am glad it happened here," he said, rubbing his hands. "A grand opportunity. I wanted to catch an instance like this before that fellow in Paris had time to anticipate me. They are all on the lookout. Von Strahlendorf of Vienna has been waiting for just such a patient for years. So have I. Now fortune has favored me. Lucky for us he died. We shall find out everything." We held a post mortem, of course, the condition of the blood being what we most wished to observe, and the autopsy revealed some unexpected details. One remarkable feature consisted in a certain undescribed and impoverished state of the contained bodies which Sebastian, with his eager zeal for science, desired his students to see and identify. He said it was likely to throw much light on other ill understood conditions of the brain and nervous system, as well as on the peculiar faint odor of the insane, now so well recognized in all large asylums. In order to compare this abnormal state with the aspect of the healthy circulating medium, he proposed to examine a little good living blood side by side with a morbid specimen under the microscope. Nurse Wade was in attendance in the laboratory as usual, the Professor standing by the instrument with one hand on the brass screw, had got the deceased drop ready arranged for our inspection beforehand, and was gloating over it himself with scientific enthusiasm. "Gray corpuscles, you will observe," he said, "almost entirely deficient. Red poor in number and irregular in outline. Plasma thin, nuclei feeble. A state of body which tells severely against the due rebuilding of the wasted tissues. Now compare with typical normal specimen." He removed his eye from the microscope and wiped a glass slide with a clean cloth as he spoke. "Nurse Wade, we know of old the purity and vigor of your circulating fluid. You shall have the honor of advancing science once more. Hold up your finger." Hilda held up her forefinger unhesitatingly. She was used to such requests, and, indeed, Sebastian had acquired by long experience the faculty of pinching the fingertip so hard, and pressing the point of a needle so dexterously into a minor vessel, that he could draw at once a small drop of blood without the subject even feeling it. The Professor nipped the last joint between his finger and thumb for a moment till it was black at the end. Then he turned to the saucer at his side, which Hilda herself had placed there, and chose from it, cat-like, with great deliberation and selective care, a particular needle. Hilda's eyes followed his every movement as closely and as fearlessly as ever. Sebastian's hand was raised, and he was just about to pierce the delicate white skin, when, with a sudden, quick scream of terror, she snatched her hand away hastily. The Professor let the needle drop in his astonishment. "What did you do that for?" he cried, with an angry dart of the keen eyes. "This is not the first time I have drawn your blood. You knew I would not hurt you." Hilda's face had grown strangely pale, but that was not all. I believe I was the only person present who noticed one unobtrusive piece of sleight of hand, which she hurriedly and skilfully executed. When the needle slipped from Sebastian's hand, she leant forward, even as she screamed, and caught it, unobserved, in the folds of her apron. Then her nimble fingers closed over it as if by magic, and conveyed it with a rapid movement at once to her pocket. I do not think even Sebastian himself noticed the quick forward jerk of her eager hands, which would have done honour to a conjurer. He was too much taken aback by her unexpected behaviour to observe the needle. Just as she caught it, Hilda answered his question in a somewhat flurried voice. I was afraid," she broke out, gasping. "One gets these little accesses of terror now and again. I feel rather weak. I don't think I will volunteer to supply any more normal blood this morning." Sebastian's acute eyes read her through as so often. With a trenchant dart he glanced from her to me. I could see he began to suspect a confederacy. "That will do," he went on, with slow deliberateness. "Better so, Nurse Wade. I don't know what's beginning to come over you. You are losing your nerve, which is fatal in a nurse. Only the other day you let fall and broke a basin at a most critical moment, and now you scream aloud on a trifling apprehension." He paused and glanced around him. "Mr. Callaghan," he said, turning to our tall, red-haired Irish student, "your blood is good normal, and you are not hysterical." He selected another needle with studious care. "Give me your finger." As he picked up the needle, I saw Hilda lean forward again, alert and watchful, eyeing him with a piercing glance. But after a second's consideration, she seemed to satisfy herself, and fell back without a word. I gathered that she was ready to interfere, had occasion demanded. But occasion did not demand, and she held her peace quietly. End of chapter 5, part 1. Read by Lars Rolander. Chapter 5, part 2 of Hilda Wade. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars Rolander. Hilda Wade, A Woman with Tenacity of Purpose by Grant Allen. Chapter 5, Part 2. The rest of the examination proceeded without a hitch. For a minute or two, it is true, I fancied that Sebastian betrayed a certain suppressed agitation, a trifling lack of his accustomed perspicuity and his luminous exposition. But after meandering for a while through a few vague sentences, he soon recovered his wonted calm, and as he went on with his demonstration, throwing himself eagerly into the case, his usual scientific enthusiasm came back to him undiminished. He waxed eloquent, after his fashion, over the beautiful contrast between Callaghan's wholesome blood, rich in the vivifying architectonic grey corpuscles which rebuild worn tissues, and the effete, impoverished, unvitalized fluid which stagnated in the sluggish veins of the dead patient. The carriers of oxygen had neglected their proper task. The granules whose duty it was to bring elaborated foodstuffs to supply the waste of brain and nerve and muscle had forgotten their cunning. The bricklayers of the bodily fabric had gone out on strike. The weary scavengers had declined to remove the useless by-products. His vivid tongue, his picturesque fancy, ran away with him. I had never heard him talk better or more incisively before. One could feel sure as he spoke that the arteries of his own acute and teeming brain at that moment of exaltation were by no means deficient in those energetic and highly vital globules on whose reparative worth he so eloquently descanted. "Sure, the Professor makes anyone see right inside one's own vascular system," Callaghan whispered aside to me, in unfeigned admiration. The demonstration ended in impressive silence. As we streamed out of the laboratory, aglow with his electric fire, Sebastian held me back with a bent motion of his shriveled forefinger. I stayed behind unwillingly. "Yes, sir," I said in an interrogative voice. The Professor's eyes were fixed intently on the ceiling. His look was one of rapt inspiration. I stood and waited. "Carmelage," he said at last, coming back to earth with a start, "I see it more plainly each day that goes. We must get rid of that woman." "Of Nurse Wade?" I asked, catching my breath. He roped the grizzled moustache and blinked the sunken eyes. "She has lost nerve," he went on, "lost nerve entirely. I shall suggest that she be dismissed. Her sudden failures of stamina are most embarrassing at critical junctures." "Very well, sir," I answered, swallowing a lump in my throat. To say the truth, I was beginning to be afraid on Hilda's account. That morning's events had thoroughly disquieted me. He seemed relieved at my unquestioning acquiescence. "She's a dangerous, edgy tool, that's the truth of it," he went on, still twirling his moustache with a preoccupied air, and turning over his stock of needles. "When she's clothed and in her right mind, she's a valuable accessory, sharp and trenchant like a clean, bright lancet. But when she allows one of these causeless hysterical fits to override her tone, she plays one false at once, like a lancet that slips or grows dull and rusty." He polished one of the needles on a soft square of new chamois leather while he spoke, as if to give point and illustration to his simile. I went out from him much perturbed. The Sebastian I had once admired and worshipped was beginning to pass from me. In his place I found a very complex and inferior creation. My idol had feet of clay. I was loth to acknowledge it. I stalked along the corridor moodily towards my own room. As I passed Hilda Wade's door, I saw it half ajar. She stood a little within and beckoned me to enter. I passed in and closed the door behind me. Hilda looked at me with trustful eyes. Resolute still, her face was yet that of a haunted creature. "Thank Heaven I have one friend here at least," she said, slowly seating herself. "You saw me catch and conceal the needle?" "Yes, I saw you." She drew it forth from her purse, carefully but loosely wrapped up in a small tag of tissue paper. "Here it is," she said, displaying it. "Now I want you to test it." "In a culture?" I asked, for I guessed her meaning. She nodded. "Yes, to see what that man has done to it." "What do you suspect?" She shrugged her graceful shoulders half imperceptibly. "How should I know? Anything." I gazed at the needle closely. "What made you distrust it?" I inquired at last, still eyeing it. She opened a drawer and took out several others. "See here," she said, handing me one. "These are the needles I keep in antiseptic wool, the needles with which I always supply the Professor. You observe their shape, the common surgical patterns? Now look at this needle, with which the Professor was just going to prick my finger. You can see for yourself at once it is of bluer steel and of a different manufacture." "That is quite true," I answered, examining it with my pocket lens, which I always carry. "I see the difference. But how did you detect it?" "From his face partly, but partly too from the needle itself. I had my suspicions, and I was watching him closely. Just as he raised the thing in his hand, half concealing it, so, and showing only the point, I caught the blue gleam of the steel as the light glanced off it. It was not the kind I knew. Then I withdrew my hand at once, feeling sure he meant mischief." That was wonderfully quick of you." "Quick? Well, yes. Thank heaven, my mind works fast, my perceptions are rapid. Otherwise," she looked grave, "one second more and it would have been too late. The man might have killed me." "You think it is poison, then?" Hilda shook her head with confident dissent. "Poisoned? Oh, no. He is wiser now. 15 years ago he used poison, but science has made gigantic strides since then. He would not needlessly expose himself today to the risks of the poisoner." "15 years ago he used poison?" She nodded with the air of one who knows. "I am not speaking at random," she answered. "I say what I know. Some day I will explain. For the present it is enough to tell you I know it." "And what do you suspect now?" I asked, the weird sense of her strange power deepening on me every second. She held up the incriminated needle again. "Do you see this groove?" she asked, pointing to it with the tip of another. I examined it once more at the light with the lens. A longitudinal groove, apparently ground into one side of the needle, lengthwise, by means of a small grinding stone and emery powder, ran for 1/4 inch above the point. This groove seemed to me to have been produced by an amateur, though he must have been one accustomed to delicate microscopic manipulation, for the edges under the lens showed slightly rough, like the surface of a file on a small scale, not smooth and polished as a needle maker would have left them. I said so to Hilda. "You are quite right," she answered. "That is just what it shows. I feel sure Sebastian made that groove himself. He could have bought grooved needles, it is true, such as they sometimes use for retaining small quantities of lymphs and medicines, but we had none in stock, and to buy them would be to manufacture evidence against himself in case of detection. Besides, the rough, jagged edge would hold the material he wished to inject all the better, while its saw-like points would tear the flesh, imperceptibly but minutely, and so serve his purpose." "Which was?" "Try the needle and judge for yourself. I prefer you should find out. You can tell me tomorrow." "It was quick of you to detect it," I cried, still turning the suspicious object over. "The difference is so slight." "Yes, but you tell me my eyes are as sharp as the needle. Besides, I had reason to doubt, and Sebastian himself gave me the clue by selecting his instrument with too great deliberation. He had put it there with the rest, but it lay a little apart, and as he picked it up gingerly, I began to doubt. When I saw the blue gleam, my doubt was at once converted into certainty. Then his eyes, too, had the look which I know means victory. Benign or baleful, it goes with his triumphs. I have seen that look before, and when once it lurks scintillating in the luminous depths of his gleaming eyeballs, I recognize at once that, whatever his aim, he has succeeded in it. Still, Hilda, I am loth." She waved her hand impatiently. "Waste no time," she cried in an authoritative voice. "If you happen to let that needle rub carelessly against the sleeve of your coat, you may destroy the evidence. Take it at once to your room, plunge it into a culture, and lock it up safe at a proper temperature, where Sebastian cannot get at it till the consequences develop." I did as she bid me. By this time I was not wholly unprepared for the result she anticipated. My belief in Sebastian had sunk to zero, and was rapidly reaching a negative quantity. At 9 the next morning I tested one drop of the culture under the microscope. Clear and limpid to the naked eye, it was alive with small objects of a most suspicious nature. When properly magnified, I knew those hungry forms. Still, I would not decide offhand on my own authority in a matter of such moment. Sebastian's character was at stake, the character of the man who led the profession. I called in Callaghan, who happened to be in the ward, and asked him to put his eye to the instrument for a moment. He was a splendid fellow for the use of high powers, and I had magnified the culture 300 diameters. What do you call those?" I asked, breathless. He scanned them carefully with his experienced eye. "Is it the microbes ye mean?" he answered. "And what 'ud they be then, if it wasn't the bacillus of Piemia?" "Blood poisoning!" I ejaculated, horror struck. "Aye, blood poisoning. That's the English of it." I assumed an air of indifference. "I made them that myself," I rejoined, as if they were mere ordinary experimental germs. "But I wanted confirmation of my own opinion. You're sure of the bacillus?" "And haven't I been keeping swarms of those very same bacteria under close observation for Sebastian for 7 weeks past? Why, I know them as well as I know me own mother." "Thank you," I said, "that will do," and I carried off the microscope, bacilli and all, into Hilda Wade's sitting room. "Look yourself," I cried to her. She stared at them through the instrument with an unmoved face. "I thought so," she answered shortly. "The bacillus of Piemia, a most virulent type, exactly what I expected." "You anticipated that result?" "Absolutely. You see, blood poisoning matures quickly, and kills almost to a certainty. Delirium supervenes so soon that the patient has no chance of explaining suspicions. Besides, it would all seem so very natural. Everybody would say she got some slight wound which microbes from some case she was attending contaminated. You may be sure Sebastian thought out all that. He plans with consummate skill. He had designed everything." I gazed at her, uncertain. "And what will you do?" I asked. "Expose him?" She opened both her palms with a blank gesture of helplessness. "It is useless," she answered. "Nobody would believe me. Consider the situation. You know the needle I gave you was the one Sebastian meant to use, the one he dropped and I caught, because you are a friend of mine, and because you have learned to trust me. But who else would credit it? I have only my word against his, an unknown nurse's against the great professor's. Everybody would say I was malicious or hysterical. Hysteria is always an easy stone to fling at an injured woman who asks for justice. They would declare I had trumped up the case to forestall my dismissal. They would set it down to spite. We can do nothing against him. Remember, on his part, the utter absence of overt motive." "And you mean to stop on here in close attendance on a man who has attempted your life?" I cried, really alarmed for her safety. "I am not sure about that," she answered. "I must take time to think. My presence at Nathaniel's was necessary to my plan. The plan fails for the present. I have now to look round and reconsider my position." "But you are not safe here now," I urged, growing warm. "If Sebastian really wishes to get rid of you, and is as unscrupulous as you suppose, with his gigantic brain he can soon compass his end. What he plans he executes. You ought not to remain within the Professor's reach 1 hour longer." "I have thought of that too," she replied with an almost unearthly calm. "But there are difficulties either way. At any rate, I am glad he did not succeed this time, for to have killed me now would have frustrated my plan." She clasped her hands. "My plan is 10,000 times dearer than life to me." "Dear lady," I cried, drawing a deep breath, "I implore you in this strait, listen to what I urge. Why fight your battle alone? Why refuse assistance? I have admired you so long. I am so eager to help you, if only you will allow me to call you." Her eyes brightened and softened. Her whole bosom heaved. I felt in a flash she was not wholly indifferent to me. Strange tremors in the air seemed to play about us. But she waved me aside once more. "Don't press me," she said in a very low voice. "Let me go my own way. It is hard enough already, this task I have undertaken, without your making it harder. Dear friend, you don't quite understand. There are two men at Nathaniel's whom I desire to escape, because they both alike stand in the way of my purpose." She took my hands in hers. "Each in a different way," she murmured once more, "but each I must avoid. One is Sebastian, the other—" She let my hand drop again and broke off suddenly. "Dear Hubert," she cried with a catch, "I cannot help it. Forgive me." It was the first time she had ever called me by my Christian name. The mere sound of the word made me unspeakably happy. Yet she waved me away. "Must I go?" I asked, quivering. "Yes, yes, you must go. I cannot stand it. I must think this thing out, undisturbed. It is a very great crisis." That afternoon and evening, by some unhappy chance, I was fully engaged in work at the hospital. Late at night a letter arrived for me. I glanced at it in dismay. It bore the Basingstoke postmark, but to my alarm and surprise it was in Hilda's hand. What could this change portend? I opened it, all tremulous. "Dear Hubert." I gave a sigh of relief. It was no longer "Dear Dr. Cumberledge" now, but Hubert. That was something gained, at any rate. I read on with a beating heart. What had Hilda to say to me? "Dear Hubert, by the time this reaches you, I shall be far away, irrevocably far, from London. With deep regret, with fierce searching of spirit, I have come to the conclusion that for the purpose I have in view it would be better for me at once to leave Nathaniel's. Where I go, or what I mean to do, I do not wish to tell you. Of your charity I pray refrain from asking me. I am aware that your kindness and generosity deserve better recognition, but like Sebastian himself, I am the slave of my purpose. I have lived for it all these years, and it is still very dear to me. To tell you my plans would interfere with that end. Do not therefore suppose I am insensible to your goodness. Dear Hubert, spare me. I dare not say more, lest I say too much. I dare not trust myself. But one thing I must say. I am flying from you quite as much as from Sebastian, flying from my own heart quite as much as from my enemy. Some day, perhaps, if I accomplish my object, I may tell you all. Meanwhile, I can only beg of you, of your kindness, to trust me. We shall not meet again, I fear, for years. But I shall never forget you, you, the kind counsellor, who have half turned me aside from my life's purpose. One word more, and I should falter. In very great haste and amid much disturbance, yours ever affectionately and gratefully, Hilda. It was a hurried scrawl in pencil, as if written in a train. I felt utterly dejected. Was Hilda then leaving England? Rousing myself after some minutes, I went straight to Sebastian's rooms and told him in brief terms that Nurse Wade had disappeared at a moment's notice, and had sent a note to tell me so. He looked up from his work and scanned me hard, as was his wont. "That is well," he said at last, his eyes glowing deep. "She was getting too great a hold on you, that young woman." "She retains that hold upon me, sir," I answered curtly. "You are making a grave mistake in life, my dear Cumberledge," he went on in his old genial tone, which I had almost forgotten. "Before you go further and entangle yourself more deeply, I think it is only right that I should undeceive you as to this girl's true position. She is passing under a false name, and she comes of a tainted stock. Nurse Wade, as she chooses to call herself, is a daughter of the notorious murderer, York Bannerman." My mind leapt back to the incident of the broken basin. York Bannerman's name had profoundly moved her. Then I thought of Hilda's face. Murderers, I said to myself, do not beget such daughters as that. Not even accidental murderers, like my poor friend Legate. I saw at once the prima facie evidence was strongly against her, but I had faith in her still. I drew myself up firmly and stared him back full in the face. "I do not believe it," I answered shortly. "You do not believe it? I tell you it is so. The girl herself as good as acknowledged it to me." I spoke slowly and distinctly. "Dr. Sebastian," I said, confronting him, "let us be quite clear with one another. I have found you out. I know how you tried to poison that lady, to poison her with bacilli which I detected. I cannot trust your word. I cannot trust your inferences. Either she is not York Bannerman's daughter at all, or else York Bannerman was not a murderer." I watched his face closely. Conviction leaped upon me. "And someone else was," I went on. "I might put a name to him." With a stern white face he rose and opened the door. He pointed to it slowly. "This hospital is not big enough for you and me abreast," he said with cold politeness. "One or other of us must go. Which I leave to your good sense to determine." Even at that moment of detection and disgrace, in one man's eyes at least, Sebastian retained his full measure of dignity. End of chapter 5, part 2. Read by Lars Rolander. Chapter 6, part 1 of Hilda Wade. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars Rolander. Hilda Wade, A Woman with Tenacity of Purpose, by Grant Allen. Chapter 6, Part 1. The episode of the letter with the Basingstoke postmark. I have a vast respect for my grandfather. He was a man of forethought. He left me a modest little income of 700 a year, well invested. Now 700 a year is not exactly wealth, but it is an unobtrusive competence. It permits a bachelor to move about the world and choose at will his own profession. I chose medicine, but I was not wholly dependent upon it, so I honored my grandfather's wise disposition of his worldly goods, though oddly enough my cousin Tom, to whom he left his watch and £500, speaks most disrespectfully of his character and intellect. Thanks to my grandfather's silken sailed bark, therefore, when I found myself practically dismissed from Nathaniel's, I was not thrown on my beam ends, as most young men in my position would have been. I had time and opportunity for the favorite pastime of looking about me. Of course, had I chosen, I might have fought the case to the bitter end against Sebastian. He could not dismiss me, that lay with the committee. But I hardly cared to fight in the first place, though I had found him out as a man. I still respected him as a great teacher. And in the second place, which is always more important, I wanted to find and follow Hilda. To be sure, Hilda, in that enigmatic letter of hers, had implored me not to seek her out, but I think you will admit there is one request which no man can grant to the girl he loves, and that is the request to keep away from her. If Hilda did not want me, I wanted Hilda, and being a man, I meant to find her. My chances of discovering her whereabouts, however, I had to confess to myself, when it came to the point, were extremely slender. She had vanished from my horizon, melted into space. My sole hint of a clue consisted in the fact that the letter she sent me had been posted at Basingstoke. Here, then, was my problem. Given an envelope with a Basingstoke postmark, to find in what part of Europe, Asia, Africa, or America the writer of it might be discovered. It opened up a fine field for speculation. When I set out to face this broad puzzle, my first idea was, I must ask Hilda. In all circumstances of difficulty, I had grown accustomed to submitting my doubts and surmises to her acute intelligence, and her instinct almost always supplied the right solution. But now Hilda was gone. It was Hilda herself I wished to track through the labyrinth of the world. I could expect no assistance in tracking her from Hilda. Let me think, I said to myself over a reflective pipe with feet poised on the fender. How would Hilda herself have approached this problem? Imagine I am Hilda. I must try to strike a trail by applying her own methods to her own character. She would have attacked the question, no doubt. Here I eyed my pipe wisely, from the psychological side. She would have asked herself, I stroked my chin, what such a temperament as hers was likely to do under such and such circumstances, and she would have answered it aright. But then I puffed away once or twice. She is Hilda. When I came to reconnoitre the matter in this light, I became at once aware how great a gulf separated the clumsy male intelligence from the immediate and almost unerring intuitions of a clever woman. I am considered no fool, in my own profession, I may venture to say. I was Sebastian's favourite pupil, yet though I asked myself over and over again where Hilda would be likely to go, Canada, China, Australia, as the outcome of her character, in these given conditions, I got no answer. I stared at the fire and reflected. I smoked 2 successive pipes and shook out the ashes. Let me consider how Hilda's temperament would work, I said, looking sagacious. I said it several times, but there I stuck. I went no further. The solution would not come. I felt that in order to play Hilda's part, it was necessary first to have Hilda's headpiece. Not every man can bend the bow of Ulysses. As I turned the problem over in my mind, however, one phrase at last came back to me, a phrase which Hilda herself had let fall when we were debating a very similar point about poor Hugo Legate. If I were in his place, what do you think I would do? Why, hide myself at once in the greenest recesses of our Carnarvonshire mountains. She must have gone to Wales, then. I had her own authority for saying so. And yet Wales! Wales! I pulled myself up with a jerk. In that case, how did she come to be passing by Basingstoke? Was the postmark a blind? Had she hired someone to take the letter somewhere for her on purpose to put me off on a false track? I could hardly think so. Besides, the time was against it. I saw Hilda at Nathaniel's in the morning, the very same evening I received the envelope with the Basingstoke postmark. If I were in his place. Yes, true, but now I come to think on it, were the positions really parallel? Hilda was not flying for her life from justice. She was only endeavouring to escape Sebastian and myself. The instances she had quoted of the mountaineer's curious homing instinct, the wild yearning he feels at moments of great straits to bury himself among the nooks of his native hills, were they not all instances of murderers pursued by the police? It was abject terror that drove these men to their burrows. But Hilda was not a murderer. She was not dogged by remorse, despair, or the myrmidons of the law. It was murder she was avoiding, not the punishment of murder. That made, of course, an obvious difference. Irrevocably far from London, she said, Wales is a suburb. I gave up the idea that it was likely to prove her place or refuge from the 2 men she was bent on escaping. Hong Kong, after all, seemed more probable than Llanberis. That first failure gave me a clue, however, as to the best way of applying Hilda's own methods. What would such a person do under the circumstances? That was her way of putting the question. Clearly, then, I must first decide what were the circumstances. Was Sebastian speaking the truth? Was Hilda Wade, or was she not, the daughter of the supposed murderer, Dr. York Bannerman? I looked up as much of the case as I could, in unobtrusive ways, among the old law reports, and found that the barrister who had had charge of the defence was my father's old friend, Mr. Horace Mayfield, a man of elegant tastes, and the means to gratify them. I went to call on him on Sunday evening at his artistically luxurious house in Onslow Gardens. A sedate footman answered the bell. Fortunately, Mr. Mayfield was at home, and, what is rarer, disengaged. You do not always find a successful Q.C. at his ease among his books, beneath the electric light, ready to give up a vacant hour to friendly colloquy. "Remember York Bannerman's case?" he said, a huge smile breaking slowly like a wave over his genial fat face. Horace Mayfield resembles a great good-humoured toad, with bland manners and a capacious double chin. "I should just say I did. Bless my soul, why, yes," he beamed. "I was York Bannerman's counsel. Excellent fellow, York Bannerman. Most unfortunate end, though. Precious clever chap, too. Had an astounding memory, recollected every symptom of every patient he ever attended, and such an eye. Diagnosis? It was clairvoyance. A gift, no less. Knew what was the matter with you the moment he looked at you." That sounded like Hilda. The same surprising power of recalling facts, the same keen faculty for interpreting character or the signs of feeling. "He poisoned somebody, I believe," I murmured casually. "An uncle of his or something." Mayfield's great squat face wrinkled. The double chin folding down on the neck became more ostentatiously doubled than ever. "Well, I can't admit that," he said in his suave voice, twirling the string of his eyeglass. "I was York Bannerman's advocate, you see, and therefore I was paid not to admit it. Besides, he was a friend of mine, and I always liked him. But I will allow that the case did look a trifle black against him." "Ha? Look black, did it?" I faltered. The judicious barrister shrugged his shoulders. A genial smile spread oilily once more over his smooth face. "None of my business to say so," he answered, puckering the corners of his eyes. "Still, it was a long time ago, and the circumstances certainly were suspicious. Perhaps on the whole, Hubert, it was just as well the poor fellow died before the trial came off. Otherwise," he pouted his lips, "I might have had my work cut out to save him." And he eyed the blue china gods on the mantelpiece affectionately. "I believe the Crown urged money as the motive," I suggested. Mayfield glanced inquiry at me. "Now, why do you want to know all this?" he asked in a suspicious voice, coming back from his dragons. "It is irregular, very, to worm information out of an innocent barrister in his hours of ease about a former client. We are a Gilles race, we lawyers. Don't abuse our confidence." He seemed an honest man, I thought, in spite of his mocking tone. I trusted him, and made a clean breast of it. "I believe," I answered, with an impressive little pause, "I want to marry York Bannerman's daughter." He gave a quick start. "What, Maisie?" he exclaimed. I shook my head. "No, no, that is not the name," I replied. He hesitated a moment. "But there is no other," he hazarded cautiously at last. "I knew the family." "I am not sure of it," I went on. "I have merely my suspicions. I am in love with the girl, and something about her makes me think she is probably a York Bannerman." "But, my dear Hubert, if that is so," the great lawyer went on, waving me off with one fat hand, "it must be at once apparent to you that I am the last person on earth to whom you ought to apply for information. Remember my oath, the practice of our clan, the seal of secrecy." I was frank once more. "I do not know whether the lady I mean is or is not York Bannerman's daughter," I persisted. "She may be and she may not. She gives another name, that's certain. But whether she is or isn't, one thing I know. I mean to marry her. I believe in her, I trust her. I only seek to gain this information now because I don't know where she is, and I want to track her." He crossed his big hands with an air of Christian resignation, and looked up at the panels of the coffered ceiling. "In that," he answered, "I may honestly say I can't help you. Humbug apart, I have not known Mrs. York Bannerman's address, or Maisie's either, ever since my poor friend's death. Prudent woman, Mrs. York Bannerman. She went away, I believe, to somewhere in North Wales, and afterwards to Brittany, but she probably changed her name, and she did not confide in me." I went on to ask him a few questions about the case, premising that I did so in the most friendly spirit. "Oh, I can only tell you what is publicly known," he answered, beaming with the usual professional pretence of the most sphinx-like reticence. "But the plain facts, as universally admitted, were these. I break no confidence. York Bannerman had a rich uncle from whom he had expectations, a certain Admiral Scott Prideaux. This uncle had lately made a will in York Bannerman's favour, but he was a cantankerous old chap, naval, autocratic, crusty, given to changing his mind with each change of the wind, and easily offended by his relations. The sort of cheerful old party who makes a new will once every month, disinheriting the nephew he last dined with. Well, one day the Admiral was taken ill at his own house, and York Bannerman attended him. Our contention was, I speak now as my old friend's counsel, that Scott Prideaux, getting as tired of life as we are all tired of him, and weary of his recurrent worry of will-making, determined at last to clear out for good from a world where he was so little appreciated, and therefore tried to poison himself." "With aconitine?" I suggested eagerly. "Unfortunately, yes. He made use of aconitine for that otherwise laudable purpose. Now, as ill luck would have it," Mayfield's wrinkles deepened, "York Bannerman and Sebastian, then two rising doctors engaged in physiological researches together, had just been occupied in experimenting upon this very drug, testing the use of aconitine. Indeed, you will no doubt remember." He crossed his fat hands again comfortably. "It was these precise researches on a then little known poison that first brought Sebastian prominently before the public. What was the consequence?" His smooth, persuasive voice flowed on as if I were a concentrated jury. "The Admiral grew rapidly worse, and insisted upon calling in a second opinion. No doubt he didn't like the aconitine when it came to the pinch, for it does pinch, I can tell you, and repented him from his evil. York Bannerman suggested Sebastian as the second opinion. The uncle acquiesced. Sebastian was called in, and of course, being fresh from his researches, immediately recognized the symptoms of aconitine poisoning." "What, Sebastian found it out?" I cried, starting. "Oh yes, Sebastian. He watched the case from that point to the end, and the oddest part of it all was this, that though he communicated with the police, and himself prepared every morsel of food that the poor old Admiral took from that moment forth, the symptoms continually increased in severity. The police contention was that York Bannerman somehow managed to put the stuff into the milk beforehand. My own theory was, as counsel for the accused," he blinked his fat eyes, "that old Prideaux had concealed a large quantity of aconitine in the bed before his illness, and went on taking it from time to time, just to spite his nephew." "And you believe that, Mr. Mayfield?" The broad smile broke concentrically in ripples over the great lawyer's face. His smile was Mayfield's main feature. He shrugged his shoulders and expanded his big hands wide open before him. "My dear Hubert," he said, with the most humorous expression of countenance, "you are a professional man yourself, therefore you know that every profession has its own little courtesies, its own small fictions. I was York Bannerman's counsel as well as his friend. 'Tis a point of honour with us that no barrister will ever admit a doubt as to a client's innocence. Is he not paid to maintain it? and to my dying day I will constantly maintain that old Prideaux poisoned himself, maintain it with that dogged and meaningless obstinacy with which we always cling to whatever is least probable. Oh yes, he poisoned himself, and York Bannerman was innocent. But still, you know, it was the sort of case where an acute lawyer with a reputation to make would prefer to be for the Crown rather than for the prisoner." "But it was never tried," I ejaculated. "No, happily for us, it was never tried. Fortune favoured us. York Bannerman had a weak heart, a conveniently weak heart, which the inquest sorely affected. And besides, he was deeply angry at what he persisted in calling Sebastian's defection. He evidently thought Sebastian ought to have stood by him. His colleague preferred the claims of public duty, as he understood them, I mean, to those of private friendship. It was a very sad case, for York Bannerman was really a charming fellow, but I confess I was relieved when he died unexpectedly on the morning of his arrest. It took off my shoulders a most serious burden." "You think, then, the case would have gone against him?" "My dear Hubert," his whole face puckered with an indulgent smile, "of course the case must have gone against us. Juries are fools, but they are not such fools as to swallow everything, like ostriches, to let me throw dust in their eyes about so plain an issue. Consider the facts, consider them impartially. York Bannerman had easy access to aconitine, had whole ounces of it in his possession. He treated the uncle from whom he was to inherit. He was in temporary embarrassments. That came out at the inquest. It was known that the Admiral had just made a 23rd will in his favour, and that the Admiral's wills were liable to alteration every time a nephew ventured upon an opinion in politics, religion, science, navigation, or the right card at whist, differing by a shade from that of the uncle. The Admiral died of aconitine poisoning, and Sebastian observed and detailed the symptoms. Could anything be plainer? I mean, could any combination of fortuitous circumstances," he blinked pleasantly again, "be more adverse to an advocate sincerely convinced of his client's innocence as a professional duty?" And he gazed at me comically. The more he piled up the case against the man who I now felt sure was Hilda's father, the less did I believe him. A dark conspiracy seemed to loom up in the background. "Has it ever occurred to you," I asked at last in a very tentative tone, "that perhaps, I throw out the hint as a mere suggestion, perhaps it may have been Sebastian who—" He smiled this time till I thought his smile would swallow him. "If York Bannerman had not been my client," he mused aloud, "I might have been inclined to suspect rather that Sebastian aided him to avoid justice by giving him something violent to take if he wished it, something which might accelerate the inevitable action of the heart disease from which he was suffering. Isn't that more likely?" I saw that there was nothing further to be got out of Mayfield. His opinion was fixed. He was a placid ruminant, but he had given me already much food for thought. I thanked him for his assistance, and returned on foot to my rooms at the hospital. I was now, however, in a somewhat different position for tracking Hilda from that which I occupied before my interview with the famous consul. I felt certain by this time that Hilda Wade and Maisie York Bannerman were one and the same person. To be sure, it gave me a twinge to think that Hilda should be masquerading under an assumed name, but I waived that question for the moment and awaited her explanations. The great point now was to find Hilda. She was flying from Sebastian to mature a new plan, but whither? I proceeded to argue it out on her own principles. Oh, how lamely! The world is still so big. Mauritius, the Argentine, British Columbia, New Zealand. The letter I had received bore the Basingstoke postmark. Now a person may be passing Basingstoke on his way either to Southampton or Plymouth, both of which are ports of embarkation for various foreign countries. I attached importance to that clue. Something about the tone of Hilda's letter made me realize that she intended to put the sea between us. In concluding so much, I felt sure I was not mistaken. Hilda had too big and too cosmopolitan a mind to speak of being irrevocably far from London. If she were only going to some town in England, or even to Normandy or the Channel Islands, irrevocably far pointed rather to a destination outside Europe altogether, to India, Africa, America, not to Jersey, Dieppe, or St. Malo. Was it Southampton or Plymouth to which she was first bound? That was the next question. I inclined to Southampton, for the sprawling lines, so different from her usual neat hand, were written hurriedly in a train I could see, and on consulting Bradshaw I found that the Plymouth express stopped longest at Salisbury, where Hilda would therefore have been likely to post her note if she were going to the far west, while some of the Southampton trains stop at Basingstoke, which is, indeed, the most convenient point on that route for sending off a letter. This was mere blind guesswork, to be sure, compared with Hilda's immediate and unerring intuition, but it had some probability in its favour at any rate. Try both. Of the two, she was likelier to be going to Southampton. My next move was to consult the list of outgoing steamers. Hilda had left London on a Saturday morning. Now, on alternate Saturdays, the steamers of the Castle Line sail from Southampton, where they call to take up passengers and mails. Was this one of those alternate Saturdays? I looked up the list of dates. It was. That told further in favour of Southampton. But did any steamer of any passenger line sail from Plymouth on the same day? None that I could find. Or from Southampton elsewhere? I looked them all up. The Royal Mail Company's boats start on Wednesdays, the North German Lloyd's on Wednesdays and Sundays. Those were the only likely vessels I could discover. Either then, I concluded, Hilda meant to sail on Saturday by the Castle Line for South Africa, or else on Sunday by North German Lloyd for some part of America. How I longed for 1 hour of Hilda to help me out with her almost infallible instinct. I realized how feeble and fallacious was my own groping in the dark. Her knowledge of temperament would have revealed to her at once what I was trying to discover, like the police she despised, by the clumsy clues which so roused her sarcasm. However, I went to bed and slept on it. Next morning I determined to set out for Southampton on a tour of inquiry to all the steamboat agencies. If that failed, I could go on to Plymouth. But, as chance would have it, the morning post brought me an unexpected letter, which helped me not a little in unravelling the problem. It was a crumpled letter, written on rather soiled paper, in an uneducated hand, and it bore, like Hilda's, the Basingstoke postmark. Charlotte Chertwood sends her duty to Dr. Cambridge, it said, with somewhat uncertain spelling, and I am very sorry that I was not able to post the letter to you in London, as the lady asked me, but after her train had left, as I was stepping into mine, the Indian started, and I was knocked down and badly hurt, and the lady gave me a half-sovereign to post it in London as soon as I got there, but being unable to do so, I now return it, dear sir, not knowing the lady's name and address, she having trusted me through seeing me on the platform, and perhaps you can send it back to her, and was very sorry I could not post it where she asked me, but time being an object, put it in the box in Basingstoke station, and now enclose post office order for 10 shillings, which, dear sir, kindly let the young lady have from your obedient servant, Charlotte Chertwood. In the corner was the address, 11 Chaps Cottages, Basingstoke. The happy accident of this letter advanced things for me greatly, though it also made me feel how dependent I was upon happy accidents, where Hilda would have guessed right at once by mere knowledge of character. Still, the letter explained many things which had hitherto puzzled me. I had felt not a little surprised that Hilda wishing to withdraw from me and leave no traces, should have sent off her farewell letter from Basingstoke, so as to let me see at once in what direction she was travelling. Nay, I even wondered at times whether she had really posted it herself at Basingstoke, or given it to somebody who chanced to be going there to post for her as a blind. But I did not think she would deliberately deceive me, and, in my opinion, to get a letter posted at Basingstoke would be deliberate deception, while to get it posted in London was mere vague precaution. I understood now that she had written it in the train, and then picked out a likely person as she passed to take it to Waterloo for her. End of chapter 6, part 1. Read by Lars Rolander. Chapter 6, part 2 of Hilda Wade. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars Rolander. Hilda Wade, A Woman with Tenacity of Purpose by Grant Allen. Chapter 6, Part 2. Of course, I went straight down to Basingstoke, and called at once at Chubb's cottages. It was a squalid little row on the outskirts of the town. I found Charlotte Shertwood herself exactly such a girl as Hilda, with her quick judgment of character, might have hit upon for such a purpose. She was a conspicuously honest and transparent country servant, of the lumpy type, on her way to London to take a place as housemaid. Her injuries were severe, but not dangerous. "The lady saw me on the platform," she said, "and beckoned to me to come to her. She asked me where I was going, and I says, 'To London, miss.' Says she, smiling kind like, 'Could you post a letter for me?' 'Certain sure,' says I. 'You can depend upon me.' And then she gives me the 1/2 sovereign and says she, 'Mind, it's very particular. If the gentleman don't get it, he'll fret his heart out.' And through having a young man of my own, as it is a groom at Andover, of course I understood her, sir. And then feeling a fool of it, as you may say, what with the 1/2 sovereign, and what with one thing and what with another, and all of a fluster with not being used to travelling, I ran up, when the train for London come in, and tried to scramble into it afore it had quite stopped moving. And a guard, he rushes up and 'Stand back,' says he. 'Wait till the train stops,' says he, and waves his red flag at me. But afore I could stand back with one foot on the step, the train sort of jumped away from me, and knocked me down like this. And they say it'll be a week now afore I'm well enough to go on to London. But I posted the letter all the same at Basingstoke station as they was carrying me off, and I took down the address so as to return the 1/2 sovereign." Hilda was right as always. She had chosen instinctively the trustworthy person, chosen her at first sight, and hit the bull's-eye. "Do you know what train the lady was in?" I asked as she paused. "Where was it going? Did you notice?" "It was the Southampton train, sir. I saw the board on the carriage." That settled the question. "You are a good and an honest girl," I said, pulling out my purse, "and you came to this misfortune through trying too eagerly to help the young lady. A £10 note is not overmuch as compensation for your accident. Take it and get well. I should be sorry to think you lost a good place through your anxiety to help us." The rest of my way was plain sailing now. I hurried on straight to Southampton. There my first visit was to the office of the Castle line. I went to the point at once. Was there a Miss Wade among the passengers by the Dunnottar Castle? No, nobody of that name on the list. Had any lady taken a passage at the last moment? The clerk perpended. Yes, a lady had come by the mail train from London with no heavy baggage, and had gone on board direct, taking what cabin she could get. A young lady in grey, quite unprepared, gave no name, called away in a hurry. What sort of a lady? Youngish, good-looking, brown hair and eyes, the clerk thought, a sort of creamy skin, and a mesmeric kind of glance that seemed to go right through you. "That will do," I answered, sure now of my quarry. To which port did she book? To Cape Town. Very well, I said promptly. You may reserve me a good berth in the next outgoing steamer. It was just like Hilda's impulsive character to rush off in this way, at a moment's notice, and just like mine to follow her. But it piqued me a little to think that, but for the accident of an accident, I might never have tracked her down. If the letter had been posted in London as she intended, and not at Basingstoke, I might have sought in vain for her from then till doomsday. 10 days later I was afloat on the Channel, bound for South Africa. I always admired Hilda's astonishing insight into character and motive, but I never admired it quite so profoundly as on the glorious day when we arrived at Cape Town. I was standing on deck, looking out for the first time in my life on that tremendous view, the steep and massive bulk of Table Mountain, a mere lump of rock dropped loose from the sky, with the long white town spread gleaming at its base, and the silver tree plantations that cling to its lower slopes and merge by degrees into gardens and vineyards, when a messenger from the shore came up to me tentatively. "Dr. Camberledge?" he said in an inquiring tone. I nodded. "That is my name." "I have a letter for you, sir." I took it in great surprise. Who on earth in Cape Town could have known I was coming? I had not a friend to my knowledge in the colony. I glanced at the envelope. My wonder deepened. That prescient brain! It was Hilda's handwriting. I tore it open and read: "My dear Hubert, I know you will come. I know you will follow me. So I am leaving this letter at Donald Curry and Company's office, giving their agent instructions to hand it to you as soon as you reach Cape Town. I am quite sure you will track me so far at least. I understand your temperament. But I beg you, I implore you to go no further. You will ruin my plan if you do, and I still adhere to it. It is good of you to come so far. I cannot blame you for that. I know your motives. But do not try to find me out. I warn you beforehand, it will be quite useless. I have made up my mind. I have an object in life, and dear as you are to me, that I will not pretend to deny. I can never allow even you to interfere with it. So be warned in time. Go back quietly by the next steamer. Your ever attached and grateful Hilda." I read it twice through with a little thrill of joy. Did any man ever court so strange a love? Her very strangeness drew me. But go back by the next steamer. I felt sure of one thing: Hilda was far too good a judge of character to believe that I was likely to obey that mandate. I will not trouble you with the remaining stages of my quest. Except for the slowness of South African mail coaches, they were comparatively easy. It is not so hard to track strangers in Cape Town as strangers in London. I followed Hilda to her hotel, and from her hotel up country, stage after stage, jolted by rail, worse jolted by mule wagon, inquiring, till I learned at last she was somewhere in Rhodesia. That is a big address, but it does not cover as many names as it covers square miles. In time I found her. Still, it took time, and before we met, Hilda had leisure to settle down quietly to her new existence. People in Rhodesia had noted her coming as a new portent because of one strange peculiarity. She was the only woman of means who had ever gone up of her own free will to Rhodesia. Other women had gone there to accompany their husbands, or to earn their livings, but that a lady should freely select that half-baked land as a place of residence, a lady of position, with all the world before her where to choose, that puzzled the Rhodesians. So she was a marked person. Most people solved the vexed problem, indeed, by suggesting that she had designs against the stern celibacy of a leading South African politician. "Depend upon it," they said, "it's Rhodes she's after." The moment I arrived at Salisbury, and stated my object in coming, all the world in the new town was ready to assist me. The lady was to be found, vaguely speaking, on a young farm to the north, a budding farm whose general direction was expansively indicated to me by a wave of the arm, with South African uncertainty. I bought a pony at Salisbury, a pretty little seasoned sorrel mare, and set out to find Hilda. My way lay over a brand new road, or what passes for a road in South Africa, very soft and lumpy, like an English cart track. I am a fair cross-country rider in our own Midlands, but I never rode a more tedious journey than that one. I had crawled several miles under a blazing sun along the shadeless new track on my African pony, when, to my surprise, I saw, of all sights in the world, a bicycle coming towards me. I could hardly believe my eyes. Civilization indeed! A bicycle in these remotest wilds of Africa! I had been picking my way for some hours through a desolate plateau, the high veldt, about 5,000 feet above the sea level, and entirely treeless. In places, to be sure, a few low bushes of prickly aspect rose in tangled clumps, but for the most part the arid tableland was covered by a thick growth of short brown grass, about 9 inches high, burnt up in the sun, and most wearisome to look at. The distressing nakedness of a new country confronted me. Here and there a bald farm or two had been literally pegged out. The pegs were almost all one saw of them as yet. The fields were in the future. Here and there again a scattered range of low granite hills, known locally as kopjes, red rocky prominences flaunting in the sunshine, diversified the distance. But the road itself, such as it was, lay all on the high plain, looking down now and again into gorges or kloofs, wooded on their slopes with scrubby trees, and comparatively well watered. In the midst of all this crude, unfinished land, the mere sight of a bicycle bumping over the rubbly road was a sufficient surprise, but my astonishment reached a climax when I saw, as it drew near, that it was ridden by a woman. One moment later I had burst into a wild cry, and rode forward to her hurriedly. "Hilda!" I shouted aloud in my excitement. "Hilda!" She stepped lightly from her pedals as if it had been in the park, head erect and proud, eyes liquid, lustrous. I dismounted, trembling, and stood beside her. In the wild joy of the moment, for the first time in my life, I kissed her fervently. Hilda took the kiss unreproving. She did not attempt to refuse me. "So you have come at last," she murmured, with a glow on her face, half nestling towards me, half withdrawing, as if two wills tore her in different directions. "I have been expecting you for some days, and somehow to day I was almost certain you were coming." "Then you are not angry with me?" I cried. "You remember you forbade me." "Angry with you? Dear Hubert, could I ever be angry with you, especially for thus showing me your devotion and your trust? I am never angry with you. When one knows, one understands. I have thought of you so often. Sometimes, alone here in this raw new land, I have longed for you to come. It is inconsistent of me, of course, but I am so solitary, so lonely." "And yet you begged me not to follow you." She looked up at me shyly. I was not accustomed to see Hilda shy. Her eyes gazed deep into mine beneath the long soft lashes. "I begged you not to follow me," she repeated, a strange gladness in her tone. "Yes, dear Hubert, I begged you, and I meant it. Cannot you understand that sometimes one hopes a thing may never happen, and is supremely happy because it happens, in spite of one? I have a purpose in life for which I live. I live for it still. For its sake I told you you must not come to me. Yet you have come, against my orders, and—" She paused and drew a deep sigh. Oh, Hubert, I thank you for daring to disobey me." I clasped her to my bosom. She allowed me, half resisting. "I am too weak," she murmured. "Only this morning I made up my mind that when I saw you I would implore you to return at once, and now that you are here," she laid her little hand confidingly in mine, "see how foolish I am. I cannot dismiss you." "Which means to say, Hilda, that after all you are still a woman." "A woman! Oh, yes, very much a woman, Hubert. I love you. I half wish I did not." "Why, darling?" I drew her to me. "Because if I did not, I could send you away so easily. As it is, I cannot let you stop, and I cannot dismiss you." "Then divide it," I cried gaily. "Do neither. Come away with me." "No, no, nor that either. I will not stultify my whole past life. I will not dishonour my dear father's memory." I looked around for something to which to tether my horse. A bridle is in one's way when one has to discuss important business. There was really nothing about that seemed fit for the purpose. Hilda saw what I sought, and pointed mutely to a stunted bush beside a big granite boulder which rose abruptly from the dead level of the grass, affording a little shade from that sweltering sunlight. I tied my mare to the gnarled root, it was the only part big enough, and sat down by Hilda's side under the shadow of a great rock in a thirsty land. I realized at that moment the force and appropriateness of the psalmist's simile. The sun beat fiercely on the seeding grasses. Away on the southern horizon we could faintly perceive the floating yellow haze of the prairie fires lit by the Mashonas. "Then you knew I would come?" I began as she seated herself on the burnt up herbage while my hand stole into hers to nestle there naturally. She pressed it in return. "Oh, yes, I knew you would come," she answered with that strange ring of confidence in her voice. "Of course you got my letter at Cape Town?" "I did, Hilda, and I wondered at you more than ever as I read it. But if you knew I would come, why write to prevent me?" Her eyes had their mysterious faraway air. She looked out upon infinity. "Well, I wanted to do my best to turn you aside," she said slowly. "One must always do one's best even when one feels and believes it is useless. That surely is the first clause in a doctor's or a nurse's rubric." "But why didn't you want me to come?" I persisted. "Why fight against your own heart, Hilda? I'm sure, I know you love me." Her bosom rose and fell, her eyes dilated. "Love you!" she cried, looking away over the bushy ridges as if afraid to trust herself. "Oh, yes, Hubert, I love you. It is not for that I wish to avoid you, or rather it is just because of that. I cannot endure to spoil your life by a fruitless affection." "Why fruitless?" I asked, leaning forward. She crossed her hands resignedly. "You know all by this time," she answered. "Sebastian would tell you, of course, when you went to announce that you were leaving Nathaniel's. He could not do otherwise. It is the outcome of his temperament, an integral part of his nature." "Hilda," I cried, "you are a witch. How could you know that? I can't imagine." She smiled her restrained Chaldean smile. "Because I know Sebastian," she answered quietly. "I can read that man to the core. He is simple as a book. His composition is plain, straightforward, quite natural, uniform. There are no twists and turns in him. Once learn the key and it discloses everything like an open sesame. He has a gigantic intellect, a burning thirst for knowledge, one love, one hobby, science, and no moral instincts. He goes straight for his ends, and whatever comes in his way," she dug her little heel in the brown soil, "he tramples on it as ruthlessly as a child will trample on a worm or a beetle." "And yet," I said, "he is so great." "Yes, great, I grant you, but the easiest character to unravel that I have ever met. It is calm, austere, unbending, yet not in the least degree complex. He has the impassioned temperament pushed to its highest pitch, the temperament that runs deep with irresistible force, but the passion that inspires him, that carries him away headlong, as love carries some men, is a rare and abstract one, the passion of science." I gazed at her as she spoke with a feeling akin to awe. "It must destroy the plot interest of life for you, Hilda," I cried out, there in the vast void of that wild African plateau, "to foresee so well what each person will do, how each will act under such given circumstances." She pulled a bent of grass and plucked off its dry spikelets one by one. "Perhaps so," she answered after a meditative pause, "though, of course, all natures are not equally simple. Only with great souls can you be sure beforehand like that, for good or for evil. It is essential to anything worth calling character that one should be able to predict in what way it will act under given circumstances, to feel certain, this man will do nothing small or mean, that one could never act dishonestly or speak deceitfully. But smaller natures are more complex. They defy analysis because their motives are not consistent." "Most people think to be complex is to be great," I objected. She shook her head. "That is quite a mistake," she answered. "Great natures are simple and relatively predictable, since their motives balance one another justly. Small natures are complex and hard to predict because small passions, small jealousies, small discords and perturbations come in at all moments, and override for a time the permanent underlying factors of character. Great natures, good or bad, are equably poised. Small natures let petty motives intervene to upset their balance." "Then you knew I would come," I exclaimed, half pleased to find I belonged inferentially to her higher category. Her eyes beamed on me with a beautiful light. "Knew you would come? Oh, yes. I begged you not to come, but I felt sure you were too deeply in earnest to obey me. I asked a friend in Cape Town to telegraph your arrival, and almost ever since the telegram reached me I have been expecting you and awaiting you." "So you believed in me?" "Implicitly, as you in me. That is the worst of it, Hubert. If you did not believe in me, I could have told you all, and then you would have left me. But as it is, you know all, and yet you want to cling to me." "You know I know all, because Sebastian told me?" "Yes, and I think I even know how you answered him." "How?" She paused. The calm smile lighted up her face once more. Then she drew out a pencil. "You think life must lack plot interest for me," she began slowly, "because with certain natures I can partially guess beforehand what is coming. But have you not observed that in reading a novel part of the pleasure you feel arises from your conscious anticipation of the end, and your satisfaction in seeing that you anticipated correctly, or part sometimes from the occasional unexpectedness of the real denouncement? Well, life is like that. I enjoy observing my success, and, in a way, my failures. Let me show you what I mean. I think I know what you said to Sebastian. Not the words, of course, but the purport, and I will write it down now for you. Set down your version too, and then we will compare them." It was a crucial test. We both wrote for a minute or two. Somehow, in Hilda's presence, I forgot at once the strangeness of the scene, the weird oddity of the moment. That sombre plain disappeared for me. I was only aware that I was with Hilda once more, and therefore in paradise. Pison and Gion watered the desolate land. Whatever she did seemed to me supremely right. If she had proposed to me to begin a ponderous work on medical jurisprudence under the shadow of the big rock, I should have begun it incontinently. She handed me her slip of paper. I took it and read. "Sebastian told you I was Dr. York Bannerman's daughter, and you answered, if so, York Bannerman was innocent and you are the poisoner. Is not that correct?" I handed her in answer my own paper. She read it with a faint flush. When she came to the words, "Either she is not York Bannerman's daughter, or else York Bannerman was not a poisoner, and someone else was, I might put a name to him," she rose to her feet with a great rush of long suppressed feeling, and clasped me passionately. "My Hubert," she cried, "I read you aright. I knew it. I was sure of you." I folded her in my arms, there on the rusty red South African desert. "Then, Hilda, dear," I murmured, "you will consent to marry me?" The words brought her back to herself. She unfolded my arms with slow reluctance. "No, dearest," she said earnestly, with a face where pride fought hard against love. "That is why, above all things, I did not want you to follow me. I love you. I trust you. You love me, you trust me. But I never will marry anyone till I have succeeded in clearing my father's memory. I know he did not do it. I know Sebastian did. But that is not enough. I must prove it. I must prove it." "I believe it already," I answered. "What need then to prove it?" "To you, Hubert? Oh, no, not to you. There I am safe. But to the world that condemned him untried. I must vindicate him. I must clear him." I bent my face close to hers. "But may I not marry you first?" I asked, "and after that I can help you to clear him." She gazed at me fearlessly. "No, no," she cried, clasping her hands. "Much as I love you, dear Hubert, I cannot consent to it. I am too proud, too proud. I will not allow the world to say, not even to say falsely," her face flushed crimson, her voice dropped low, "I will not allow them to say those hateful words, 'He married a murderer's daughter.'" I bowed my head. "As you will, my darling," I answered. "I am content to wait. I trust you in this too. Some day we will prove it." And all this time, preoccupied as I was with these deeper concerns, I had not even asked where Hilda lived or what she was doing. End of chapter 6, part 2. Read by Lars Rolander.